Twin Galaxies.
All right, we're live, we're here. It's time for one of the most amazing things in the history of all things that are amazing. The Twin Galaxies Pac-Man Kill Screen Challenge Exhibition. I am here. We have wonderful, amazing, super talented esports athletes sitting here with us, and we'll start from my right with Tim Balderramos. Did I pronounce that last name correctly? Perfect. Living legend himself. Donald, or Don Hayes. Don Hayes is the preferred nomenclature. Your reputation precedes you, sir. And speaking of reputations,
Anger problem. That's Donald. He's got an anger problem. Watch out.
we've got Dwayne Richard. He's here, imported fresh from Canada. We literally imported him. I said it's Richards, right? Richards.
No, it's Richard.
Richard.
No S, yeah.
No S. See, I got it right the first time.
There you go.
And then we went on a quest to find the rarest form of human, and that is Abner Ashman.
Hey,
There he is.
Abner.
Rarely seen on camera, let alone live. He's made it. So right here is an incredible amount of talent as it relates to video games in general, and you start narrowing the scope and start talking about Pac-Man, it gets even more amazing. Let's take a look at the chat and just say hello to some people. We've got Phil 80 that says Balderramos for the win.
I told you. The fix is in. Balderramos for the win.
Yep, Abner Ashman's in the house. I think Paul Dean just is at the door, so can someone go grab the door?
Don't let him in. Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin.
The only one missing is the great David Race. Well, he was invited to come and commentate, but he said he had other commitments.
Actually, we invited Billy Mitchell, we invited Walter, we invited Chris Iyer, we invited Rick Fothergill, we invited Bill Bastable. But this is actually how it worked out that these are players that were able to make it in a shorter time that we had to get this thing organized.
Yes. No. Okay. So let's talk about this for example, because as we know, there are. Oh, look, Paul Dean, come on in, Paul Dean. Just come wave to the camera. Everybody, Paul Dean, Spy. There's the camera.
Walk by Jack Gale is here. He's come out of retirement. The great Jack Gale. He was the one with the skinny physique. Everybody seen Paul Dean shape.
So we were going to. I'm glad you guys came, because once they start playing, we can sit on the couch and over there and watch, and we'll commentate and on the action. So feel free to make yourself comfortable next to Don Hodges back there, and we will get this going, because there's a lot of information that we need to discuss before this gets going. I want the audience, because we're getting a lot of new viewers, new gamers who aren't familiar with all of your accomplishments, and I want them to know who you guys are and what we're trying to do here. And I think the first thing to do is to start with, how did this concept and event come to be? So I will give Dwayne the mic to talk a little bit about where this whole idea for this broadcast came from and how it came to be here. Go for it.
Actually, we knew we could get by the kill screen on the newer version long time ago, but just nobody did anything with it. And when Bill was in Chicago a couple months ago, he saw Witani, and he showed people about the extra key and the dots there that there was a few of us that knew about that a long time ago. The thing that I was surprised he didn't show Witani, which he could have, I would have chosen to show them, was how to get by the kill screen, because no one has ever seen anybody get by the kill screen without the rack advance. And so I sent a video out to Jace and Donald and a few other Pac-Man players a long time ago, because we knew we could do it. I showed them what it looks like when you do it, and then so we came up with the idea to orchestrate this because of the Pixels movie coming out, and we thought it'd be a great time to promote Pac-Man and maybe give people their own ambition to try and get to the split screen and see what it's like as something they do for an achievement on their bucket list.
I'll add to that. So when Dwayne approached Twin Galaxies with this idea of, hey, why don't we do a broadcast that sort of celebrates, Pac-Man, since you have the movie kind of bringing Pac-Man up, I thought, wow, that's a really fun idea. How do we go about doing it? Because, it's in terms of rule sets of how do you approach, going past the kill screen, how do you treat that particular achievement, and in the context of other already established rule sets that you play Pac-Man against. It's really some open territory there, and so I thought it would be a great idea to gather everybody and try to figure that out, which we did. You guys got here yesterday, right? We met and started talking about what might the rules be, how do we want to play, because up until that moment, we hadn't decided. We didn't even know. We just knew that we wanted to show this process live of getting past the kill screen in the game, right? So, okay, so that's sort of how it came to be, and I want to thank Dwayne and everybody else for coming here, but for Dwayne to really push and help organize making this happen, because it was through him that everybody else is here. Dwayne made all those calls, right? So with that being said, let's take a second to just meet everybody, and let them talk a little bit about their history, what they've done, what are they excited about here, why they're here, and really I ask you to teach these gamers who don't know, right, as opposed to talking to the Pac-Man community who already knows.
Okay, well, thanks everyone for tuning in. My name's Tim Balderramas. I first came on scene in 1983 when I got a world record on Pac-Man, and me and Pac-Man have been kind of on again, off again ever since. So when I first heard about the concept of the perfect game in the early 2000s, I decided to go after that, and I managed to do that both on MAME, starting in 2002, and then in 2004 I got a perfect on the arcade machine, and then I thought I was done. But then 2007, a big event in New York City for Xbox, the Pac-Man World Championships. This guy finished third, by the way, where I finished fifth. That was an awesome event, and I thought that was truly once in a lifetime. And I had a chance to bring my wife and daughter. And before I say anything else, I just got to tell you, Candace and Dia, my stepson Jared, you guys have been great putting up with me, going after my Pac-Man endeavors. And I just want to say thanks for putting up with me, supporting me, and believing in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. You guys have been awesome. But again, back to today.
Yeah, no, seriously, that's to all the, our passion to play video games is it's hard for the mass audience to appreciate the talent, the drive, the interest that goes in there, and there's a lot of stuff in society that tries to go against that. And so it's great to hear that you have a family that supported your passion and your endeavors, because not everybody gets that, and that's part of what we're trying to help people understand, is A, how talented you guys are, and B, everybody should support this activity, right?
And it's awesome. Again, I thought 2007 was it for me, and I kind of retired. Basically, I did retire. But then I wrote my book, and then I got pulled back in because again, here I am, a second once in a lifetime, getting a chance to play alongside not one, not two, but three living legends in the classic game. I'm just beside myself. And actually, I shouldn't even be here because Dwayne's friend Greg, is it Cindy? Yeah, he should actually be sitting here right now instead of me. But he had, unfortunately, a scheduling conflict came up and he couldn't make it. So I got to shout out to him. But again, it's just an honor. I'm just truly blessed, and I'm honored to be here tonight.
All right, that is Tim Balderramos.
Oh, this Tim. We've never met before today, so it's a pleasure to meet you. I just want to say that first. My name's Don Hayes. Just from New Hampshire. I've been in the classic gaming community since about 2000 when I live up near Fun Spot in New Hampshire, and I missed the first Fun Spot by a week, by about a week, because the very first one they had, 1999, I didn't know about it. I lived near there, and I didn't know it was going to happen. And they had the sign up the week after. I happened to go up there on a whim, saw the sign. I said, hey, I'm going to get into this. So in 2000, they had another tournament, and I got into it, and it's been a fun ride ever since. My main accomplishments from back then were setting the centipede record back in November of 2000. So that's what I was most known for. And I've also set other records on many other games since then.
Like
played
what?
back in the 80s, but not to the level of world records that I knew about, because I didn't know about Twin Galaxies back in the 80s.
What for the people who don't know, like some of those games that you set records on, what would like name a few of them, just so they get a
Yep.
sense of the broad breadth of your gamer skill.
Yep, some of the other games, I think the next one I set was Domino Man, then there was Dig Dug, I had the Tron world record for a while, Frogger, Millipede, Super Zaxxon, Super Cobra, even the Space Invaders record for a while. And at some point I said, I knew about Pac-Man, I knew about the perfect score, and I said, I'll give that a try. That's something else, I've accomplished a lot. Let me give that a try and see what it is. Because that was one of the 5, what people would always say is these are the 5 top accomplishments. Would be a perfect Pac-Man, a perfect Miss Pac-Man game, or 1,000,000 points on Miss Pac-Man, 1,000,000 points on Robotron, 1,000,000 points on Joust, and the 5th one, I'm not even thinking now. There's a 5th one that was, people would say, these are the things that if you want to accomplish, that's what you want to accomplish. Those were the top 5. So I had done basically none of them, but I ended up doing the Joust one. I got 1,000,000 points on Joust on the tournament settings, and I did the Pac-Man, the perfect Pac-Man. So that's kind of how I got into it. As far as this event goes, I know Dwayne had contacted me probably about a year ago, and we knew about the extra dots, and he was toying around with the idea of setting up the contest, or the exhibition here to show how to get through the split screen. And just about a month ago, it actually all came together and worked out that I could actually make it here.
Well, it's great to have you. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight, and I'll probably repeat this several times throughout the day, because we have younger gamers watching who don't understand what it takes to hold the kind of records that you just rattled off. Okay, so let me be clear to the newer audience. The records that these guys hold and have held are against machines that were solely designed to take their money and make them not play. It is an entirely different game design philosophy when you're building a machine with sole purpose is to just take someone's money away and not necessarily try to make them feel good. A lot of you new gamers grew up with games that had pause buttons, easy mode, tutorials, and were designed to help you feel a sense of accomplishment and help you get to the end. So you have to understand that there is an enormous amount of differential between what it takes to figure out how to last at Centipede as long as this man has versus getting to the end of the game God of War, okay? So it's what you're getting a chance to actually witness are people who have the kind of video game skills that can only be developed when the games that you're playing are so demanding that you have to rise to the occasion. This is one of my big complaints about the generation that's gotten all these additional features, is that there's so much potential for these younger game players to become amazing, but they're only going to be as good as the game that they play demands. And so it just limits, and people aren't making games where it's just brutal, right? So it's not even their fault, right? That they can't get to a certain level. But when you're sitting there, marathoning a game for 30 hours, it goes beyond just your gaming skill. Now you're talking about human endurance. You're talking about the ability to pay attention, all these sorts of things. So, and a lot of this that these guys did, they did before the internet was there to share information. They had to figure it out completely on their own. That's it. Something weird would happen in the machine, and they just, hopefully they saw it, right? Hopefully they can remember what they did to even get there, or it's another 300 or 1,000 games to figure out what that was all about. So, you know, this is not a, I'm not trying to say that newer gamers don't have skills. What I'm hoping that newer gamers get from seeing you guys play is really understanding how far you can take your skill if the game is challenging enough for you, and that the gamers out there should demand video games to be as challenging as possible for them. It's more fun. So thank you, Don, and we'll move over to Dwayne.
I just want to, like Tim, I want to say hello to my wife, Cheryl,
Yes.
and my 2 stepkids, Michaela and Matthew. I don't know if they're watching right now. I hope they are. I know it's a different time zone. You know, it's 3 hours ahead back east. So, you know, but they've supported me too, like Tim's family does, and that's just an awesome feeling. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to thank Don for coming out again. All the problems you had at work and stuff like that, he almost didn't make it. My name is Dwayne Richard. I've been playing games for a long time.
When did you first start
Oh,
playing?
I started playing when I was 12. And Pac-Man was the first games that I played. Like, I think many of us started off reading the books, looking in the magazines, where when you're smaller or younger, you don't necessarily think in terms of patterns or how to solve a game, or even that the thing about the split screen. But I read a book, and we all learned how to follow patterns. And I seen the kill screen or the split screen when I was 12 after I forgot his name, the blackjack card counter, Ken Houston. He had a book. That book was amazing. Like, there were a lot of these Pac-Man books that came out. Not all the patterns were the best or whatever like that, but they gave you an understanding about how to play the game. And so I've been playing Pac-Man for a long time, and I went to the World Championships. I finished third, but I should have, well, it's been water under the bridge, but I should have won that, but I hurt my hand. Yeah, we've known all about this stuff. Like, I know all the best Pac-Man players, Miss Pac-Man player, and Abner, the junior Pac-Man player, and Rick. And there's all this stuff that we know that we don't necessarily share with everybody because, you know, no one really cares. You know, we do because we're enthusiastic about it. And so we've always known that the problem with the split screen, and talking with Don Hodges and some other people that are technically inclined about the code, there's not enough dots. And so there is no way you could ever get by the split screen on the original version of Pac-Man, and people have claimed that. And part of what this event is to show what happens when you actually can legitimately clear the split screen according to the way the code is made by eating enough dots. But also at the same time, it shows that anybody who claimed in the 80s that they did get by the split screen, they're liars. The only way you could get by the split screen in the 80s is Rack Advance, and that's, you know, people are understand it. More people are aware of that now that they have their own games and have manuals and stuff like that. But part of this is just to show that Pac-Man's a dynamic game, and like, people think, you know, there's not an awful lot there, or there's no reason to play it anymore, but you got to have imagination to give yourself reasons to play. And so this is just another event, you know, that we can share and encourage other people to improve their skills and just give Pac-Man another chance. It's a fun game, and then if they get good at it, move on to Miss Pac-Man, or they're really good, they can try and challenge Junior and give Abner a reason to come out and show everybody what he does. But anyways, yeah, no. So I've been playing for a long time. I've won a lot of world championships. I've had a lot of world records. I've won different cash prizes and different things like that. But for me, it's all about having my friends come out and hang out and play. And you know, to me, that's the special thing. But we couldn't invite everybody. We had a limited budget, and so there were people that were down on the list. You know, it doesn't mean I don't respect you. It's just the way it worked out. Like, I hadn't seen Abner for a long time, and Tim, he's always been a good friend in that way, and I admire him. And for Donald, I always promise Donald if I do anything, he'll get an invite, because people think Donald and I have a private joke from Austin Powers. Who does number 2 work for? Because Donald's only beat me once, I think. You know, he did beat me once, so, and he deserved it. So, but he always pushes me. He always pushes me. Donald is a tremendous player. Like, he reminds me a lot of my friend Jeff Peters. Like, great players that really helped me become a better player. I couldn't be the player that I am if it wasn't for people like Jeff and people like Donald. That just, they are relentless, and they have skills, and they make you a better player, because you have to man up and match them. And like, and these guys are creative. And my friend Abner, like he is too black, too strong. The Jesse Owens of video games, like he is untouchable. When he plays something, he's so good at it. And I'm glad he could come out and play with us.
So speaking of which, yes, Abner Ashman. Now, I've been watching the chat, and someone said that if Abner Ashman played Miss Pac-Man live, it would break Twitch, which is where we're broadcasting through. So you might have something interesting to tell people, but before we do that, please let people know, like the newer gamers know who you are, and you know what you've done and what you find exciting and what you hope to do.
My name is Abner Ashman. Live in Queens, New York. Been playing, it's like typical of most of these guys here. I've been playing video games from I was maybe 12 years old, 13 years old. I know this is a Pac-Man event. I know that, but I figure I'll change it up a little bit.
What? You're gonna change it up?
No, I'm not gonna change them. I'm not gonna change the whole.
What's gonna happen?
I'm not gonna change the whole thing.
Miss Pac-Man, Abner plays some Miss Pac-Man.
It's a Pac-Man event, but maybe.
You gotta hold the mic. Oh, hold it up higher because you're blocking the transmission.
Okay, it's a Pac-Man event, but I figure maybe a couple of people might want to see a little Miss Pac-Man action.
Oh! So wait, all right, we're gonna have Abner Ashman playing Miss Pac-Man live. Is that what's gonna happen?
I will play it live, and I'll do my best to surprise some people. All right?
Oh, there's gonna be some surprises. So you're gonna see championship Miss Pac-Man play.
Yes.
So you're tuning in and you're getting championship Pac-Man play and championship Miss Pac-Man play simultaneously.
Excellent.
I mean, what? So, did you want to say what up to anybody at home or anything like that?
Nah.
Yeah, see?
I like to keep it.
If Darren Harris,
Oh, true.
if Darren Harris is here, fix his monitor.
For one second. Darren, I'm giving you all the props in the world. All right, one person I gotta big up is Darren Harris. Without him, my games, my entire pack, whatever, would not exist. So Darren, 100% respect to you.
That's an exclusive club right there. So let me touch base back with the audience again and say, look, we've introduced the people who are going to play. We've touched a little bit. We talked about how this event came to be. Now I want to talk just a little bit about what exactly, because Dwayne touched on it a little bit, but I want to really spell it out for the audience what is going on in terms of the broadcast and the intention here. Okay, so there is a original arcade version of Pac-Man made in the 1980s. And if you play that game all the way up to level 256, the game has an error that essentially makes the game unplayable past that point. Now, there have been all kinds of stories over the years about people getting past that point somehow. Somehow they got past the point. Of course, no one ever seen it, and that has been the mysterious mystique about Pac-Man in level 256. Well, 20 years later, after the release of Pac-Man, they released another version of Pac-Man in the arcade, which was combined. It was actually a secret mode inside of a machine that had Miss Pac-Man and Galaga in it. And so it's this 20th anniversary edition. And people started to discover subtle nuances between that Pac-Man and the Pac-Man that was in the 1980s. However, it was quite a while before it was sort of put together that maybe there might be a possibility that going past the 256 screen might be doable. There's also an anniversary edition released after that, called the 25th anniversary edition. Has the same nuances as the 20th anniversary edition. So the Pac-Man masters that exist in the world today, of course, dig into these machines and eventually figure out, and I want Don to talk a little bit about how this came about. So let my story dovetail into Don talking about a discovery.
Okay, I guess what happened is about for people,
10 years ago?
yeah, for about 10 years ago, people that know me know I also play table tennis. I go to the U.S. Open every year. I've been to 27 straight. That year, back in I think it was 2004, happened to be in Fort Lauderdale, which is where Billy Mitchell lives. So I was heading down for the tournament, and I called up Billy and said, hey, because I'd met him at Fun Spot a couple of times. I says, hey, I'm going to be down. I'd like to come see your restaurant, hang out for a little bit. So he actually has 2 restaurants down there, and we went to the second one that he has, and he has the Miss Pac-Man Galaga machine. So he also called up Chris Era, who came by. I had met him at Fun Spot a couple times as well, and we were just fooling around on Pac-Man for a little bit. We got to we entered the joystick code to get to Pac-Man. We played, and we were going through it. And we were just going through, showing each other he showed me some grouping things that I didn't know about. We were going through ninth key patterns. He showed me a pattern on the ninth key where they're in the tunnels for like 30 seconds, tunnel terror. And we get to the split screen. We notice, we're looking for the dots, and we're like, wait a minute, there's supposed to be a dot there, and it's not there. It moved, and we discovered back then that there was a 10th dot on the split screen. And of course, the other thing we notice on this machine is you can continue. You lose all your men, you get to put another quarter in and just continue the game, and it picks up where you left off. So we knew back then, with the continues and with this extra dot, hey, there's an extra key you can get, and if you continue enough times, you'll be able to get through the split screen.
So you saw the possibility at that 10 years ago.
That was 10 years ago.
And then from that 10-year point, did you guys really do anything with that information?
At that point in time, no, we just kind of sat on it. In fact, I remember Billy saying, let's keep this quiet for now. Let's, because Billy's number one is a showman.
Right.
He wants to, show things to the world that the people have never seen. And it was kind of like, well, we have this information. We don't quite know what to do with it yet. So I guess
And then just sat for 10 years.
10 years later, now we're figuring out what to do with this information.
Well, the funny thing is too, because the funny thing was, I saw Donald at the Fun Spot that year, and he told me he was down visiting Chris and Bill, and he goes, we learned something new, and within 2 guesses, I guessed what it was. Because the thing is, we know so much about the game and how we think and how we approach solving these things that we knew about this stuff, and that was the thing. Like I said, so when Bill saw Uwatani, I thought, why did you show him the key? That's nothing. He could have showed Uwatani what it looked like to get by the split screen, and for whatever reason, Bill decided not to do that. And so I thought, well, fuck you. We'll show everybody, and we'll set this event up, and because we all knew about this, we all knew it was dot count, and so there's no magic or whatever like that, but it just we just wanted to show the world what it looks like. It's it's just one of those things where once it's common knowledge, you can do it yourself, but we wanted to show everybody that we knew this and wanted to share this with everybody and give people a reason to play Pac-Man. So so I guess it goes without saying, there are 10 dots on the new version that on the first version there's only 9. So that means today we're going to be going to set a new perfect world record on this vision in on a different platform. We can beat the world record by 5,060 points, but at the same time we're also going to be trying to, we're going to get past the split screen, and we're going to be playing for marathon scores. There's 7 million on Xbox that has been done, so there's good players that can play for a long time. Tim did 5 million when we were playing Xbox and we were qualifying for the World Pac-Man, and he killed his game off. We were talking on the phone back and forth before we qualified, and just talking about all this stuff happened. And then the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to push a score. Anything between board 1 to 255 we're going to count as a death, and we're going to have an extended marathon score of 3+1 and try and see if we can match Jeffrey Yee's 9 million score and Les Martin's 12 million score. Jeffrey's is way easy because he continued, so he got to get the extra blue time points, where less, like he had to get through 5 kill screens to get that 12 million score. So he had to use rock advance, even though he claims he didn't. But we all know, like, it is what it is. So, but other than that, like, that's an incredible achievement. So we're giving props to that, these old stories, and now I'll give people a challenge to try and see if they can beat these scores, because now the score will be continuous on the machine. It's not adding it up from a separate game or whatever. It's one continuous game, one continuous score.
Yeah, so let me explain that. Previously, with an original 1980s Pac-Man, if you were going to quote marathon, you would play all the way up to the kill screen, and then your game would end. But then because it had to, and then you would capture that score and then continue on. Now, what's interesting about that is, because you're continuing back from the beginning, the difficulty of the game actually shifts back to the beginning again. So you get a cumulative score, and that's still an achievement to go through and marathon that way. What Dwayne is talking about is, now with this version of Pac-Man, the 20th or the 25th anniversary edition, you're able now, using the technique that the masters have figured out in the history of time, to continue on without starting the game over. So that will have an impact on the behavior of the screens afterward, in terms of how long the ghost monsters maybe stay blue and things of that nature. So there's an opportunity now to marathon this game under this category, under this rule set. And that's a new thing. And the other thing I wanted to mention is, now you guys can verify this, because you guys are the Pac-Man masters. No one has really publicly presented moving past the kill screen like this before, in some sort of stream. Like this knowledge that you and Billy dig up, and then Dwayne eventually says, hey, well, let's start bringing it to the world. No one's really just sat there and just presented it. Hey, this is how you do it. This is the version that you use. Here's how you do it. Let's proceed back. So that's what we're doing here. And it's a unique experience, and it will be done from front to back. It's not going to be, you'll have the whole video archive of the entire thing take place. And as an adjunct to that, Dwayne was talking about beating the high score world record for a perfect Pac-Man. And what he's talking about there is, the original Pac-Man, because it crashes at level 256, there's a maximum number of points you can achieve based on how many lives that you have. So, and then that's it. So the perfect Pac-Man is a very specific score achieved under a very specific rule set, and that's it. Well, on these anniversary editions, because of the different pixels at the end, you're actually able to eat a few more dots at the end and get a higher score at the final piece. So this record, the score, can actually be beat because you're able to actually eat a few more pellets. Of course, you still have to perform perfectly to do it. So it's a very unique opportunity. And Dwayne, you mentioned that some of you guys are going to go for that here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have fun with this tonight. I think since it's called the Kill Screen Challenge, we'll the three of us will definitely make sure we get to the kill screen. So we're going to see a couple different flavors here. A potential perfect run where it's going to be a little bit higher than the original perfect score, and then maybe take it from there. And then the other thing is to get see if we can get past the kill screen, and then see how much further we can take it from there. And who knows where that'll ultimately wind up. So what we'll do is, once we get to the kill screen, we will keep a track of how many men we have left, and those will get carried. If we get past the split screen, we'll carry those over to the next set of 256 screens. Now, if it gets to a point where we have to continue to get to the first kill screen, then what will happen there is that you'll be able to get to the kill screen, and if you get past that, you'll be allowed to continue into marathon mode, but you'll only have one life left, and once you lose that one life, your game is over. But obviously, if you don't have the continue to get to the first kill screen, whatever you have in reserve will get carried over to the next set of boards.
Now, you guys, I'm going to ask Abner a question in a second, but you guys had a chance to look at the machines, verify the hardware that's in there, verify all the settings, and as Pac-Man professionals, are you satisfied with what you're going to be playing on as legitimate platforms to accomplish what you're setting out to accomplish? Yes, no, yes?
Yeah, as long as Donald Hayes doesn't win. The fix is on. Tim Balderrama is going to win. The fix is on. Tim Balderrama is going to win.
Now, Abner is going to be playing some Miss Pac-Man, so I just wanted to ask him, do you have any targets that you want to shoot for this particular venture on Miss Pac-Man?
No particular targets, but I just wanted people to see a live and hopefully a live and a complete game. So I think a lot of people never really seen it before, so I'm just trying to give them an opportunity to see it.
Take them through it. Rick Fox is a huge Miss Pac-Man player and fan, and so he try to get him to stop by while you guys are doing this, so he can maybe learn a little from the master.
Don't worry, he will learn.
Before we send these guys off into Pac-Land, does the audience have any questions that they want to ask anybody here so that we can directly address any questions, concerns, make sure all the information about what we're doing is out there and very clear. So there's like a 10 or 15 second delay between what we say and what their reaction will be. So let's just wait for a second to see.
I just want to give a quick shout out.
Sure.
I just want to give a quick shout out to my Canadian Union pals, Rick Fothergill, Greg Zgundiak, and Neil Chapman, and the great Randy Tufts, who's no longer with us. Those guys are legends in the Pac-Man world in Canada, and I play for them. Cheers.
All right. Anybody else? Anybody else want to say anything? Any other shout outs?
I see John Stidley commented. Tim, John Stidley here. Thanks, bud. And I got to tell you, John, I know you're going after your perfect score. Thanks for, sending me good wishes. I send them right back to you, buddy, because as I've said, you're going to get there. It's not a question of if, but of when. Yeah,
John, by the way, you should come here one time for an attempt, and we can show everybody while you're doing it. That'd be like a really cool thing to show John Stidley's attempt at a perfect Pac-Man.
Actually, no. See, this is the funny thing. I was the only one who actually say his name right. His name is Studley. I know, seriously, his name is Studley. Him and who's the I can't think of miscommander. Tony, yeah. I was giving because I always give everybody a hard time. So when I was interviewing one time, I was joking with him and Tony. And because when we go up to a guy here, we call him Studley, and you're sort of like insulting him or whatever. Not necessarily insulting, but he's a stud or whatever, with some kind of prowess or whatever. So, because everyone was calling him Studley, I said, isn't your name Studley? And he goes, how did you know? That's how we say it here. Everyone calls me Studley, but my name is Studley. But because it has a different connotation if you're your name is John Studley, that's a porn name.
Yeah. The one thing I wanted to say, and I just want to speak a little on Twin Galaxies' behalf. Twin Galaxies is focused on recognizing player achievements across all of the different platforms and all of the different video games. Since we've started what we're referring to as the new era, Twin Galaxies has not had a good opportunity to focus on the classic arcade gaming scene and to do something. And so, part of the motivation is for Twin Galaxies to, put a focus on the classic scene and do more stuff like that, because we have a lot of newer games streaming and all this other stuff that's moving through. It's very important. What you're not seeing in our broadcast is you're not seeing any advertisements. You're not seeing us trying to sell anything. This is 100% about the video game community, the enthusiasts, the culture itself. It's about helping the mainstream recognize the validity of what we do and the way that we live our lives, the choices that we make, the reason we prioritize video game playing ahead of other things are just as valid as anything else that anybody else is doing. And so we appreciate people coming to this broadcast to watch and to see these great masters do what they do. And we want to encourage as many people as possible to participate on twingalaxies.com, where you can sign up and submit your video game performances from mobile phone all the way to Nintendo, classic Nintendo, to arcade, to PlayStation 4, and be part of the community and be recognized for what you do. You're going to see Twin Galaxies continually trying to fight to escalate the amount of attention and for video game enthusiasts for all genres and all platforms. And again, we really appreciate you guys coming down to play, and we appreciate everybody who's watching. So hopefully we'll all have a good time.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thank you. Thanks. All right, so I think we're about to get into it. You guys ready for this? You need some waters? Okay, does anybody need waters, anything to have by the machines? Or?
I'll probably definitely have to grab something here.
Okay, so they're good. No, just yell out. We can have someone bring stuff to you. So they're going to make their way to the custom game room that we have created for our players. And while they're getting ready, I will answer any questions that are taking place in chat. I'm going to move, at some point, we're going to move over to the commentating area where we've got Paul Dean and Don Hodges to watch with me and anybody else who shows up here to watch, and we'll talk about what we're seeing. We have a very unique layout for our broadcast, and it has taken, and this is just as an aside, it has taken an incredible amount of technology to create the layout that you're about to see, because we wanted people to be able to see all 4 games simultaneously and everybody's faces while they're doing it and the commentating. And let me tell you, getting a steady signal out of an actual arcade machine, these are not emulators, these are the real deal. It's very challenging. So forgive us if you see some sync issues every now and then inside the broadcast on some of the machines. Please know that our players are not seeing any glitches whatsoever. It's just the fact that the way we had to route the video out of the arcade machines without disturbing the actual arcade machine, it was very challenging. And so we tried to work around it as much as we can so that we could bring you the clearest possible screen of what they're doing, because we didn't feel just a camera over their shoulder was going to be effective enough. So they're getting ready. And I think we can probably switch over to that feed now and see them sort of getting ready in there. And I will be quiet for a second, and then we can transition over to the commentating seat. So if Neo, if you want to make that switch, very nice. Yeah, well, here, actually, when you talk, it'll come straight through to the broadcast. So if you guys start talking about that, they'll hear you in the broadcast. Well, gentlemen.
Oh, you get to see it.
I get to see the camera. I can watch it.
You'll be jealous of how attractive I look. The attractiveness is going to distract you, and it's just like...
You might peek over there,
I'll say, wait, Dwayne's ahead of me. Get
There you go.
It's a long road to hoe. Oh.
You get 2 attempts in probably, or you just
Yeah, just do whatever, because I think someone should do someone should get a perfect while we're here.
You know what?
Or you or Abner. Yeah, you just play whatever.
I thought about it because hopefully in about 4 hours I should be done.
Yeah.
So I'll figure I'll probably try to.
Yeah.
Because you guys will be here.
Yeah.
While they're commentating, I'll make sure that to make a mention that we may do a restart within the first 2 hours.
So what you guys are seeing is the 20th and 25th anniversary editions of the Pac-Man game.
I'm gonna go with the Medusa here.
Let's see, I can
Anybody
tell
who looks at me
you.
is gonna turn to stone.
Don Hayes is on a 20th anniversary edition. Tim Balderramos is on a 20th, and Dwayne and Abner are on the 25th.
So the rumor is
anniversary
Don wants to go on
edition.
to Pittsburgh.
They are going to be playing for
That's a clash of
an
the
hour
Titans,
or
man.
so,
Yeah,
seeing if they can get into a groove for a
I
perfect
wasn't worried about
Pac-Man.
McAllister, but now
they're
they're going to give it a couple hours just to try to get to
just like,
see if they're
Brian Q, I
on
heard
track
about
for a
it.
perfect
Yeah, he might be
Pac-Man.
asking
If
for
not,
something
then
for
they'll
nothing.
switch over to just the
you
marathon
done with
mode,
done eating
where
yet?
they're
You
going
done
to
eating
try
yet? It's like,
to
wow,
try to get to the kill
that's
screen
crazy,
and just
man. I just
take
think
it through.
psycho.
So
Does he have a job?
hopefully you like our layout.
Yeah, that's I wonder what he does still. Like he's running out of low-skilled jobs that he could actually do and still be hired and not get fired in the area. Like it's just crazy.
I haven't really talked to him much.
Well, I was just.
I was surprised. I was surprised. Yeah. So when was Robbie out there?
Oh well, for now it's okay because
Like,
they'll
I'm
just hear the
surprised,
voices.
like,
Like
Here.
about a month ago, yeah. You just,
I was seeing
Just say who's on the mic, and you and I can just be talking. And
So you guys are aware? There are mics.
yes, and Jace and
Okay.
So no credit card numbers.
Don Hodges to my right, but he doesn't have a mic. Do we have one more mic?
We just talk about people we hate. It's like
They'll hear us.
live on
If you
the
want to see the
internet, it's
chat,
not
that's
behind
right
your
there.
back, Just to your face.
So we can just you can. So if you want to talk to anybody in there, you might know some of these people. Oh, Neil's got a mic. Oh, okay, so here, that's for Don Hodges.
Do I look good? Give me an honest opinion. Do I look good on the camera?
Let's see.
It's like Abner Signal, ladies.
So if you guys can, go ahead. Go ahead and say something so that we can verify that they hear you.
Jace and Don are talking right now.
Oh, yeah.
You can see the back of you guys right here.
Yeah.
We'll be switching in and out. So good luck, everybody.
Okay, so we're good. Can we start now then? Or what?
Mute them.
Bring it on.
So the stream is just all over the place?
I can't get my game to start.
Is it can you make us out, or is it or maybe they need to just lower them? Yeah, go ahead. Let's see if you can lower them. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be higher and just have them lower. Yeah. And then, so the cameras aren't on us right now, but if we kick it back here, they will be. But do you guys want anything to drink? I do. Yeah, I'm gonna get
No,
something.
actually.
We are.
I can't get to the menu.
Let me grab one of these. Oh, sure. Hand that to Paul. Paul Dean on the mic. Yes. And the bathroom is just to the right. It's the door you came in. It's right by the door you came in. Yeah. And are you? Oh, here. Press. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, let's. Do we want to sit and watch? Right here and here. We can just sit and watch. Like so. Oh yeah. Yes, I believe you are. You were the one who figured out the board stuff, right? You were involved in it, right? Bring your mic up. There you go. We're all hanging out, right? Yeah. Yeah. So
This is Don Hodges here. For those of you listening in.
Don Hodges, you're hidden in the shot. Let's see. Maybe you know what? We should move why not pull these chairs over so you're kind of in the middle?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we'll do that. Trying to get the shot right. Right. Let's see. So then we got the chat over here. Actually, can you put the chat up there, Nick? That way we won't have to turn our heads. Yeah. So look at Dwayne. So we can see all the. Oh, I need to cycle the scaler because Dwayne's thing is off. Give me 2 seconds. Take me 2 seconds. You guys will see Dwayne's thing flicker for a second.
That's funny. We can see him, but we can't hear him.
That's right. I don't know if they're doing a lot of talking.
I mean, hear the games. A lot of guys are excited to see Abner.
Yeah, he's given us a benefit because no one's really seen him play, and have it done live. He's got some special tricks that you keep that private.
Yeah.
So he's actually letting the world see those tricks, which is a big.
I'm just
it's a big
resetting
decision for him to
Dwayne's
do.
video feed.
It's kind of
He's
risky
not seeing
because
any change.
once everybody
Yeah.
knows his strategy,
But we want to make sure that the Pac-Man
he
screen
could
is fully
possibly have some
inside
competition.
the video area. There we go. completely back.
You know, all the gamers, they've worked for
There you
years
go.
and decades on their techniques to do better, and now it's all out in the public. So, you know, a lot of people will say, "Well, I don't want to give away all my techniques I work so hard on." So, but them doing this is really amazing.
Let me see if this light is too much. Can you turn that one off? Yeah. That way we're not so spotlit. It just looks too spotlighty. If you can just turn off that light, that would be great. You can just unplug it. That'd be. Let's see. Wrong one. There. Now you got to turn the camera back up. Yeah, that's better. That feels more like we're lounging.
It does.
Right?
It does.
All right. Okay, so audience, can you hear my voice still? Can Paul Dean say something? See, let's check.
Hi, how's it going?
Can you hear Paul Dean and Don? Can you say something?
Yeah, hi, this is Don Hodges.
Okay, if you can hear all three of us, someone say that we can all three be heard. So we want to make sure that we're able to talk to the chat and engage in dialogue with you guys. And it takes about 15 seconds for the.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a delay.
Yeah, because yes. So we'll see. Hopefully, I hear voices. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, yes, yes. Faintly hear me. Everything looks good.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Duders, the Miss Pac-Man, Abner Ashman is playing. He's the top Miss Pac-Man player. So he actually, and very rarely does he publicly display his skill. Rarely. So you're actually seeing a very rare event. And so, you know, you might want to pay attention to what's going on with Miss Pac-Man because you're not going to see it again.
True.
Hey, Pac-Man 83. Dwayne is playing freehand too. Very surprising. It's great. So, what do you guys think about all this? Like, this whole thing.
It's fun. Oh yeah, I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's you know, you're sharing it with the world, which is really interesting.
Do you know all these guys already? Have you already met everybody?
Pretty much, yeah. Different contests along the way. We're running into them.
And you, of course, hold that Spy Runner record.
Yeah, Spy Hunter.
That's right.
I might have to take the frenzy score back. We'll see
Oh,
about that.
ooh. Joel West just got a little nervous when you said that. Okay, this is really cool. We've been scrambling all day and yesterday getting all the broadcasts set up, so I hadn't really had a good chance to like see it.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're seeing, you see the little Pac-Man pass over, and then now we're hearing the shot.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
That was amazing. Wait, do it again. Everybody watch this cool transition. We have bam! Now you're looking at the arcade machines. You see that? Bam!
Nice transition.
And then look, we're gonna come back, and you're gonna see, bam! Pac-Man transforming everything.
We're back.
Isn't that amazing?
It is.
Oh man.
Yeah, I've told some people that we're all getting a little bit older now, and so it's good that this is getting on video while we're still playing. We're not going
Right.
to play forever.
Bite your tongue.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a joystick in your hand until the very last day.
That's right.
Damn it. Dear chat, hey chat out there. So, how are you guys feeling about the layout? How are you guys feeling about what we're doing here so far? I mean, we've got a long road to go, so it's gonna be, a real casual thing. Soon we'll start up some background music so we can have some ambient stuff. But right now in the beginning, we're just
John.
we're just letting it be. Jace is drinking rich people water. I'm drinking sparkling lemon.
Thanks.
Yeah, because if you touch the bottom, it interferes with the transmitter.
We'll learn
basically.
these things.
I know. Trust me, we've learned all the hard way. Dwayne looks really into the game. Wes Copeland says. Rolled cigs. Glad that you like it. So Balderramos is the only one playing for speed on Pac-Man. Someone got banned.
Oh, so soon?
I don't know who it was. So I guess someone. Look, we're trying to keep everything professional around here.
You have to.
I mean, it's part of the issue that video game players have faced is the non-professional stigma, you know? So, you know, I think if we can just, you know, just a little bit, just step it up a little bit. You know, you don't want to go over the top because we're gaming, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's a temporary. It's not a.
Cool down period.
Okay. The admin said that it's not a ban. Whoever got banned was not banned. It was just a temporary cool down period. So whoever that was will be able to come back. That is bottom. So who are you rooting for in this? That's what I want to know. Like, who do you want to see get the perfect Pac-Man, set the high score for this version, right? And like who?
Well, I will say that Dwayne, I don't know if he's turned any scores in. So
No.
he's the underdog. Nobody really knows that he's a Pac-Man player because he's not turning anything in. So it's like, it's always fun to see the underdog. You know, if he can beat Don Hayes or Tim, I mean, people will be impressed because they don't expect it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, talking to Dwayne yesterday, he knows he's the underdog. But he feels, to quote him, he's surrounded by greats, and he feels that he's going to suck all their energy and become super great because of that. It's just going to elevate his whole game.
Yeah, that's true. It does up your game playing with great players. I like this head-on-head idea. It makes it more exciting, you know.
Yes.
How do you make video games exciting? Put them head-to-head.
They said we need a Pac player to give commentary, I think. I know, Anning May, but listen, we invited David Race to do that, but he's too busy.
Huh.
He had other things that he needed
Well,
to
you
do.
know a lot about Pac-Man, the technical side, correct?
Yeah, let's hear it, man.
So we should. Have you been introduced? I mean, do people know your story?
Yeah, well, yeah. Why don't you tell it? This is Don Hodges, and he's amazing. He's going to tell you why.
So he's like a brilliant programmer. Why don't you tell us, you know, what you know about Pac-Man?
Well, I know a lot about it. I've analyzed the game code that controls the game. I've written up a lot of articles about Pac-Man and other games that I've been asked to look at or I've looked at on my own. So there's a lot of very interesting things in Pac-Man that are not obvious to the casual player that you discover when you look at the code.
They say your mic is muffled, so maybe if you take it off your ear and hold it,
Oh yeah?
that way they'll hear you a little bit better. Or,
Sure.
Neo, do you have a lav mic instead of the ear mic?
Is this better?
That probably should be better. Give him 15 seconds.
Don's mic is canceled.
They said it's fixed.
All right. So anyway, yeah. So I was talking to the players earlier before we started the event about how I got into this, and there's a lot of different angles to it, but one of them is that, you know, back in the day, I discovered the fix, not the fix, but the cheat, so to speak, on Galaga, which allows players to do like a trick and have the aliens in Galaga stop shooting at you.
Oh, you figured out how to fix that?
Well, I didn't. Yeah, well, I no, I didn't. But what happened was, back in the day, I learned about the trick from a magazine. I went in the arcade and did it, and I was able to get to the kill screen in Galaga.
We're talking about the non-shoot trick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at level 256 or whatever, it says stage 0 instead when you're playing on the hard skill. And I remember what happened was I was playing at a arcade in Burbank, and when I got there, I couldn't play any further. I showed the game to the game attendant, and he promptly reset the game and then refunded my quarter to me. And that's after playing for like 2 hours. And to me, that was a huge deal to play a game for that long. So anyway.
Yeah, to him too.
Well, he didn't care. I mean, he wasn't watching.
Oh, really?
No one else
He was worried about making more money?
No, he didn't really care. He just was like, oh, the game is frozen, and he reset it, and here's your money back. So anyway,
he's gonna try to change your mic so that way you can just clip it and don't have to hold it. Hold on a second, everybody. Yeah, he started over.
All right. So I got a new mic. Can you guys hear me okay? Wait a while before they give me
Look
an
at
answer.
Abner. It's like he almost had a perfect. He just lost it. It's crazy.
Can you guys verify that I'm
Yeah, can you guys hear Don?
You
We
guys in
just
the chat?
changed the mic over for him.
I just got a new mic. Can you guys verify that I'm coming through okay in the chat room?
Sounds what? Bad?
Recipe.
Raspy.
Oh.
Exotic-y and bad. Let's see. We'll try that. Okay.
All right, so I'm on the other mic. I'm going to assume this mic is working good. So anyway, you fast forward to thousands. I became aware of an article that someone had written for, I believe the magazine was called Circuit Seller. And I'm sorry, I've forgotten the guy's name. But somebody had done what I've been doing lately, and that is he dug into the code of Galaga and found out why you could do that trick in Galaga. And that's something that I always wondered about. I was like, what? You know, because in Galaga, to do that trick, you've got to, you know, kill off all the enemies except for one and let them fly around for like 10, 15 minutes before you get that cheat. And so he figured out why that happens. And I remember thinking at the time, well, that's pretty cool. You know, he's done all this, you know, digging into the code to find out why this happens. So flash forward a few years past that, and King of Kong came out, and I was a big Donkey Kong fan, so I went and saw that film. And I didn't even know the game had a kill screen. So when I found out about that, I thought I'd do the same thing that the other guy had done for Galaga, and I dug into the code of Donkey Kong and found out why the game does what it does at level 22 or whatever it is. And I did a write-up on my website for that. And then around the same time, I found out about the Pac-Man split screen. And I decided to figure out why Pac-Man does what it does. So I did that, and I did my write-up there.
And why does Pac-Man do what it does?
Okay, so Pac-Man. Well, in Pac-Man, there's a subroutine which draws the fruit or the bonus items down at the bottom of the screen before the level starts. I think it also does that after you, it must do it after you die as well. It redraws it after you die. And that's important because when you get to the kill screen, some of those dots that are on the right-hand side get redrawn after you die. But anyway, that subroutine is written in such a way that when you get to level 256, there's kind of an overflow that occurs, which causes it to actually try to draw 256 fruit, which it can't do, obviously, and so it tries to. And the way that the video memory is laid out, it ends up drawing fruit all along the bottom of the screen, and also ends up corrupting the right-hand side of the screen. In a little more detail, the subroutine which draws the fruit is, what it does is it looks at the level number, and it does some checks to see if you're on a level between 0 and 7, and if you're not, then to do something else. But the kind of the core of the problem is that in Pac-Man, the level numbers in the game code are actually one less than the actual level that you're on. So for example, when you play level 1, the cherry screen, the game counts that as level 0. Okay, so the subroutine which draws the fruit, when it's run, the very first thing it does is it takes the level number and it adds 1 to it. So for example, on the cherry screen, the game counts that as level 0. The subroutine comes in, adds 1 to 0 to get 1, and then it figures out, okay, we're going to draw 1 cherry or whatever. So when you get to level 256, the level counter at that point is 255. And then the routine immediately adds 1 to that. Well, there's an overflow there, which causes that counter to go to 0 instead of a number between 1 and whatever. And because it's at 0, the subroutine is not expecting a 0. That number is actually used as a loop counter. And the way that the loop counting is done on the Z80 microprocessor is that if your loop counter starts at 0, you're actually going to run through that loop 256 times. So that's what happens when you get to the split screen. And anyone who wants to read more information about that can go to my website, which is donhodges.com, and find my article on there about the split screen on Pac-Man. You might also find all the other articles I've written about other games that I've analyzed the code for. And as part of this, I also wrote a fix, which actually fixes the subroutine which draws the fruit, so that you can actually, if you apply the fix, you can actually play through the level 256 and keep going.
You made the fix. Is there a name for that ROM set?
No, well, it was never made official. It was just something that I made and posted.
You just have one?
Yeah, I posted it, and as far as I know, no one is going to be using that like fixed ROM set to do it. And I made a comment on the page that I wrote it up for, and I wrote that it's probably a good thing that the split screen exists, because if it didn't, Pac-Man is very marathonable, and you combine that with the hiding spots that you have in there, and you could play the game indefinitely. You could
That's interesting.
You could really play the game for as long as the game has power. Months, years.
That would be. Could you imagine?
You could just park Pac-Man and go sleep or whatever.
Someone would do it too. Someone would play like a 3-year game.
It's totally conceivable. So I opinion that it's a good thing that it has a split screen, which gives us, now we have the idea of a perfect game, and so on. So that's the split screen in a nutshell. And again, all the gory details are on my website, if anybody is interested in it.
That's amazing, all that stuff. I just got a text from Rick Fox, who said he'll come here in a few hours. He may bring some people with him. He's a huge Miss Pac-Man fan. He's probably the best NBA player to walk the earth to play Miss Pac-Man. So he, I think, would be very interested in seeing Abner do his thing.
Now that you mentioned Abner, how much research have you done on the Miss Pac-Man kill screens?
Yeah, I've done a lot on that too.
Because people don't know, there's like 8 different ones.
Yeah, it's like it's different.
How does that work?
Well, I don't know all the details of how it works. And one of the things that I discovered when I was looking into Ms. Pac-Man was that, because I don't actually have an actual Ms. Pac-Man game, I was doing it all in the emulator called MAME. And Ms. Pac-Man has a slightly different problem. Well, it has a different problem entirely, really, where the problem occurs because of the subroutine, which actually draws the slowdown tunnels for the slowdown areas for the tunnels. So it turns out that since Ms. Pac-Man has different mazes than Pac-Man does, the guys that created Ms. Pac-Man wrote a subroutine in it that would draw an invisible bit into some areas of the memory, in the screen memory, to indicate to the ghosts when they should slow down when they're going through the tunnel. And so, because of the way that they wrote the code, the guys that wrote Ms. Pac-Man used the wrong comparator for that subroutine. They used a check to see if number is negative instead of if it was a carry. And because of that, at a certain level, I forget the number, 130 something, that subroutine, which draws that slowdown bit, goes haywire and draws, instead of just a small number of places in the screen memory, that bit, it draws that bit into a bunch of places, and including into the RAM, where game variables and other things are stored, and it causes the game to really just kind of go crazy, really, when you get to it. And so all kinds of weird things happen when you get to those kill screens in Ms. Pac-Man.
So
it's a different thing.
You're familiar? You're looking at all of this in assembly code. Right?
Yes, it's assembly language. Z80 assembly language.
8080 or
Z80.
Z80.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Are you familiar with 6502?
Yes.
Also?
Yeah, that's
okay.
what I cut my teeth on.
Commodore
the
64?
Commodore 64.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to have a Commodore 64 Olympics, like we play through those games. That'd be really fun.
It would. So anyway, as I dug through the code for Ms. Pac-Man, I developed fixes. The fixes are actually quite simple because all you got to do is change the wrong programming operation from checking from what it has to what it should be, and that error gets fixed. And then there's another one, and I'm forgetting now what it is exactly, but there's one which draws like the color of the mazes, which has the same problem. And so anyway, once you fix all those other bugs, you can actually get to Ms. Pac-Man's split screen, which actually does have a split screen. It's the same error because it reuses the same code.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Ms. Pac-Man, the code of Ms. Pac-Man is actually essentially the same as Pac-Man. They changed a few things, added some mazes and some other things, but the core code of the game is
So
the
it
same.
was destined to have a split screen.
It has a split screen, and I have it all on my website if you want to look at it.
So there's two bugs basically.
Yeah.
The one that stops you from getting to the split screen, and then the split screen.
Yeah, the split screen does occur if you fix the other bugs and get to it. So I wrote a fix for that, and that was very interesting to see. I was probably the first one to ever see Ms. Pac-Man's split screen.
What does it look like? Same kind of thing?
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it is. It is the same kind of thing where the right-hand side is garbled.
How long did it take you to figure this stuff out?
Oh, it took months.
Really?
Oh my God, yeah, because you start off with, well, some other guys had started to analyze Pac-Man's code, so I had kind of a starting place. Some of the stuff had been figured out as far as what does what. And along the way, I figured out how to use MAME, and MAME has a very good debugger in it, which allows you to set breakpoints. And so, for example, if you're wondering what a certain memory element is used for, you can set a breakpoint when it changes, and then you can eventually figure things out that way. I did that with Donkey Kong too. So it took me months and months to. I actually, when I take it back a little bit, because finding out just the code where the split screen is, it was fairly straightforward. To zero in on those points and Ms. Pac-Man where the other problems occur, that was fairly straightforward to find that. And so getting that done wasn't too bad. What I did after that was I made a point to basically figure out all of the code in Pac-Man and incidentally in Donkey Kong. So I've analyzed all those games almost exhaustively, and that's the part that took months because it's painstaking. Looking at assembly language, trying to figure out what is going on with the code and what it's exactly doing. It's very, very tedious.
So just on that vein, have you looked at all about, some people think that they can control the distribution of the fruit or what good fruit come out?
Oh yeah, I got a lot of questions about that. So in Ms. Pac-Man, the answer to that is no. There's no way to control that. The code in Pac-Man to determine which fruit comes out after the bananas end is it uses a there's what's called a refresh register in the Z80, and that register is constantly changing, and whenever you read it, it is going to give you an extremely random number. There is no way to control that. There's no way. So it is very, very random, and there's no way to do that. Aside from modifying the code
Right.
to do something else, you're going to get a very, very random number, and so yeah, I got a lot of questions. Like when I started doing this, I started getting emails from world record holders and stuff who wanted to find out about this.
Oh, we can set it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna set the continue for Dwayne. I'll be right back. That machine does not have it set. Here, just pop.
Make sure you can continue, because it might continue in the screen might turn off on you.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I just let it.
Here's.
There should be yellow numbers. The yellow numbers.
The continue did.
Okay, mine
Continue did come
mine
up.
hasn't come up.
Here we go. So we want to do that. Oh no, actually, it's probably in the general.
Volume disabled.
Okay, Jack Gale, I played, let's see, which camera we have here. Straight ahead all over there. Okay. I had records on a few games.
All right.
Tapper,
Yeah, I knew something
Zookeeper, Karate Champ, Mad Crasher, Hogan's Alley.
Well,
Racer,
listen, there you go.
a few others. Pac-Man is a game that I could play at I guess I never knew there was a kill screen. So back in the 80s, I would just play. I'd maybe get to 1,000,000 and stop, or 2,000,000 and then quit. If I had any clue that there was a split screen, I would have been excited as heck and just did everything I could to get there.
You didn't know about anybody getting a split screen?
No, I didn't, and it's funny because it would be like a year or so later that I met Billy and Chris Ira, Billy Mitchell. So
What year was that, or what?
I met them in '84. So maybe a couple years. But pretty much, Pac-Man was probably one of the top 3 most popular games where I lived. And not many. I had my own 9th key pattern, so it wasn't the best pattern in the world. It was kind of hard on the wrist, but it worked.
You made up your own?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. It was fun. It took a while to try, a lot of trial and error, but it was rewarding. And then there was a competition in a skating rink. I think it was called the Sunshine Skateway in South Florida area, and it was Pac-Man was the game, and no one could get more than a few 100,000. So I knew I was a lock to win. I should say there were 2 prizes. First place was a video game. I can't remember what the game was. It wasn't a Pac-Man, but it was another video game. And Pac-Man made too much money. They wouldn't give away a Pac-Man. And second place was a pinball. I don't remember the name of the pinball, but I said, oh, you know what? I wouldn't mind getting either one of those. So, and I was a lock. So the night before the competition, I went to Cloverleaf Miniature Golf and Arcade, which is a famous arcade. It's no longer there. It's a gas station now in Miami, North Miami Beach area. And I figured, why not get a little Pac-Man practice in? And normally, like I said, I'd quit the game around the 1,000,000 point mark. So I played kind of late at night, and then I played again and again, and I would quit around 1.5 million, 2 million, and get an audience, and it was fun, people, having a good time. So then the next day I went to this Pac-Man competition at the skating rink, but my wrist was shot from playing Pac-Man too much the day before, and I played baseball too. So I guess a combination of everything, and because my 9th key pattern was hardly the best one in the world, and it required a really hard wrist flick after I picked up the fruit in the middle. It was it had to be a really crisp move, and I wasn't able to execute it. So to make a long story short, I finished in 3rd place. So I didn't get the arcade game or the pinball, and the guys who finished 1st and 2nd kept thanking me because they knew that I should have won. But I won't say what I did after that, but I wasn't very happy because, but it taught me a lesson that you can practice too much. Yeah, you can practice too much. But it's a shame because if I hadn't practiced the night before, that probably would have been the day I got to the kill screen, the split screen. I'm sure that would have been it, and it would have been such a tremendous surprise. But it wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be. I by no means would have had a perfect score or anything close to it, because I didn't get 1,600 on the later rounds when the ghosts only flashed for a millisecond. I wasn't that good, so I have to admit that. But that's my. So after that, I wasn't really too crazy on playing Pac-Man, but this competition is fascinating. I mean, seeing these guys, and the Ms. Pac-Man game here has turned into something really interesting to watch.
You play Ms. Pac-Man at all?
Not very much, but I used to watch Billy and Chris. They were the first ones I know of to group the monsters, and it was just fascinating to watch them play because nobody else was doing it. Yeah, that I was aware of. I apologize to anyone elsewhere who was doing it, but it was just, they would constantly complain about, in a humorous way, about the random fruits that came out. They would be playing a game and it would be great, and then all of a sudden they start getting the wrong fruits, and it's, this game's not gonna come out. This game, but that's what you had to do. You just I just had to do the best you could and hope you got the right fruits. But it's interesting listening to a programmer discuss how that's generated.
Want to explain the ninth key? What does it? How's the program change when that happens?
Me, I don't want to pretend like I know more than I do. But
So, I got a mic here. Yeah, this is the one that Jace was using, so it should be good. So before I get to that, I just saw a question on the chat a while ago asking me about Super Pac-Man, and the answer to the question is no. I haven't looked into Super Pac-Man's game code at all. But if you want me to, email me and ask me what you want me to look for, and I might be able to find it. Hopefully I'm coming through here okay. So what do you want to know about the ninth key?
How does the game change when it gets to that spot?
Yeah, the ninth key, the main change when you get to the ninth key is that Pac-Man's speed slows down. And so you're considerably slower than you used to be, which makes it a lot harder, obviously. It's much easier to get caught by ghosts that are running after you. And so without a pattern, the ninth key level is extremely difficult because the other reason, too, that it's hard at that point is that the energizers have no effect other than that they reverse the ghost's direction. But that effect had already, I think, happened earlier, depending on the ROM set you're playing, the difficulty. But yeah, Pac-Man basically, that's the big change at the ninth key is that Pac-Man gets slower than he was before.
So if you don't have a pattern, you're in trouble.
Oh my God, yes. I remember, I used to play Pac-Man a bit in my youth, and you can use that apple pattern all the way almost up to the ninth key. And I got to the ninth key a few times, and it's just there's no way to advance without a pattern. And my story behind this too is that I never got to the kill screen, but I remember going to my local arcade one day and watching someone who had a very good ninth key pattern, and he played it for I don't know how. I remember watching him long enough to learn the pattern. So the next time I was able to play the game, I remembered its pattern, and I started using it. And I got to, I don't know, maybe 20 or 30 keys or whatever at one point. And I remember telling a friend of mine in Sunday school about it, and he was laughing at me. And he proceeded to draw on paper like a Pac-Man maze with keys all over the place. Not knowing that, okay, the 30th key is still only drawing 7 at the bottom. So yeah, the game does get very hard at that point, and without a pattern, unless you're like an expert player like these guys are, these guys could probably play without a pattern on the ninth key, but it's not really advisable.
Awesome, man.
Well, I haven't seen all of Abner's Ms. Pac-Man game, but I've been following it, and it's looking pretty interesting. Trying to see if there's any comments in the blog on that one, but yeah. It seemed like he's got a good score going. I wouldn't be able to say for sure, but
yeah, look at that group right there. He's just getting all of them. It's amazing. I played Ms. Pac-Man a bit in my youth too, and if I got to this level, I was doing good.
Yeah.
This junior level, they call it, or whatever. I think I might have passed this screen once and got to the next one where it repeats the previous board.
The original, I think it goes back to the original.
It goes back to there's 4 boards. It goes back to the third one. It alternates between this one and the third. I got to that, I think, once.
One time.
Yeah, just once. Yeah, look at that. That's amazing.
What do you follow? There's they consider the best score. They do it by time now, right? So
right, the perfect game and the fastest guy to get there.
You want to explain how they're doing that now? It's the faster you are, they're saying the better you are because you have a quicker turnaround.
Yeah, and so the perfect game in Pac-Man consists of eating all the ghosts and all the prizes through all the levels up until the split screen. And then when you get to the split screen, first of all, you have to get there without having died at all. because and some of you guys that are watching may not know this, but when you get to the split screen, the split screen actually draws like 9, I think, edible dots on the right-hand side of the screen, which you can eat when you get to the split screen. So when you get to the split screen, you have to eat all the dots on the left-hand side of the screen, and then you have to eat the 9 dots on the right-hand side. And then what you have to do is you actually have to kill yourself. And when you kill yourself, the fruit subroutine runs again, and it redraws those 9 dots that you've eaten already. They're redrawn. And so you have to go and eat those 9 dots again, and you have to kill your life and do it again and again until you get to your final life, and then eat those last 9 dots. And if you've done that, then you've achieved the perfect game in Pac-Man, where you've eaten every possible dot, every possible ghost, every possible prize, and you've gotten the maximum possible score that you could possibly get in Pac-Man. And so what they have now is I don't know, there's a small number of people that have actually done that officially. I think, I don't know, 6 or 8 people. I don't know the exact number. I think Billy Mitchell was the first, if I'm not mistaken. 1999. And so what they're doing now is they're saying, okay, these guys have all gotten the perfect game, and they look at how long it took them to get the perfect game. And the guy that can do it in the fastest amount of time has the most prestige, yes, I guess. And currently that's David Race, I believe. That's right. And my claim to fame on this is that, back when I was looking into all this, I actually developed some patterns that were faster than anybody had ever seen before, for the 9th key in particular. And since that's the ones that's used most through the game, if you develop a pattern that's even a fraction of a second faster than the previous known fastest pattern for the 9th key, you could potentially go in and use that pattern and get the fastest Pac-Man world record, which is approximately what David Race did. I'm pretty sure he used either my patterns or he modified my patterns to make them even faster.
Do you make your patterns available?
Yeah, immediately when I remember I was finding these patterns for the 9th key, and I found a couple that were extremely fast, faster than anyone else, and I immediately put them on YouTube. And and shortly afterwards, David Race either used those patterns or variations of them to get his world record fastest Pac-Man, perfect Pac-Man, which is great for him. I could probably never do that. I mean, I can develop the way, and I kind of cheated developing these patterns because I'm using MAME.
Right, you go right to it.
And you can use save states in MAME to try what works in these patterns and what doesn't. And if you get to a point where something doesn't work, you can just load a save state and resume where you left off to try a different path in the pattern to optimize the patterns. So yeah, that's exciting stuff.
I think Dwayne's just getting warmed up here. Yeah. Yeah, he had a long drive, so we'll cut him some slack.
Well, I guess they had a problem with it wasn't on continuous or something. They had to reset something.
Yeah, there was an issue with the machine, so it's probably a good thing that he was having some trouble at first. They were able to find the problem before he put in too much time on it. Seems like Dawn is in a rhythm here. And Tim was just going for speed, correct? Tim Balderonis. Okay. Right, yeah, that's for people who may have just tuned in.
So how long do you think it'll take him to get to the full screen for speed?
Well, you still have to run through the 9th key. It's going to take a good 4 hours from the game start, I'm guessing. I think the world record is something like 3.5 for David Race.
Yes.
So depending on which pattern he uses for his 9th key, it's going to be, I don't know how far we're into it, but it'll be another 3 or so hours before he gets to the split screen.
Have you studied explain at all the parking spot? Can you tell us about that at all?
Yeah, I know a little bit about that. It's not something I'd looked at extensively, but it's funny, I was just telling my son about this. I have a 6-year-old son, and I told him I was coming to this, and before I left, he asked to play Pac-Man. So I loaded it up in MAME and let him play a bit. I put it on invincibility mode, because he's not quite there yet. But I showed him the parking spot, and he's like, well, how does that happen? And part of the answer is that there's 2 spaces in the maze where the ghosts can't go up. One of them is immediately right above the ghost house. Those passageways above the ghost house, the ghosts are not allowed to go up there. The exception is when they're blue from an energizer. Then they can go anywhere. But when they're chasing you, they can't go up in that area. And they also can't go up in the area right above where Pac-Man starts the maze. So they're not allowed to go up in those areas. And it's interesting. I'm not sure why the programmers made it that way exactly. It obviously makes the game a little bit easier if they can't do that. But
I don't think it's indefinitely, right? Something switches around. You can't just stay there forever.
Well, yeah. When you go to the so-called parking spot, you can go there, and if the ghosts are in a certain position in the maze, since they can't go up there, like for example, if they're all below you or something, they will stay below you and not be able to capture you up there. Now, if they somehow get above you, they can attack you from the right side. So you have to be kind of careful. And this also ties into the idea of the reversals that occur in the game. And I was explaining this to my son as well. There's what's called scatter mode. So, and it's interesting, the designers of the game, or the designer of the game, I forget his name off the top of my head, McNamara or something. When he was designing the game, he figured out that it wasn't good to have the ghosts always be chasing you. It was too hectic. So he programmed into it the scatter mode. So basically the ghosts chase you for a while, and then at a certain point, I think it's based on a timer, they scatter. In other words, they go to their corners. The red guy goes to the top right, Pinky goes to the top left, and so on. So there's these scatter modes that occur on timers. So if you're at a parking spot and then the ghosts go into a scatter mode, they could potentially then come and get you. So there's only a certain number of scatter modes per level. And this is one of the things I found out when I was looking at the game code, that there's actually a scatter mode many minutes into the level. Like there's a few at the beginning, like every 30 seconds. But then after 5 or so minutes, there's another one that occurs. So you have to be careful that if you're going to park it for a long, long time, you have to make sure that all of those scatter modes are finished, or else you could conceivably get caught. Unless there's something I don't know. Maybe it's possible that there's something I don't know, but that's essentially it.
Can you mention about the ghosts' different behaviors? Like some ghosts seem smarter than others.
Oh yeah, that's something I've looked at too. The way that the ghosts are programmed to come after you. All right, so let's start with Speedy. Right, that's the red one. Is that his name? Speedy is targeting your position exactly. So he's always. If he seems like he's always right on your tail, that's because he is programmed to always come after you in the shortest distance possible. One of the interesting things about the Pac-Man Ghost is that they're not allowed to, except for the scatter modes where they do reverse their direction, and when you obviously eat an energizer, they reverse direction. But when they're chasing you, they're not allowed to turn around. And
One-way movement.
yeah, they can only, they come to an intersection, and when they get to an intersection, they have to decide which way to turn at the intersection. And when they're almost at the intersection, actually when they're one tile away from it, that's when they make their decision where they're going to turn next. And it's interesting because, their eyes will turn to face the direction that they're about to move. So, a very quick looking player can see ahead of time which way they're going to turn. But the expert players actually know the way that the ghosts move anyway, and they're going to know which way they go. So anyway, Blinky, I think is his name. It's not Speedy, it's Blinky. Blinky is a red one. He targets your exact tile, and he's always going to be looking for you exactly. So Inky, not Inky, but I'm getting the guy's names confused now. The pink one. What's the pink one's name? Blinky. Maybe the guys in the chat. No, anyway, the pink ghost, what he targets is Yeah, Clyde is the orange one, and Inky is the blue one. Anyway, the pink one, he targets 2 squares ahead of you. Okay, so he's one you can actually fool. So if you're coming to like an intersection and Pinky is coming toward you, you can fake him out by pointing Pac-Man in a certain direction, and he can conceivably turn away from you because he's targeting not you but 2 squares in front of you. But there is, and as I discovered and was actually known before, a bug in that algorithm for Pinky's targeting. Pinky, I want to call him. That's right, Pinky. Pinky, thank you guys in the chat. So there's a bug in this algorithm where if Pac-Man is facing up, he doesn't target 2 squares up from Pac-Man, but he actually targets 2 squares up and 2 squares to the left. And that's because of a bug in the way the program code was written for that. And I have that analyzed on my website as well, something I know about. So anyway, usually Pinky is targeting 2 squares in front of you. Next is Inky. Inky has of all the ghosts, the blue one. Yeah, he has actually the most interesting algorithm for targeting, and that is that it actually triangulates between Blinky's position and Pac-Man's position, and what it does is it takes the position of Blinky, which is the red ghost, and it basically, if you draw a line from Blinky to Pac-Man, and then continue that line for like a few squares, that's going to be Inky's target. So Inky actually is going to kind of ambush you a lot of times because Blinky is a lot of times right behind you. And so Inky is going to be targeting essentially in front of you, but not necessarily exactly. It depends on the triangulation. It's a very interesting algorithm. But Blinky's targeting also has this similar bug to Inky's, and that is that instead of, it's like 1 square in front of this position that's computed, and when you're facing up, it's also 1 square to the left, so it's slightly also buggy. And then the last one is Clyde. So Clyde is the orange ghost, and his targeting is this. Actually, he has 2 modes. One is when he's far away from Pac-Man, and another mode is when he's close to Pac-Man. And he determines his distance by using the Pythagorean theorem to compute his average distance or something. But when he's far away from Pac-Man, he actually uses the same targeting that Blinky does, the red ghost. So he tries to target Pac-Man's actual position when he's far away from Pac-Man. However, when he gets close to Pac-Man, and I forget the distance, it's like, I don't know, 8 tiles or something. When he gets close to Pac-Man, he then actually targets the bottom left corner. He actually runs away. Now, he can be dangerous if you're in the bottom left corner, because when you get close to him, he's going to be still targeting your general area, and he's not going to run away from you like he will in other areas. So it was very interesting. I saw something a few years ago where I think it was the designer of Pac-Man was talking about the algorithms, and he actually said that Clyde's targeting was random, which is totally not true. Right. It's not random. There's 2 modes. There's chasing Pac-Man and then running to the bottom left corner. So yeah, these guys that play Pac-Man professionally, like the ones that are playing now, they know all this, and they know exactly how these ghosts target and where. And it's very interesting. They can group them in particular ways, like they're doing in some of these games, like Abner and some of the other players here are doing that. Well, from right now, probably less than 4. Yeah, because we're already, an hour in, something? I don't know. And again, it depends on which. It looks like Tim is running the fastest here. So Tim will be the first one to get there. I'm looking. That's right. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, so it looks like, Tim is on the ninth key here, or past it. So he's using a ninth key pattern. And he's using one that, this is very similar to the one that I learned when I can tell by the beginning of it, this is similar to the one that I learned back in the day.
So I guess he's in trouble if he comes up a pattern. He's gonna have to scramble.
He would be in trouble, but he's an expert player, and I doubt that he's going to come off the pattern. He can run this pattern, and he's going to have to for the next 3 hours or so. It is. It's grueling. I've never done it. Again, back in the day, I got to the 20th or 30th key perhaps before I broke the pattern and died. So I've never done it, but it's.
You have to keep it in your head what level you're on because it doesn't show the level. There's no number.
That's right. Without someone keeping track for you, or some other. Maybe you have to count in your head. I don't know what these guys are doing. Yeah, you would have to manually keep track of that because it just shows the same at the bottom. There's no way to really know that.
Except for maybe by your score.
That's right. You could. Yeah, if you're doing a perfect game, you could also tell by your score. Perhaps an expert player would be able to do that.
Know there was a kill screen, so I would just stop the game. But I was not getting perfect ghost scores. I wasn't getting 1600s on all of them, to be perfectly
So when you
clear.
get a million, is there a rollover or does it have that extra digit?
I remember it rolling over. I haven't done it since probably the early
I believe it rolls
80s.
over at $1 million, yeah.
Yeah, early 80s, but it's hard. I did it so many times.
What is your score that you
999.
Well, it rolls back to 0.
So when you put in your,
Yeah.
There's no high score though. It's not.
There's no high score
so
table.
Just show
or something.
999 something.
Yeah, I think 999.
That's right. The high score will remain at whatever it was before. Depends on what you ate right before. If it was a dot, then it'll be all 9s.
Yeah.
But if it was a fruit, if it was a key, for example, if you happen to hit that, I don't know. If you're doing a perfect game, there must be a known thing for that, but I don't know what it is offhand.
So they need a bug fix. So you've got an extra digit. So so people can follow along and know
Right.
where you're at.
Well, the nice thing is with the kill screen, you're going to know where someone is eventually. Like they could say they have 3 million, but you're going to find out shortly whether they really have 3 million. It's like some other games where you say you turned it over 6 times. Well, now we're going to see today something a little different, but the traditional Pac-Man was, you couldn't get more than, what was it, a little over 3 million.
Yeah. 3.3 or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
Oh yeah. Grouping them all.
Yeah, Dwayne missed one earlier that I saw. Yeah, he missed the 4th ghost, blue ghost. But he's regrouped. He's doing all right. Looks like everyone has all their lives here. Okay. And the Tim and Abner have almost identical scores again. It's kind of surreal. Yeah. Nice.
I think Tim's going to start to pull away because he's on the keys now. He's going to be getting 10,000 per board, and his pattern is going to keep him going faster as well. So he'll start to pull away a bit. Yeah.
It's 5,000 points. Right?
Yeah, but it's random. It's not always going to come out.
Yeah, you might get a cherry. You might get anything.
Well, if he gets that many bananas, we may be watching a world record if he gets that many bananas. Yeah, it's a different animal. No pun intended. Sorry about that. Yeah. How about a zookeeper marathon? I wish.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Is their sounds turned off? We can hear their games? Oh, okay. Okay. Do you have a count on how many people are watching this? Can you check it? Is it possible? Yeah.
I think more people may show up when it gets closer to the kill screen.
Oh wow.
Right, so if you talk, like start saying something, then you hear what it sounds like when you're narrating over this. It's really cool. Who do you think is having the best games?
I'm not sure if Don has a perfect game going or not. I mean, maybe one of the bloggers could let us know, because we're watching so many things at once here. We have 4 games here. We have the blog there. We have a blog over there. We have a monitor here. Another monitor over there. So
they're all playing.
That's what it sounds like when you narrate over. Right? It sounds like really cool. Yeah. That's why you guys just keep talking to each other.
So is Abner at 3+1, or he could have been at 5+1? I don't know what the settings are, but I guess you know what I mean for the lives starting out.
It doesn't matter on Ms. Pac-Man, because once you get to the kill screen, it resets. No matter how many lives you have left. So you have a little bit of leeway there. You can actually die.
So it's not like Pac-Man where you redo those dots.
That's right. Well, the kill screen is actually a reset, typically.
So
the
you
game
lose your
just
score, you lose
yeah,
everything.
it's like if you weren't video recording it, you're gonna have a hard time knowing even what your score was before the reset occurred.
So on Ms. Pac-Man, if the kill screen you instantly die,
It just
or
resets the game.
Instantly reset. Then
Yeah.
wouldn't you want to die 3 times right before the kill screen and get extra points?
You can't get extra points.
I mean, before the screen before the kill
So
screen.
what would you do to get extra points?
Well, it's, oh, you're right. It doesn't regenerate.
There's
Yeah,
nothing
you're
to
right.
regenerate.
Yeah.
There's nothing you
You're
can
right.
do there.
So if the resets, then you get a 0 score.
It just resets the game. It's like you press the reset button on it, and it does
So
its
you
thing.
want to die before it resets so you can see your score.
Well, you got to record it, or you got to be watching very carefully to see what your score is before it resets. I mean, the only way to really do it, in my opinion, is to record the game. Watch later. You see exactly what your score was before it reset, or because it resets on a particular level. If you're certain what level you're on, you can just make a note of your score before you get to that kill screen. Now, Ms. Pac-Man is a very weird beast as far as their kill screens go, and it just does very, very weird things when you get to it. I've heard stories about people actually getting playable boards that you can actually play on before it resets a few boards later.
You want to go through that real quick? Like there's different weird boards that happen.
Yeah, you get like upside down boards and other weird things. I don't know that much about it actually. I'm just trying to remember what I've heard about it.
There's up to 8 boards.
Yeah, that's right. There's up to I think like 7 or 8 or something number of boards you can get before you get to one that's going to reset for sure.
So that's going to be a random thing. What's going to kill you and what's not?
There is some randomness there, I believe, and since I don't have an actual Ms. Pac-Man game, I've only been able to play on MAME. But on MAME, when I was looking at this in MAME, I was just using Rack Advance, basically, and then the fast forward to get to it very
For
quickly.
those who don't have Rack Advance, how does that work? Do you hit a dip switch in the back?
Yeah, there's a dip switch inside the game that will automatically advance the level
You have to
from
keep
where
hitting
you
it,
are.
or just one time, or?
You can leave it on, and it'll just keep going until you turn it off. Yeah,
How
and
long does it take to get to the 256 on Rack Advance? A couple minutes, or?
yeah, it's a few minutes on a regular Ms. Pac-Man game. It takes several seconds per board. So I don't know exactly what it is, but it's a few minutes, I believe.
Why do you think the programmers left that in?
Well, they probably didn't even know about it, to be honest. Ms. Pac-Man is extremely difficult. And they probably never even got that high to even test it, to see that there was a kill screen. Or if they did, they left it in intentionally, I don't know. Something they probably could have tested for, given they have Rack Advance. They could have racked it up to these higher levels to see what happens. But they didn't. Or they left it in as the way it is, I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry if we already covered this, but on Ms. Pac-Man, the kill screen is a different board.
Yeah, that's right.
Correct?
It's an earlier board.
Like it's 130. I mean, watching Billy and Chris play was it around 133 or 130? I can't remember, but it was much earlier than the Pac-Man one.
It is much earlier.
Yeah.
142 board at one time.
Oh, 142. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's level 137
Okay.
is when it starts to get weird. And I've forgotten exactly which one it is. Yeah, it's a different problem than Pac-Man has. As I was explaining earlier, the problem lies in a subroutine which draws slowdown bits for the tunnels. And at a high level, it goes nuts because of a programming bug. It was coded wrong, and so it starts to the subroutine goes haywire. It overwrites bits in a whole bunch of areas of RAM, which just cause weird things to happen. And hence the kill screen in Ms. Pac.
It was the guy on the right on middle camera.
The guy on the right, Jack Gale.
Jack Gale.
Yeah,
You introduced yourself, I forgot.
It starts
Yeah.
off with the legend of.
Yeah, I wish.
So you were,
Yeah,
you
no,
were
I-
a legendary gamer from the 80s. You went to what is it called,
Captain Video Arcade in January of '85. Yeah,
Oh, that was my arcade.
the original.
That's
Yeah.
where I played.
Explain
Yeah.
why you were there, what that event was about.
It was the third annual Twin Galaxies Coronation Day Player of the Year tournament.
You had to be invited.
Yeah, it was invitation only. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Actually, Dwayne was there. Dwayne Richards was there.
Do you remember what games there were that you had to play?
It was Karate Champ, Cheyenne Mad Crasher, and Return of the Jedi.
How did
Yeah.
you do?
I actually, it was interesting because most of those games were pretty new. Karate Champ had been out a few months. A lot of us hadn't seen some of the other games before we arrived at the tournament. And Walter asked us before we flew out there just what our scores were on the games, just to get an idea of where everyone stood. And I basically told him, well, I never played this one. This one I haven't played. And like Cheyenne, I think I played for a week or so. And I found a Return of the Jedi a few days before I left, so I played that for 2 days. But Karate Champ, I had a few months. And so I just went crazy on Karate Champ. And on one player, I finished it. But no one else had done that before. So when I arrived in LA and introduced myself to Walter, I'd spoken to him on the phone previously, the previous year, at another tournament, the 84 Masters tournament. But I'd never met him in person. So I introduced myself. He said hi, and the next words out of his mouth were, I don't believe you can finish Karate Champ.
Oh, really?
Basically, no, you can't do it. you can't do it.
So you had a strategy.
Yeah. It was to be basically not go crazy and cowboy it on offense. Use some defense and then move in for the kill. And I was able, with the cameras on me and everything. I waited actually till the final day. It was a 2-day tournament. I waited till like the last hour, roughly, of the second day of the tournament to play my game to finish it, because I thought it would be. That's when the camera's there. I thought it would be more dramatic. It was kind of nerve-wracking because if I messed up, I didn't have time to play another game.
No.
So,
You
but
guys aren't hungry right now. You hungry
it's
right
fine.
I can eat.
now? Do you want us to order? Jen's gonna make sure you guys get food.
Yeah, I can eat.
Okay, look, I'm okay.
Hot dogs, pizza, Pizza Hut.
What do you prefer, hot dogs or pizza?
I'm okay.
I'm not really hungry, but when it comes time, pizza would be better than hot dogs, I think.
Pizza?
Yeah, I do.
I don't know.
Yeah, just order it. Yeah, we'll have it. We'll have it. Like pepperoni? What do you like?
Pepperoni's good with me.
Yeah, I'm okay. Whatever you guys want. I probably just have one
Are you
slice.
vegetarian?
Yeah, but
Maybe get one cheese one. Maybe a pepperoni and a cheese.
No, but I'll only have like one slice, 1 or 2 pieces. So don't worry about me. I'm okay. Or maybe get half or quarter, whatever. I'm easy. It's no problem. Not usually. Yeah, that's fine. All right, thanks a lot. Yeah.
All right, so there's a question on the chat. It's asking if Hodges can explain the Galaga glitch.
Yeah.
So yeah, sure. And by the way, I'm in the middle of the screen here, those of you watching. So Don Hodges here. Yeah, the Galaga. So just a little bit of background on Galaga. There's a glitch in the game where if you like on the very first I think you can do it on any level, but it's easiest to do it on the very first level of Galaga. If you shoot all the enemies except for the bugs in the lower left corner, actually I think you can use either or both of the bugs in the very left column. I think they're blue. Yeah, and I think first time I did, I just used one bug from the bottom left corner, but I think either one in that column will work. Anyway, you shoot off all the bugs except for those two, or the one on the bottom left, either one or two. I think it goes faster if you leave two on the board, but it's a little more dangerous. Anyway, then you let them fly around for like 10 or 15 minutes.
So they just keep on dropping, and you just let them keep going.
Yep, you let them fly around, you avoid their shots for a period of time, 10, 15 minutes. Eventually, they stop shooting. And when that happens, then you shoot them. And for the whole rest of the game, the aliens, the bugs don't shoot at you anymore, which makes the game extremely easy, in my opinion. And I did that. I was able to get to this kill screen on Galaga.
How long did it take you to figure that out, or did someone tell you?
I read it in a magazine, one of these electronic video game magazines, and for the life of me, I can't figure out who figured that out.
Right.
Who was going to do that? Who's going to leave the bottom left, bug on there for 10 minutes and let them fly around? And I mean, how that was figured out is beyond me. But I think the chat guys want to know why that happens. So, and this is something I didn't look at directly. Someone else did it before me, and as I was saying earlier, this is what kind of this activity got me into this whole thing. What happens is that when the bugs are coming down to attack you, they shoot their missiles at you. Well, it just so happens that if they shoot their missile while they're on the very left side of the screen, they're in like this column 0, as it's called, I think. If they shoot when they're on column 0, then that shot kind of basically there's I think a maximum of 8 positions in memory for these shots to be used. And whenever one is shot from column 0, a shot gets taken out of that slot, but it doesn't get put back in due to a programming bug. So if the bugs fly around long enough, they're going to shoot up all 8 of those slots, and they don't get regenerated when they're shot on column 0. So eventually, there's just no way for them to shoot anymore at you because all the shots in the memory have been used up, and there's just no way for them to get used because there's a bug in the program which causes it to not regenerate those shots when they're shot on column 0. So that's the easy explanation of that. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Have you tested the anniversary games at all? The 20th anniversary game that they brought out, the 25th anniversary. Like one of them, I think it's you can hold down the button and it's like a rapid fire.
Yeah.
Making it, I think, a little bit possibly easier to play. Or have you ever studied those?
Not really. As far as I know, those anniversary editions are using the exact same code. But there's been some modifications, for example, allowing extended games to occur. And there's also this rapid fire thing as well has been put in. But aside from the changes they made deliberately, I don't think there's any other major changes in that.
What do you think about emulation versus original? You compare them against each other for their scores. Some people say emulation's easier, some say it's harder. But what is your opinion?
Well, if the emulator is doing its job, then it's going to be the same. The difference is with the controls. You know, if you have an actual arcade cabinet-style joystick and buttons, then you're going to get a pretty close approximation to the arcade. If you're using the keyboard to control the game, then that's a little bit different.
So would a person have an advantage to using the keyboard?
It's hard to say. They might. But it's only a question of fatigue, I think. And I actually think a joystick would probably be easier than using a keyboard. That's my opinion, but I don't marathon these games, so I don't really know. So what says Don Hodges should examine the point calculation bug on the challenge stages. I'm not aware of that. Is there a
bug?
Somebody's saying there's a point calculation bug on the challenge stages. Can someone explain that to me? Because I'm not aware of that. I'll try to watch the chat to see if there's something more about that.
Still have all their men, all their lives, it looks like?
Yeah, it looks like they've settled into a pretty nice groove here.
See, 10 score is getting a lot higher than Abner's.
Oh, as predicted, yeah. Yeah, that's...
So which game was more popular, Pac-Man or Miss Pac-Man?
I don't know. They were both very popular. As far as which one was more popular, I couldn't say. Maybe someone else knows on the chat. So the guy at Zaz Kag is saying you get 300 instead of 400 when you kill the final Galaga boss enemy. Requires 2 shots. 300 instead of 400. Okay, Zaz Kag, I'll see if I can remember that and look into it. If you go to my website and email me, you could email me the details of that, and I'll be sure to look at it if you email it to me. That way I'll remember, and I'll know what to look for. My website is donhodges.com. Or you can find me on Facebook, Donald B. Hodges.
How long have you been programming for?
Well, I learned programming when I was in 6th grade. I would have been about 12 years old, about 1982. I remember my elementary school took me to a either junior high or a high school one Saturday morning, and they taught us how to program in BASIC, and I got hooked. So shortly after, I got a Commodore VIC-20, and then I got a Commodore 64, and I did a lot of programming on the Commodore 64. Actually, you know, it's funny, I actually wrote a port of Pac-Man for the VIC-20 that I played, but I only made Pac-Man move around and the maze, but I didn't make any ghosts. I got lazy and didn't program ghosts that would chase you. So I did a lot of hacking on the Commodore 64, and I did some programming on it. I actually ported Tetris to the Commodore 64 using BASIC and some assembly language. So I learned assembly language on the Commodore 64, which helps a lot because the assembly language from a 6502 CPU is actually quite similar to the Z80, which a lot of these games use. And then I majored in computer science in college and learned other languages there. I don't really do it much anymore, except to do these game analyses, which I haven't done a whole lot of lately. There hasn't been a big need. I think a lot of the ones that I've been curious about I've already gotten into.
Well, Paul, did you ever have any interest in Pac-Man or Ms. Pac-Man, just casually, or
Just for fun.
did you ever try to learn the patterns at all, or anything like that?
No, I don't play the pattern games.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah. So, speaking of patterns, what was the longest you played a game?
I had a habit of not timing myself. I just kind of roughly, I'd look at the clock and just, I probably played between 10 and 15 hours, over 100 times, the various games. Nothing since the 80s.
Yeah.
Let me clarify that. Probably the one I marathoned the most was Gauntlet.
So, Gauntlet one player?
Yeah, Gauntlet one player. To the best of my knowledge, I was the first person to marathon Gauntlet, although a lot of people think they're the first person to marathon.
If you run out of food, you're done,
right? Right, yeah, because you have to be, try not to get hit by anything. And when the game first came out, everyone was cowboying everything and just running in wild and on Gauntlet. And I actually would just sit there and try to not get hit by anything, and people thought I was crazy. The clock's ticking, the clock's ticking. But and I called around. I was calling people I knew in Canada and California, and no one believed that I could marathon Gauntlet. They said, no, you're not starting at 600 health. You're, whatever. So maybe I was. I don't know. But
so Elf was your character?
I started with the wizard, and then when I got, I wanted to get better, improve, go faster, I used the elf. Because you can go fast. The elf, of course, is quicker, but the wizard is easy. In my opinion, the wizard's the easiest one to marathon with. But the elf, it takes a little more skill, but it's a quicker 10 million, or can't remember the exact scores. But
you ever get caught? What was the black guy called? The black one who's
Death.
Death. You ever got caught by Death? 3 or 4 deaths come and trap you?
I don't even. I hate to admit it, but I don't even remember that much detail. I haven't played it since. Yeah, it's just. You'd build up so much health that, I mean, it was kind of. You could almost, you're not supposed to take more than 5 minutes an hour, by tournament rules, or Guinness rules of a break.
All the stages, were there 99 stages?
Yeah, I can't remember all the details
and then they
now,
reverse or something.
But they would be. I think the first 8 or so were the same, and then it became random. And if you got enough difficult random ones at first, it was a lot more challenging to get through. That's what I remember. But there were a lot of games. When I got the Tapper record, I didn't time the game, but I estimated it by asking people around the arcade that it was. I got 5 million. It was about, we're guessing, 8.5 hours. But Tapper's kind of a hectic game to play. Some guys got. Then someone beat my score with 9 million. It may have been Mike Ward, who was actually sponsored by Budweiser at the time. And then, I'm sorry I don't remember all the names. Then someone else beat him. Yes, I know that name. Yeah. I know the name. Yeah.
Early 80s, you probably played then.
Yeah, to play Tapper up to 9 million, that's just, it must just, your eyes, because we were playing late last night. We were playing, not Tapper, but other games, and my eyes are still kind of blurry from that. So, I mean, to play Tapper for For playing asteroid, I played marathons on asteroids, and that for some reason that would just get my wrist. My wrist would lock up.
How many hours did you play?
I don't remember, honestly, but you could build up without, sitting there shooting spaceships, shooting rocks, just finishing the rocks, immediately getting the next board, the asteroids. Not just sitting there picking off ships. That was too easy. But I don't know. I was never at world. I never went for the marathon world record on that game. But I admire the people who have, because that's pretty rough on the body. I mean, wow.
You ever played Asteroids Deluxe?
I did, but I just never got into it like asteroids.
It's too hard.
Tough game.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's more like some follow-ups games I like better, like Stargate. I really like.
Yeah.
Defender was another one I could play for a while. Of course, that one you stop getting extra ships after a while. But yeah.
Have you played Robotron?
Yeah, Robotron I could marathon. Actually, Dwayne and Abner were playing Robotron last night, and it looked like they could have played a lot longer than they did, but they may have just stopped. I tried playing Robotron. I'm not near the level I was back in the 80s, because I haven't been playing it. But those guys look like they're still in top form or near top form.
Yeah, Abner had the world record, I believe, in 2005.
Oh, really? On Robotron?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long that held, but
Was that the marathon record, or was that the 5 life record?
800 and something thousand points.
Oh, that was probably on, I would guess, what's it, 5 lives or something?
5 lives.
Because otherwise you can just keep playing and playing. That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah, he looked pretty good last night on Robotron. So did Dwayne. Give them both credit. You're looking good. And Joust was another one. Play a while. Play for a long time.
Pterodactyl trick.
Oh, the pterodactyl trick. Yeah, that was that. Yeah, that we do that for kicks sometimes. Sometimes we'd play a legitimate game. Sometimes we just do that for kicks. But yeah, I did the pterodactyl trick and got what was the high score? 9,999,000, something like that. Yeah, just because someone else was trying to do it, so I had to beat them to it. So.
I think you can, highest score table, you can put like a whole sentence or something.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's kind of dangerous for arcades because what's going to be. Stargate was that way.
Yeah.
I believe. Stargate, you could have more than 3 letters.
Oh.
Any more than 3 letters, you're asking for trouble.
Something can happen.
But yeah. Oh yeah, there's a lot of them from back in the day. I mean, there were games. I remember Tron was another one. I'd play a lot, and there was a secret spot you could rest in Tron. They could put your character.
Right, in the maze one,
the
right?
maze one,
If you get the recognizers. And they don't shoot at you, so you could hide in the corner.
Right, and that wasn't for any competition score or anything. That was just you're just playing casually. Kind of like Gauntlet. And you could build up so much health, you could walk away for an hour or so and come back. But we were just doing that. Those were just games for fun.
Yeah.
And trying to think of. Cubert's Cubes is actually a game. I said.
That's the sequel, right? To Cubert.
Cubert. I really liked.
Warren Davis. He
Yeah.
made that one.
Warren Davis and Doris Self, the late Doris Self, if you remember. She was a great Cubert player.
One of the few women to have a world record back in the 80s.
Yeah. I had the privilege of meeting her. She's from South Florida.
Oh.
And
she was trying to get back into shape,
Yeah.
later on in life. That was interesting.
Yeah. She was a great person. She was a nice person to be around.
Even I think she flew to London for a competition.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. She was popular. Yeah, she was. You didn't think of her as being but she was older in age, but she was just energetic and the life of the party.
Sure.
She was great. So Cubert. So anyway, I talk about Cubert's Cubes. I was at the original Grand Prix Racerama in Fort Lauderdale years ago, in the probably mid '80s, and I started a game of Cubert's Cubes, and I believe it was late morning, and Steve Harris was there. He was watching me for a few hours, and then he left, and I was playing, I was right by the doors, the main doors. I was just playing and playing, not really thinking much about it. And this place got thousands of people on a Saturday night, which was Saturday. So the crowds would ebb and flow, and it was light, it was getting dark, and then it was getting noisy, and I'm thinking, I didn't know what time it was. I wasn't really paying attention. Then Steve came back in the evening, and I was still playing at the same game. And this is an arcade that had thousands of games. So this one just happened to be right by the door, which was like the Grand Central Station. So Steve said, "Is this the same game?" And my score was way up there. So he ended up watching the rest of my game, and I ended up quitting. I tried to get all ones. It was like 11,111,000. But I messed up. It was like 130 or something like that.
How many hours were approximately?
I started. What I remember was late morning, and I ended. It was, I think, 1 or 2 in the morning. I may be an hour or two off there, but anyway, somehow the score never got. It's one of those scores that never made it through the process.
Right.
It was submitted and went in, but didn't get. But
Was it on one of the Guinness contests, or was it?
no, it wasn't. It was just it was just a regular day at Grand Prix Race-A-Rama. Yeah, it was. But the score, I never got full credit for it. But the fact that Steve Harris saw the score was kind of satisfying to me, because at least it's verified. So, but yeah, that was quite a marathon. It's easier to marathon a game when there's lots of people and lots of energy, and
yeah.
people flowing in and out, rather than just being, that was probably the strangest marathon game I ever played, just because of the thousands of people walking in and out. And this was a 24-hour arcade.
Wow.
So.
Really good marathon.
Yeah.
Leaving.
Yeah, and people were actually bumping into me, because I was near the door, and then I had a crowd watching me, and once the crowd formed, then people weren't bumping into me anymore, because the crowd watching me kind of formed a wall.
They did.
Yeah, so it was kind of nice then. I didn't have to, but I was really hungry, and then you get to the point where if you go too long without eating, you just can't eat. You kind of get a stomach ache, and you just don't want to eat. And you just you just play. You just need water or something, and that was one of those. That's the price we pay for playing. Like these guys here, they're not thinking about anything other than playing the game. They don't care if they eat, drink.
Well, it's harder for these guys. They're older now, right? You're talking about the 80s.
You know what?
Right?
Yeah. We're talking. I don't know. Yeah, my first Guinness record, I was 18. Probably the first record I set, I may have been 15. But those were records that never made it through, never got fully. I didn't get credit for it, basically. Yeah. But nothing was going to stop me. See, a lot of people they get discouraged, and they submit records and they don't get recognized. They don't go all the way through the process and make it into magazine or book. But I love playing so much that I just kept playing, and nothing was going to stop me. I just wanted to play games. I wanted to get my initials on all the games in the arcade, which of course I didn't do. But
did you have competition? Some competition?
Oh yeah, and that was really helpful because, for example, Missile Command. Missile Command came out when I think I was 12 or 13 years old, and I was better than everyone, I thought. And then this guy came in who was about 27 years old, and he was better than me, and it made me better.
Right.
I never caught him. But and I was convincing him to submit his scores.
You knew who he was. You seen him come in?
Oh yeah. Really, really, really good player, and he knew me. But it was funny because he was this grown guy, big guy, and I'm this. When I was 12 years old, I was about 4'9".
Yeah.
So, and I'm 5'9" now. So, and this big track ball and everything, and people were wondering, how do you play that? You're just a little kid.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it actually helps to have someone better than you. I would think that, say, Billy watching this, he sees these other people playing Pac-Man. It's going to make him want to play. Otherwise, it's like, okay, I've been there, I've done that. It's a goal, I've already accomplished. Like my Zookeeper score. I had the Zookeeper record for about 17 or 18 years, and it finally got beaten, and it made me think about playing again. And I played it on. Then I don't have any machines at home, so I played it on MAME, which is a very useful thing to have. I played for maybe a week or two and then quit. But then this resurgence in interest in Zookeeper, just in the last, I don't know, year or so, it seems, has got me more interested. So now I've started playing a bit more again. So something like this, you never know. And Ms. Pac-Man, I mean.
Well, speaking of Zookeeper, it's all about the big jumps, right?
It's about the big jumps are critical, but consistency is critical, because you're not going to get the record without consistency. You have to be consistent. Let the jumps come, but you have to be consistent. If you're consistent enough and can play long enough, the jumps will come. But if you focus too much on jumps, that's the trap. That'll end a good game. Yeah. Of course, it's easier said than done.
Right.
But that at least that's my 2 cents. That would be my advice to anyone.
Right.
And there's been some great players. Greg Bond, the Crams, they came along, did fantastic job.
That's the Fun Spot crew.
Crew. They came up with their own strategies.
Yeah.
I spoke to Greg a bunch of times back, maybe 03, I guess, around then, about
Did you get Mappy, or which did he play Mappy?
I think he's Mappy. That one I'm not as familiar.
Yeah.
But Zookeeper, he's a superb Zookeeper player. Yeah, and they came up with their own strategy, their own way of playing, and they were getting close to my record. And I told them, keep playing, you're going to get the record. Just keep playing, you're going to get it. And sure enough, someone got it. And now you have, my score was 20 million. Someone, I believe, got 23, and then there was a low 30s, and now there's a low 60s. Someone, and I believe there was a 30 million point jump.
Right.
In that game. The highest jump I've ever gotten on Zookeeper is 4 million points. Last night I played, I got a 2 million. I got a few millions in I played maybe 90 minutes worth of Zookeeper. I've never gotten more than a 4 million. Eventually, I'm sure it'll come if I play enough, but as you brought up, it's the jumps. You can't focus on the jumps. You have to focus on longevity and being consistent, and you will get, you will get the jumps.
Now this game is, they figured out a way to make it like a marathon track. What do you think about that, where you can get past the split screen?
I think it's a good option to have. I think you should keep both. You have the original traditional style. The purists, of course, are going to hate this. But because we know that it's already been done and it's limited, and there's no other way to improve the score with the traditional Pac-Man, create something else for fun.
I think it may renew the interest in the game.
It can't hurt. It can't hurt. And some people don't like marathons. That's fine. This, I guess, would be more of a marathon sort of deal, but at least have that option, for the people who want to play. Just to stay focused long enough to marathon this game, that's a challenge in and of itself.
I'm wondering what happens if there are hand cramps up. You just have to bear it?
Well, they have a better ninth key pattern than I had.
Yeah.
I had to have my own. I had to be creative and have my own pattern.
Yeah.
And it wasn't conducive to a marathon.
Okay.
They'll last longer. However, if you're just too slow turning a corner, that's it. I mean, that could be it.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can't make one single mistake on your pattern.
Right, and you don't want to make the mistake I made years ago in that competition where I missed out winning an arcade game. It was for someone who just tuned in. There was a competition at a skating rink where they gave away an arcade game to the winner on a Pac-Man machine, and I was a heavy favorite, but I lost the competition because the night before I practiced too much, and the day of the competition my wrist was shot. And I couldn't make the turns that I needed to make. So, I would say if you're going to play Pac-Man for the marathon record, if that were possible, you would have to probably really take it easy for at least a week before the actual competition.
Well, potentially that's what this event is. I mean, if you can get past the split screen, and if you can keep your pattern, you can play forever. I mean,
right.
Until you can't play anymore.
Right. So if that's the case, it's going to come down to conditioning. I mean, you're going to have people who have the capability of, executing the patterns, getting to a regular kill screen, which is no small feat. But do they have the conditioning to? It's like running a marathon.
Yeah.
You could run a 5,000 meter race, or you could run a marathon. There's no shame in running a marathon. Why should there be any shame in running, marathoning a Pac-Man? Again, the purists are going to hate it, which is fine. But I mean, that's just one way of looking at it. But we're going to find out who's in the best condition. Tonight. Yeah. Let's see what we got here.
Looks like Tim will be breaking 1 million before too much longer.
Yeah.
And based on Abner's score, he's probably about halfway to the kill screen. I'm going to guess. Don Hayes, I think, is going for a perfect score.
Yeah.
I'm not certain. I can't watch him the whole time.
Right. Maybe someone could write in if he missed anything. We know that Dwayne missed. I know he missed at least 1,600 points on a Blue Ghost earlier, but
yeah, I know Dwayne's actually missed a few ghosts. I saw him miss some earlier.
Oh, but if it's a marathon, that brings up a whole new issue now too. If you could marathon Pac-Man, is there any need to group the monsters or just do what say Tim's doing here and go for speed?
Right. Do you go for?
Because look at the time they've spent playing already, and look at the scores.
Well, Tim's got the big score.
Right. So if you're marathoning and you're running out of gas, or your arm's about to fall off, you're going to want as many points as fast as possible, I would think.
Right. So when scores are tracked, that's all that matters. Time doesn't matter. It's based on the score. So the highest score wins. So of course you're going to pick the way that gives you the highest score the fastest.
Right. Right. Yeah. So then you get into the argument of it takes skill to group the monsters and get the 1,600 every time. So if you take that away, people might argue that it's making Pac-Man a bit of a lower skill game. So maybe, well, I don't know. We come up with someone will have to come up with some rules to keep it legit.
It'll just be a different track,
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they can be a marathon record for just straight marathon, and then another record for the perfect score.
Yeah, well,
marathon.
that's basically what they're doing today.
Right.
They're opening up a new track.
Right.
So this one won't be compared directly against like Billy Mitchell's score or the other.
Oh, of course not. It can't.
Scores, yeah.
You can't.
So
Yeah. It's not the same thing.
Whole new track.
It's apples and oranges. Yeah. Yeah. It looks. Did Dwayne lose a life?
Looks like he did.
Yeah, they mentioned the $10,000 Billy Mitchell prize. He said if anybody could, prove in front of him they could get past the split screen and give them $10,000
Of course, that would be with all the original
hardware.
Yeah.
the hardware.
And that was just I think that was a 12-month thing, you know, but 1 year
Oh yeah.
challenge, and
Yeah.
nobody took them up
Bounty.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not possible.
They're talking about my Video Craze movie. Yeah, I've put my classic games in different places. You know, you run out of space, and so you have to make new friends and put your games in their houses. So that's what I've done.
Yeah.
So I've got 8 games at one friend's house, 10 at another's. So that's how you make space. It's pretty crazy. But you know, collecting can become something that it becomes a lot of fun and addictive. So you know, you never want to stop. You always want to get that Holy Grail game, and
Right.
or the game that's a little bit higher quality. So it's fun to collect the classic video games.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever collected games, or what's the most you've ever had at your house?
Well, I have a very small. I have a small condo.
Okay.
So and it's there's no space for the arcade. Trying to adjust a microphone issue.
It looks like Abner died.
Abner died,
Really?
so
It looks like.
he's got what, 3 guys left?
But that shouldn't be an issue with Ms. Pac-Man, right?
It's not going to be an issue for a score, assuming he gets to the kill screen.
Yeah.
It's not going to hurt him.
Okay.
Not in this stage. You know, an earlier stage. Well, I'm thinking about it. No, it wouldn't matter on the earlier one either. Well, no, what I'm just saying, thinking if he died, like while ghosts were blue, he would lose out on eating some ghosts.
Oh, of course.
Like
That
if he
would
eat like a
be
ghost and then he
disaster.
regenerates
Yeah.
back in the ghost house right
Yeah.
away and then kills them,
Yeah.
then that could cost him points. But at this
Yeah.
stage in the game, it won't.
Yeah, if Billy or Chris ever missed a ghost, that would be their game. They would just quit and start over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
They
we're
were
perfect, but
And they didn't miss. I never saw. I don't think I ever saw them miss, but they. Yeah.
here's something. So you mentioned Steve Harris earlier.
Right.
Were you guys friends, or how did you know him?
I met him in June of '84 in person. I may have spoken with him before that, but I met him in '84. He came out. That's when I met. Actually, I met he and Steve and Billy Mitchell at the same time at Cloverleaf Arcade,
Florida.
Yes, they had come in for it was the 1985 Player of the Year, or sorry, 1985 Masters Tournament to get in the 1985 Guinness Book of Records. That's the one with Michael Jackson on the cover.
Michael Jackson.
On the paperback version, and in the U.S. version, because the scores were printed in the U.S. version, and I met them, and I said, hey, you know, I introduced myself and everything. They said, oh, we know who you are. Your initials are on almost all the games in the arcade. So, I you know, that made me feel a lot better.
Right.
So, but I said, well, if I don't get a record, it doesn't mean anything. So, I played a bunch of games, and I don't know. I just wasn't having that much luck. And then I just got on Tapper and, you know, just got into a groove and kept playing and playing. And then there was someone. There was an issue with Tappers. I don't remember all the details, so I don't mean to get into it, but just for full disclosure, there was an issue with certain Tappers machines. We found out later that you would set them to a certain setting, but they would still stay on factory. So somebody, I believe it was in North Carolina, an excellent player, couldn't understand why I got such a high score on Tapper. He said, you can't marathon it. You can't marathon it. So on the schedding. So Billy would talk to him on the phone, Then he would talk to Walter, because Walter wasn't in Miami, only Billy and Steve Harris. And then he'd run back to the tapper machine and check all the settings and do this and that. Then he'd go back to the phone.
So he's checking it as you were playing.
Well, this was after I played.
After you played.
To check
To
check
see
the
what's wrong
settings.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be
check.
anything.
Right. So then he would go back to the phone. He'd talk to Walter and go back and check again. Then he would talk to the gentleman in North Carolina, and who was an excellent tapper player. I think he had played on Good Morning America or some show, and someone kicked the cord, and you know. So I'm thinking, boy, I really hope everything is right here, because if you had a record going on TV and someone kicked the cord, and now something else happened to the poor guy. So I told Bill, I said, just please, check everything. I'm just playing the game that's here. So he checked it again, and all weekend he kept going back and checking it, because there were phone calls coming in, and they never found anything wrong with it, and said, no, it's but it was curious, because I get this record, and then all of a sudden they're saying, well, no, this can't. And I said, just let me know, like I said. And I was playing other stuff. I wasn't worrying about it.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then I believe, I don't know if the record lasted a year or 2 years, and then I believe it was Mike Ward from Wisconsin who got the 9 million, the first 9 million. Then someone else beat him, as you mentioned, but. Yeah, that's where I met Steve, and then after that, Steve came to South Florida a lot, so we met a lot of times. Just over the years, we'd play games. He would keep me up to date on his newsletters.
Yeah.
He was writing in magazine. He was nice. He would send me complimentary newsletters, the early versions of EGM. I think it was the APA newsletter.
Right.
And
so in '86, I guess they bought out Walter, Dave, and they were.
I don't know all those technical
all those
deals.
scores,
Has someone written a book on this? But I would buy it.
I have not seen a book on that.
Yeah. I don't know. There's strange things happen in the '80s, because let's see, in June of '87, we had the 1988 Masters tournament for the Guinness Book, but then the Guinness Book didn't publish all the scores.
No.
So and then many of those scores got lost, including some of mine. And the only one I remember was the Karate Champ one. And years later, thanks to the help of Mark Alpiger, who basically pleaded on my behalf, my Karate Champ score from '87 was recognized about, I don't know, maybe 20 years later. Because they actually had, and in all fairness to Walter was, he was doing everything he could. He was breaking his back. His scores got lost. He was working for pennies. He did everything he could, and somebody found the records from the Bally's Aladdin's Castle and found my score on there that had been recorded. So then Mark Alpiger picked up the ball and spoke to Walter.
Pick up the high score on that one, on Tim's. So he's
nice. He just turned it over? Yeah.
Look, he's going in the parking spot.
Yeah, he's just turned it. Nice.
He flipped the score.
Yeah.
So now he's taking a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a parking spot, one of the parking spots you spoke of, right?
Yeah, I think you can do it on either side, right above where you start there. I think the right side is safer, but I'm not sure.
Right. Now, I remember the old tournament rules were you got 5 minutes per hour of break time.
Right.
And you could build that up to an hour.
Yeah.
So
you could stack them up.
Right. So it's not illegal to take a bit of a break like that. But again, just one last shout out to Mark Alpiger for helping me out, getting my Karate Champ score recognized. I really appreciated that.
Yeah. Without that score would have been lost forever.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm a little too cavalier about the scores. It's like, oh, well, I'll just play. I'll just keep playing. I'll play something else. Right. I know I got the score. But that was pretty cool of him to do that. So Tim, nice. Also, there's 995, I believe, 960. So that means he probably picked up a key. As you
Probably,
were
yeah,
alluding
right
to
as he
before.
rolled it.
Right,
Yeah,
go
it's the only
over.
way to do that.
Yeah, yeah. Nice.
Good chance for a restroom break if you were playing this game for hours.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is great. Yeah. You can't do that on. I'm trying to. What's a game that you just can't get away with anything? Walking away for a second.
Defender.
Defender. Yeah, but yeah, you stop getting ships, don't you? If I recall. I actually played Defender at the 09, the Twin Galaxies in Iowa, in Ottumwa. They had a, what was it, International Video Game Hall of Fame inauguration event in 09. And they had a Defender, and I figured for kicks I'd play, and I actually was able to
That
get
was
it.
the Iowa event. Is that
Yeah,
Iowa?
in Ottumwa. Yeah. Yeah, I was able to get up to 999, turnover Defender, which kind of surprised me because it'd been a while.
So what do you think about them wanting to have a Hall of Fame in Ottumwa?
But I love it. I'd love it. It'd be nice if it could get pulled off. A lot of people have invested a lot of time into it. It's not just some casual idea that's come up. I think the trading cards have helped immensely for historical purposes. I think you just have to keep moving forward. It's not an easy thing to pull off, but Ottumwa would seem to be a natural spot for that. But you just have to wait till it's the right idea, but sometimes the right idea isn't always at the perfect time.
Do you think that being such a small city that would hurt it because it's not really a tourist destination?
Well, I don't know. I believe the Pro Football Hall of Fame is in Canton, Ohio. I'm not sure how big of I don't know the Midwest so well as Canton. To me, doesn't
I don't know the size.
Seem like it. Yeah. It may not be the size of Ottumwa, but there may be examples people know that of smaller towns that do have. The American Gothic House, the famous American Gothic House from the painting, the Grant painting, is between Ottumwa and Fairfield. So you could argue that it would be a natural, since that's a major tourist attraction, why not have the Video Game Hall of Fame?
What was it, Radar O'Reilly was born in Ottumwa?
Yeah, Radar O'Reilly was born in Ottumwa. Yeah. Tom Arnold was born in Ottumwa, and Tom Arnold holds the record. There's this eatery near the old Twin Galaxies arcade. It's basically in this alleyway under a parking structure.
Right.
Oh, I wish I remembered the name of it. But they have this beef. This is the Midwest, so they know how to make beef. And they have these beef sandwiches, like loose beef.
Yeah.
I forget the exact name of it. And Tom Arnold has a world record for eating, what do you call it, speed eating these sandwiches. Of course, Billy, being Billy, it was either 09 or I think, it was back in 09.
Yeah.
We, Walter, myself, Billy, I'm trying to think of the other.
Steve Sanders?
Steve Sanders, and there was a guy from Florida. Oh, shoot. I can't think of his name.
What game is he good at? Maybe I know him.
It's the ponytail big guy.
Todd Rogers.
Todd Rogers.
Yeah, Todd Rogers.
We go to this little place. It's very famous, by the way. And Billy wants to break Tom Arnold's record for eating these sandwiches. Yeah. And they're greasy meat. Right. Everything smells wonderful. Right. But greasy meat. And I said, Billy, you're not going to be able to play anything the rest of the day.
Right.
Or you're not going to want to do anything the rest. This is lunchtime.
Right.
If you eat these.
Yeah.
And but if you want to, go ahead. Have fun. You're out here to have fun. Have fun. So of course, and he did a great. I don't know how many he put down, but he wasn't too far off the record. But he was saying he'd have to wait about half hour, 45 minutes before he had his next one, and then another. So he basically ran out of time, and he went back and was kind of he lumbered back to the arcade.
You
With
know,
all
did you see Billy's pretty good at arm wrestling? I wouldn't want to go against him.
You mean the video game
Billy
arm
Mitchell.
wrestling
Billy
or
Mitchell.
the
No, the real
arm wrestling?
He started challenging
Okay.
everybody.
Okay,
He's
yeah,
tough.
I'm not, yeah. There's a guy a gamer from Canada who's a competitive arm wrestler.
Yeah.
I forget.
Is it Greg or
his
something?
name. It might be.
He's
Sekundiak?
He was supposed to be
Or-
here. Yeah, he's supposed to be
Okay,
here.
yeah. I was kind of casually into that. There's a lot of technique involved.
Yeah.
There's a lot of technique. But that was another arcade game that I was one of my Punch Out, Super Punch Out, arm wrestling were 3 big ones for me. Those were another 3.
Yeah.
But the real arm wrestling, if somebody knows nothing about arm wrestling, I'll beat them. But guys who have the technique and the strength, no.
So Punch Out,
not
I mean,
gonna
I see
happen.
people play that for hours. How did you do on Punch Out?
I could play that for, I can't remember my scores, but I would play that for excessively long periods of time.
Yeah.
Because it really didn't get harder after a certain point.
Yeah.
You just had to get consistent. You had to be consistent. But Punch Out's a fun game. It's unique. You have the 2 screens, and it was just at the time it was so unique. It's just, for me, it was a novelty. It was fun to play, and we are also another reason to marathon that is you're always going for records, going for speed records. Oh, we got pizza here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'd go for speed records to see how fast we could knock someone out. So there was always a challenge, even when you were marathoning a game. So, but yeah, Punch Out's a lot of fun.
Were there any other games you played for speed like that besides Punch Out?
Well, Super Punch Out. I think Super Punch Out actually kept the records,
Okay.
the speed records of how fast the knockouts were. So that was good. Arm wrestling, I don't remember quite as much, but yeah, I'm trying to other speed. Well, Gauntlet. Gauntlet was one that once I got really good at, I was just all of it. Then I was going for speed to see how fast I could get to 10 million.
Would it mess you up if other players wanted to join in? Because Gauntlet was a 4-player game.
Oh yeah, no one could join in when I was playing. When I was marathoning a game, no one. I don't think anyone ever asked.
Sometimes they just put in a quarter. Remember the old days?
Yeah. It's funny though.
didn't
You're
ask.
right. Yeah, or they'd put a quarter on top of the game to be
I'm
next in line, which is perfectly legit. But
But they'll never be next because you never died.
Yeah. Well, what I did was, and that's an excellent question. I didn't play that at arcades. It just had one Gauntlet. I went to Grand Prix Racerama, which at one time actually had about 30 or 40 of them. That's I think the most of any game they ever had at any time. They just had gauntlets all the way down because they had
How many did you
over
see in
1,000
there?
games.
How many gauntlets were in there?
About 30 or 40,
That's
I would
a lot
say.
of gauntlets. I've never
Yeah.
seen that many gauntlets.
Yeah. If I'm wrong and someone remembers back then, but it had to be. Oh, it had to be
That's
at
a
least
major
30.
expense.
It
They're
had
like
to be at least 30.
$3,000 a piece. Maybe?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They didn't worry. There was no expense, no worries about expense at that place. It was very unique. So I'd play there, and there were no issues. There was always other machines for people to
And
play.
if you wanted to take a break or stop, you could because you had so much food. Your health.
You could, but then you risk someone going on to your game unless you had someone to watch it. So I would. It was extremely. Sometimes I'd have someone watch the game so I could run to the restroom.
Yeah.
But usually not.
I noticed if you wait a certain amount of time, all the exits open up.
Oh yes, yeah.
How many
I
minutes
forgot
is that,
about
or
it.
how does that,
I forget how
do you
long.
ever use that to your advantage, or no? You didn't
Yeah,
need it?
you can. That's a good strategy if you're in a really difficult spot and you just sit it out.
Yeah.
Once you get to the point where you've been playing for hours and hours and hours, if you're a good player, you have so much health build up, it doesn't matter. There's no way to die off. There's just no way. Because you just build up ridiculous amounts of health. And it's almost like building up ships on asteroids, or you can name the game. There's no way to die off. So unless you want it, you eventually have to kill it off.
Did you meet other people that had your skill in that game?
Eventually, there were people who could marathon it, and now I know there's lots of people.
Or
who
were
can
they learn
marathon
your
Gauntlet.
techniques, or they learned it on their own?
Well, it's basically it wasn't a pattern or anything. It was just like it's kind of a
Don't get shot.
technique strategy. Yeah, you can't. Well, at least early on, you can't just go in there and cowboy and start shooting and running into things. You'll just run out of health too quickly. So once people have the discipline to sit back and shoot things, and once you got past a certain point and had so much health, it was, well, if you had the skill, it was very difficult. You couldn't die. You basically couldn't lose your game. So Gauntlet was probably the most relaxed marathon game I ever played.
It's very relaxing.
There was no
I can
pressure
imagine
whatsoever.
some kid putting up a quarter,
Yeah.
and like 3 hours later, he's still behind you waiting for his turn.
Well, people would watch, of course. People would watch. They wouldn't put so much a coin. I was trying to be funny, but yeah, they put the coin up and then they get mesmerized. Yeah. No, I wouldn't do. Like I said, I wouldn't do that at an arcade where they just had one machine.
Yeah.
And also, if it were a say Friday or Saturday night, the arcade manager would tap you on the shoulder and say, "Don't do this next weekend. You're losing too much money."
You were killing the profit margin.
Yeah. Oh, they would. They
actually. You ever been kicked out of an arcade because of that? Because you're too good?
I didn't get kicked out of an arcade because I was playing a game too long.
Yeah.
I won't get into. When we were teenagers, we sometimes did. Teenagers are teenagers, and sometimes we would maybe kick a machine or
it happens.
Or in the case of Billy, pick it up and slam it up against the wall.
He's a big guy.
Yeah, I could see how he would be good at arm wrestling if he had the technique.
It happened to me once.
Did it?
Well, I used to play Pac-Man at a liquor store down the street from my house.
Yeah.
And one day while I was playing, I realized by accident that if I jammed my knee into the coin slot, it would give me a free credit.
Ah. That's a good finding.
Yeah. So one day, and I think the manager of the store found out about this, and so he was watching me one day while I was playing.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit cocky.
Yeah.
And so what I did was right as this exact moment I was eating a fruit, I bumped my knee into the thing. And the sound for putting a credit in is similar to the sound of eating a fruit. They're not the same, but they're very similar.
Right.
And he saw me do that, and he kicked me out.
He kicked you out.
Yeah, he did.
Well, that's a pretty clever technique.
Yeah.
So you would wait till the sound came on to try to mask the sound of the credit.
Right as I was eating a fruit, I kneed
He
it.
was watching you.
And he was right behind me, and he saw what I did, and he kicked me out.
How long did you get away with that?
Not very long.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly. It was so long ago. Maybe a few weeks.
Okay. Well.
You ever make money off of video games? Like you challenge somebody, or you sell off your game, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, the closest I came to making real money was there was a game. It wasn't even a real video game. It was called Skill Bingo, where there was this bingo reel number reel with all these numbers that flapped around really quick. And it was a skill game. There was no luck involved. It wasn't digital. It was an actual. And the numbers would go super fast, but I learned the order of the numbers. I actually memorized the exact order of all the numbers on the reel. So I would time, there was a button to stop, and it would never stop on the one you pressed. It would stop a few later. But I got the timing down so well that I was able to win more than I lost.
Yeah.
And at first, and this was another one at Grand Prix Racerama, you would win tokens.
Oh, good.
And and depending on how fast you got bingo or what have you, you would win more tokens. So I realized right away that I could get even a little more consistent and win even more, but I would have to kind of keep this low key because if they caught on to it,
you're done.
They're gonna. Well, I wasn't cheating. I was playing fully legit.
the game.
But they're either going to take the game out or do something. So, I was able to mask what I was doing for long enough that I won. I counted, and I did keep track. It was about 18,000 tokens.
That's a lot.
Profit, which is about $4,500.
Wow.
So, and that was in 2 or 3 months.
Wow.
So I won about $4,500 worth of tokens. And then someone from admin saw me playing and thought I was, stealing from the machine. And the coins would fall from the top, so I'd put my hand up top to catch them because they made too much noise.
Yeah.
It's like a slot, one of the old slot machines where
Yeah.
coins came out.
Yeah.
So she thought I was doing something up there to get the coin. And I said, no, watch me. I'm really winning.
Yeah.
So I played with her watching, and what I did was I kind of dumbed my game down a little bit.
Yeah.
I didn't do quite as well as I normally did, but showed her that I can win.
Yeah.
So I said, see, and said, oh boy, I didn't know anyone could do that.
Yeah.
About a week later,
It took it out.
well, it wasn't quite that bad. They put tickets in there.
Oh, it's
So
tokens.
instead of tokens. So like a month later, I had my car filled with these stuffed animals that you could trade the tickets in for. That's all they had, you know. But I had my fun while it lasted, and I had those tokens,
Yeah.
and those tokens lasted me for years.
Really?
Yeah.
So you played for free for years.
Yeah, many years. Yeah. So, and it was legit. I mean, it was
Right.
fully legit.
Yeah.
And other guys were watching me, like Jason Bayer, the late Jason Bayer. He was a great player. Billy was friends with him back in Fort Lauderdale area, Hollywood area, Hollywood, Florida.
Yeah.
And he was, I mean, this guy, he was mappy. He played mappy, flicky. He was good at a lot of stuff. Really, really good. Just barely missed getting in the Guinness Book by a hair. And he couldn't believe what I was doing on that bingo game. And I tried to show him what to do, and he just walked away. He wasn't interested in it. And, you know, so I was actually trying to show other people. After I had won a few thousand, I said, hey, you want to
Try?
you want to give this a try?
Right.
Oh, no. You know.
Well, there were several ways to trick a coin mech. Did you ever see people stringing a quarter?
Yeah, I heard about. I never saw it, but I heard about
They
it.
would drill
I never
a hole
did
on
it.
the top of a quarter. They get like a fishing line, and they would go back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah, I didn't do that because I felt, I mean, just in my case,
Well, it's illegal.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's wrong. But when you're kids, you do dumb things.
Yeah.
You know, when you're teenagers, you do things you wouldn't do now. Well, some people still would, but we've done a lot of dumb things when we were teenagers.
One
I
of the
didn't
other
do
things
that.
they did was they would break the bottom part, the flapper,
Yeah.
and they would flip a penny into the coin thing from the backside.
Oh,
that
really?
It hits the switch in the back.
Oh,
that
that's
would give you
interesting.
credit. So
Okay.
these operators would find all these pennies in their their cash box.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard the previous technique, but I don't know if I heard.
Yeah.
I knew that one, but I will admit though that I did use the worst I did. I did use some of those Grand Prix tokens I won.
Dwayne's walking away.
Abner has
Dwayne,
2 lives.
Dwayne Richard is.
Is he?
Oh, Dwayne's down to 1.
he done?
His final
he's
life.
had it.
Oh
He's
boy.
walking away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Abner's down a few men.
It's not going to continue either. Looks like. Wow.
I wonder if he'll give a commentary of what happened, or
Maybe if he comes in here, he probably went to the bathroom. Who knows? Looks like obviously Tim is well on his way. Don Hayes, I think, is on about the 11th or 12th key. I've been kind of watching him. He just recently hit the 9th key, so he's on his way.
Yeah.
And of course, Abner is. I don't know what level he's on, but he's probably a little more than halfway to the kill screen.
he's shaking
based
his
on
head.
his score.
He was shaking his head. He wasn't doing
yeah.
as well as he wanted.
Well, Abner's lost a couple of lives, it looks like,
Yeah,
so he's got to be careful.
yeah. It's tough concentrating on those things.
Oh man, I can't even imagine playing it that long, especially Ms. Pac. Yeah, I think they're talking in the chat. I'm not sure, but I think Don Hayes is on a perfect track. I'm not aware of him missing any ghosts yet.
Yeah, he really keeps his cool.
What happened, Dwayne?
Take that. Here, take this water. Take this. Yeah, there you go.
Help yourself.
I can take a little break. I'll leave that. Right.
Oh yeah, it's a long night. Which made us be longer. Dwayne starts over again. Okay. Yeah. Let's try to catch up on what's. Of course, Tim's turned his game over once. So.
Right. God, Dwayne's starting over? Oh my God. He's going to be here all night.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Abner's created some unintentional tension. I mean, there's a drama. We're kind of, he's done so well so far. We don't want to see him lose the game. At least let him finish. Where it's. Does anyone have the current Ms. Pac-Man? Know what it is? The record.
I don't know offhand, but it's something like 1 million. Something either a little bit less or a little bit more than 1 million, I think. And of course that, there's some randomness there.
Right, with the fruits.
Yeah.
If someone's been watching just Abner and well, he didn't like that one. Well, the worst thing that could happen is if he's on pace for the world record and dies out. I don't think. Well, except for the record holder, But then again, that could push the record holder to, do better. So.
Looking at the chat there, they're guessing at the world record for Ms. Pac.
Yeah.
Someone's saying it's 944,000.
Yeah. Well, I give Dwayne credit. He's not giving up. He's having a rough time.
Oh, he's back on the cherry, trying to go for perfect.
Yeah, to have the focus to group the monsters, and after having, a rough night so far is, yeah. Maybe you should just go for speed. Oh, dude.
Oh, he died.
Yeah, I think you should just go for speed. I mean, if the focus isn't there to group everything, go for speed.
Wayne's killing himself off again.
Oh, I have to. It first died on the first board.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can actually see the room that they're playing and just barely. Haven't heard any expletives flying out of there, but probably out of courtesy to the other players. But if I were Dwayne, I would be on the brink.
Oh, wow.
Catch up. Is it correct that Abner wasn't originally going to play Ms. Pac-Man? He was going to play Pac-Man along with everyone else, and he made the last, pretty much the last second decision to go with Ms. Pac-Man. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It spices things up here. Really creates some. Yeah. Tim and Dawn are still in their first life, I believe. So.
Yep. Yeah, they haven't died yet. And I think Tim's on a perfect track. I mean, excuse me, Dawn.
Oh, Dawn, yeah.
Yeah, Tim is not. Oh, Dwayne died again.
Yeah, he wanted to get that 1600, and it was high risk.
Yeah.
I give him credit. He wants the perfect game. He's going for it anyway.
Yeah.
This shows even the greatest players have rough days. You know.
Someone's asking me on the chat, sir, can you please look at Intrepid and what makes the clouds come out? I don't even know. What is Intrepid? Is that a game?
Play that game. Sure it is.
Yeah.
All right, Bara NZ, if you email me that question and more information about exactly what you're looking for, I might be able to find the time to look at it. Again, my website is donhodges.com, and on there you can find my email address, or you can find me on Facebook. I'm Donald B, as in boy, Hodges. Never even heard of Intrepid. Well, Dwayne's starting again.
Right.
Yeah, Iggy up there on the chat is saying that I'm going to get a lot of email tonight.
Yeah, maybe you will.
Actually, I can check my email on my phone here. I wonder if anything's come through. Yet.
Somebody should Google Intrepid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm looking at my email. I see a question that's come in from someone named John Lindy. Says he owns a Super Pac-Man, and the difficulty changes based on how well you do in early levels. So he goes on to say that the difficulty kind of varies based on how well you do. He says, during the first intermission, the spacing on the ghost seems to be a tip-off on the upcoming difficulty. Either the middle ghosts will be touching, all four spaced equally, or the two right ghosts are touching. And on board 5, I clear the keys in the southwest part, go in the middle, and start on the southwest corner. Pinky comes down and forces me to eat the power pellet. I eat him and go north, and blah, blah, blah. A lot of details here. It's a long email. I'll have to read that later when I have time.
But have you heard of that before, where they compare how well a gamer's doing compared to how hard they're gonna come after you?
No.
I have not either. It's like them saying, "Oh, I'll give you a break since you aren't as good," or you know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm thinking, there is a game I've heard of that does that. What game was that I heard about? I think it's Robotron. In Robotron, if you do very poorly, it doesn't get hard as quickly as it normally would, I think.
So it ramps up according to how good you are?
Well, not exactly. I think it's just like an easy mode at the beginning of the game, and if you die early, it doesn't get harder until you. I don't know exactly. That's what I remember reading about. And of course, Robotron is another one of these games that I've looked at extensively. Not as much as some of the other ones, but there's a bug in Robotron that resets the game. If
the
you,
corner bug?
Yeah, there's a corner bug, and there's another one where if you shoot an enforcer at an angle, there's a chance it'll reset the game. And I at one point I looked into it and I figured out a lot about it. I never did figure out exactly why it happens. Just that it happened. I mean, I did kind of find out why, because there's some sort of a bug, obviously, in the code. But the more interesting story, in my opinion, is that the bug itself was known about back in the day, and some other gentleman from some, I think, European country, I believe, actually did the kind of thing that I've been doing lately, and he dug into the code, and he found out where the bug it was, and that's amazing to me, even because he didn't have MAME at his disposal with the debugger, which makes things so much easier. He was doing all this by hand, and it must have taken him months to figure out how this bug, where this bug was. And anyway, he wrote a fix for something, and he actually went and met with Eugene Jarvis and Larry DeMar over at the headquarters of Vid Kids or whatever,
Yeah.
and met with them and presented them with the information, and they actually made a revision which has that bug fixed in it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that?
But it was too late. It was too late in the game for them to go out and replace all the machines that existed out there. So it never really, as far as I know, it never really hit. But they did do that, and this
So
guy.
it was for sale for a while. The
I don't know the
Yeah.
details on
Yeah.
it if they ever. But what the thing is that they included that revision in one of the emulations that came out. The the Williams Arcade emulation pack. This is like a little bit before MAME in the early 90s. And that edition that came out in emulation had the revision in it. But at the same time, I remember reading them talking about Robotron and how, if you're doing poorly, it doesn't get hard. Or it gets easier or something if you die a lot early. Something like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, so Robotron is one of the crazy, one of the scores there is maybe it takes 10 or 12 hours, and so they're like, how did you get around the corner bug that, ends the game? So a lot of people think that score is fake.
Yeah, I know there's a
can't-
lot of speculation about those Robotron scores and
Right.
stuff, and I really can't comment on that.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a way to play the game. I mean, you can play the game very safely and make sure you don't shoot the enforcers diagonally. And maybe you could do that. There was also a shot in the corner bug, which I think they fixed early on. Because that was fairly obvious. Where like, I forget what the enemies are called, but I think they're circles and they tend to go into the corners. And if you shot one in there, there was a small but significant chance the game would reset. I think they discovered that and fixed that relatively early on. But the other bug was still there.
I'm thinking Missile Command didn't have a bug of some sort.
I don't know about Missile Command. I remember there was a documentary about the world record holder on Missile Command, and the game was resetting on him.
It was.
I don't think that was a software problem. I think it was a hardware problem. Where the game would reset. The Missile Command has a bug similar to like the Defender and some of the other games where you get in the Goldilocks zone, where you get a certain score and you get a whole bunch of extra lives or bonus cities at some point. But I don't think there's any reset bug or kill string in Missile Command.
I think if you get too many cities or something, it'll reset or something. But
Well, I think if you get too many, it'll roll. It's a counter. It'll roll over to 0.
Yeah.
If you get too many cities, it'll go to none.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful about that.
Yeah.
I think Robotron's the same. You can earn too many extra lives.
So you had to kill them
and
off.
It'll
just to
roll
keep
over.
going.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about the new arcades that are popping up every now and then?
Well, I think it's great. I went to one many years ago down in L.A. That I found out about, and played some games, played some Donkey Kong. I think I had my best ever Donkey Kong game at that arcade. I got about 300,000 points. This is my best ever in an arcade machine. Maybe level 9 or so. But yeah, that's cool. Obviously it's a very different world now than what it was back when we were youngsters playing these games. When I was playing these games, there were never enough quarters.
Right.
But now it's like everybody's got these in their living rooms. Not these games specifically, but the PlayStations and the Xboxes and those types of things. And it's a very different scene now, obviously. So to bring these old games back into the bars and stuff, it's great.
So G-Strain is asking who we are. Who are these three guys?
Oh, Paul Dean, Don Hodges, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's me.
Might be Jack Gale.
Yeah, Jack Gale. Some of my record scores were Tapper, Karate Champ. Let's see, Zookeeper, Mad Crasher, Hogan's Alley, Enduro Racer. Missing some, but
Or did any hold today, or?
yeah. Enduro Racer, Hogan's Alley, and Mad Crasher still stand today.
Oh.
All from the 80s.
So Mad Crasher is a number one scorer, or is that?
Yeah, Mad Crasher is the number one. That's an obscure game. So in all fairness, not a lot of people have access probably to it, but the other two are, I guess a little more popular. But it's just someone will beat them eventually. I would think.
Did you do that at a Guinness Book contest? The Mad Crasher score?
Yeah, the Mad Crasher was it was one of the video game master tournaments in June. I think it was June of '86.
'86.
Yeah, and at a Bally's, it was the Bally's Aladdin's Castle in North Miami Beach at the 136th Street Mall, which of course that arcades is long gone. But
you know whose score you beat? Who had the original?
It was a very low score because apparently the previous year. I don't know if a lot of arcades had the game or something. Well, it wasn't terribly low. It just wasn't where you would think it would be. So I beat it by pretty substantially.
Mm-hmm.
I beat it. It was actually my personal best. The score. I got 2.7 million.
That's a lot of points.
On well, which one am I? I'm sorry. I'm thinking about
Mad Crasher. We're talking about.
I'm sorry. Mad Crasher. Yeah, 2.7 million was Hogan's Alley. Mad Crasher was 844. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 844. That Mad Crasher was in the 85 Coronation Day tournament in Captain Video. That's where it's best known.
Is that where the score was established?
Yeah, back then the game had just come out, so nobody really got anything spectacular. And I wasn't really planning on playing it, but somebody, the arcade got the game maybe 2-3 months before the competition, so I figured what the heck, and I'd play it.
On the Coronation Day tournament, do you remember who won that? You remember how?
Oh yeah, it was Phil Britt.
Phil Britt.
Phil Britt of Riverside, California, where Paul's from.
I'm from, yeah.
Yeah.
And then number 2, do you remember number 2?
Mike Sullivan was number 2.
And 3?
Jeff Peters squeaked into third place in the last second, passing Don Nauert. I finished after Don. I finished 5th. Yeah, Don had never played Cheyenne before, and he got 80 million in the tournament. He was a great Cheyenne player.
Right.
So
same controls.
Yeah, similar, but still to get that score on that was not an easy game. Some of those boards were very impressive score by Don. He ended up getting the world record, I believe, 6 months later in the Masters tournament. He got over 300 million on Cheyenne.
Some of those scores probably still stand from his.
Yeah, that score may still stand. That's tough. That's not. Yeah, so, and I know some guys are no longer into games, but
right, Phil Britt is out.
Yeah, and Phil Britt was a phenomenal track and field player.
Did he go to Japan? I think he went to Japan.
Yeah, that's right. And I believe it was an '83 tournament, USA versus Japan.
Yeah.
He went to Japan. I actually asked him about that tournament.
Yeah.
In when I met him in '85, January of '85, I asked him about that tournament in Japan because I was into track and field.
Right.
I was very good at track and field, but not championship level. I couldn't scratch. I couldn't. The 100-meter dash is what got me. I couldn't get enough points. I wasn't fast enough. But I think my fastest was about 7:79. Yeah. And Phil was scratching 7:32s. For most people probably know, but for those who don't know, scratching just means manipulating the buttons with your fingers.
Like 3 at a time, or
yeah, 3. Yeah, it depends. Well, Hector Rodriguez, Fly, he scratches the buttons, but he only uses one button. I've been over to his place and watched his strategy. He actually reverses his fingers, and I believe it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 on one button, and he's the current world record holder. He beat Kelly Kabashagawa, who was friends with Phil and was also a phenomenal player. But Phil was a great. Oh, and Phil had the paperboy world record.
That's right. It still does. The Grand
It
Slam.
still stands. Yeah. So he's a great player. He went on to other things, and
I think he's a programmer someplace.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
if he was doing games programming for a long time, he might still be in it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Very, very talented player. Very, very supremely talented player. So.
Did you ever see Mike Sullivan play?
Just in that tournament.
Okay.
Just in that tournament. Yeah.
How about Mike Quarles? Did you ever meet Mike Quarles? He was there, but I don't know if he's playing or not.
Yeah, I think he was he? Did he play? Not
the trackball game.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of Crystal Castles.
Yes.
Crystal Castles.
Yeah, I think he had the world record for a year or so.
Or were he and Mark Alpiger going back and forth?
I don't know. There's Frank Say as well.
Frank Say
has
on
the
Crystal
world record.
Castles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were going back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah. A very difficult game, Crystal Castles.
So that's a game where it ends. So you get a maximum score. And that's it.
Right. Yeah, I was pretty decent at that game, but I couldn't touch those guys. I mean, there's some games you just take off on, and you can go for the record. Others you can do well at, but it's just not going to happen.
What do you think about these Donkey Kong competitions? There's one coming up.
Yeah, they're great. They're great.
Replay FX?
Renewed interest, I think.
It's called Replay FX is the new Donkey Kong 4 location.
Oh, okay.
It's like in 2 weeks.
Right. It's the end of the month, beginning it's 31st and 1st.
I know it's coming up. I'm not sure the exact date.
Is that in Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh or is?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact place, but yeah, you're right.
Okay. Yeah.
Up that way, East Coast, I think.
Right. Yeah. The renewed interest is great.
$2,000 grand prize, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, I wish they had those back in the day. Yeah. Well, they have them now, so I guess there's no excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to start playing Donkey Kong some more.
Yeah.
A $2,000 pay for the trip.
It would.
Plus a little more.
It would.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who do you think is going to win the Kong off?
I guess it depends who's going to be there. I mean, the top players.
Yeah.
I know that if Dean Saglio's there, he'd be my favorite.
Yeah.
But there's some others who are close. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Billy Mitchell and Steve Wiebe, do you think they have a chance?
If they've been practicing,
they
have the talent.
Yeah.
They definitely have the talent.
Yeah.
But just to be at the level of being able to hit $1.2 million, you have to. You can't just not play for 6 months, 9 months, and then get back into it at the last second. It's probably this score is starting to get maxed out a bit.
Yep. There's only the ceiling's only so high.
Yeah, it's a good thing though. I mean, makes
a lot of it's random. The barrels. So you don't know
how
hard your game's going to be when you start out. It could turn out anyway.
That's true. It seems like the top players are able to take more risks without actually being in as much danger.
Yeah, they're able to control the barrels by where they're standing, which way they're looking.
Yeah, they have good vision. They know how to get out of trouble. So, you have to be really sharp. I think Wiebe played at the Mall of Americas.
He did.
Recently.
Did you ever? I don't know if he kill screened it or not.
I saw his first board. I believe he got 7,000 something. So it looked like he wanted to get to the kill screen for the audience that was there because that would be exciting for them.
That's what they're looking for.
Right.
No one's seen one, so they want to see it.
Right, as opposed to going for a world record, which would have been so high risk.
Yeah.
Almost, it would be unlikely they would see a kill screen. So
Very
it was unselfish of him to do that.
Right.
Some people may have argued he was playing it safe, but I think he was just being unselfish and wanted to show the crowd a kill screen. And I don't know if he did.
I don't either.
But Yeah, the 7,000 on the first board kind of, I figured he wasn't, but it would be so high risk to go for that
Yeah.
world record.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know, but yeah, there were a lot of people watching, so it looked like they were involved.
What do you think about the new Pixels movie? They say that it has a lot to do with the Kong off, the movie King of Kong.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. You know, I haven't seen the movie yet. It came out yesterday,
Right.
And of course, yesterday we were at the 2084 arcades, and today, so it really hasn't been a chance to see it. I want to try to catch it tomorrow.
Right.
Critics, it seems like the fans are giving it. Last I checked, Rotten Tomatoes had it down around 20%, but the fans had it around 60%.
Yeah, so critics don't agree as much with the fans.
Right. I think if you have a background in games or gaming, you'll take a lot more, probably get a lot more out of it. A lot of stuff probably, between the lines. A lot of people aren't going to get the kind of inside joke about the Billy Mitchell character.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless they saw the previous movie, maybe.
Yeah. So, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see it. But I have a vested interest in it. I probably enjoy it more than average critic.
Right.
But it's nice to see, though, that there's a major motion picture which was budgeted by a major studio. That's basically about with the classic arcade games
And
theme.
the competition.
And the competitions,
Yeah.
I mean, boy, I'll tell you, I think King of Kong started it off.
Did.
Yeah, it wouldn't be possible.
You wouldn't have had the Kong offs without the King of Kong.
Right.
No.
Right.
Steve Wiebe is a newcomer. He wasn't from the 80s scene.
Right.
He wasn't one of the Guinness players.
Right.
He was unemployed one day and started playing the game.
Yeah, he had it in his garage or something, and then he submitted scores and they weren't accepted. It actually was for different reasons than me back in the day, where you'd send lots of scores. This is the early 80s, when things were a little, and things didn't get, they never got made it all the way through, and you just keep playing. Who cares? Eventually you're going to get some, which is what I did. I just kept playing until the score finally got recognized, and then, but Steve, he had a legitimate complaint, like, hey, what's up? And I guess was it Seth Gordon, the director? I can't remember the director of. Did he write it too?
Yeah, he's the writer, the director, and
yeah.
then he's the executive producer of the Pixels movie.
Okay, yeah.
There's a tie-in.
Yeah, because King of Kong.
I understand Steve Wiebe does a walk-on on the Pixels movie.
Yeah.
A little walk-in.
Yeah. Because my brother Richard Gale is a filmmaker, and successful, and a lot goes into making a film, and you can put a ton into it, and it could still be crap.
Yeah.
So, and King of Kong is just you can't do much better than that.
Right.
For what he was trying to accomplish,
Right.
you can't do much better than that. It's just people who not into video games at all love it.
And it's a documentary. It's different than it's supposed to be non-fiction, right? Documentary.
Right.
So.
Right, but he still has the conflict in there, the good versus the evil.
Yeah.
And it works. It works.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really you have to have that so-called good guy and the bad guy who is just as bad as the good guy is good, or you don't have conflict and you don't have an interesting story. So, for people who think that Billy Mitchell is really that bad, he's not. He's just for purposes of creating an interesting story. Sometimes you have to, make it more interesting. But Billy is a practical joker. He is mischievous. I'm from when we were teenagers.
Yeah.
I could tell you he does have that personality. He's an extremely funny person.
Yeah.
He came across as arrogant in the movies a little bit and stuff, and some of that wasn't fair.
Yeah.
He's just a practical joker and a wise guy.
Well, don't you
and
think
very funny.
I think sometimes he puts it out there just to get a shock response from people.
Oh yeah. He's a nice guy.
Right.
He's a good guy. He's done lots of things for charity. He cares about people. He's a good person. But if you're gonna have an interesting film, you got to have the good guy and you got to have the bad guy.
You do.
And he plays the bad guy really well. And he enjoys it. Oh, believe me, he enjoys it. Yeah. Yeah.
He's got a lot of publicity. From
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 And he's earned it. He's earned it. Yeah. Yeah. And not to mention that he's a slightly talented gamer.
Yeah.
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 Just slightly, right?
Yeah.
Slightly talented
Man.
gamer.
No. Yeah. He played.
He
was
had like 6 world records at one time in the 80s, right?
Yeah, the Pac-Man, I think, Junior Donkey Kong was it Donkey Kong Junior, Burger Time, Ms. Pac-Man, and then Chris Ira would have Ms. Pac-Man, and then Billy would have Ms. Pac-Man, and they alternated. And there's more. Centipede, he's a great Centipede player. Extremely talented. Billy Mitchell, Chris Ira, extremely talented players.
Chris Ira, you don't see him too often going to the festivals or the shows. You know,
No,
he's
no.
a hard one to track down.
Yeah, he's only been to Iowa once, and that was in, I believe it was '83. Which I wasn't there that year, but I hear it was frigid. And everyone was kind of sharing a room to save money, and the shower was cold, and and it was only a trickle of water was coming out. And it was just, but that's how it was back in the day.
So you were in the original Twin Galaxies arcade back in.
No, I wasn't. I went to the Coronation Day tournament. It was between two Iowa tournaments. It was in LA. So I think it went Iowa, or Tama, LA, and then I may be wrong with these. But I didn't. I was going to go to Iowa. It's just I didn't really have money. So it wasn't easy for me to go to LA. So
how did you originally hear about Twin Galaxies?
Oh, magazine.
Yeah.
Magazine. Of course, we didn't have internet back then. So through magazines, and I submitted lots of scores to Twin Galaxies through magazines. I'd get the game's manager to referee a game and sign off on it. And none of those scores ever got published.
Wonder why.
But you know what? I mean, if you like playing games, you're just going to keep playing anyway. That's what I did. So it is what it is. You don't worry about
Don
that
Hayes
stuff.
is about to roll $1 million here.
Oh wow, it's coming up.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
Don. So we have Tim at 1.7. Yeah. Dwayne. Oh, Dwayne's still going. Nice.
Dwayne's going for perfect, I think.
I'm
trying to watch him. I think he's perfect so far, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. And Abner's still on his third life, and he's got a pair, which is nice.
2,000 points, right?
Yeah.
You love those pairs. Love bananas even better.
Yeah.
Don just rolled.
Don just rolled. 996. Yeah. Hey, Jace, you're back.
Hey,
How's
Jace.
it going?
Hey.
It's going good.
I'm off camera, but
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, why don't you take? I'll have a bite to eat.
Oh, you haven't eaten yet?
No.
There's a vegetable type one and then a meat one.
And there's cheese one too.
All right. I've been watching the stream.
Yeah, how's it going?
It's interesting. Like I've noticed, it looks like Dwayne's reset a couple times.
Yep.
Yes.
Is that because he's going for a perfect Pac-Man?
I think so.
Yeah,
he
he
died.
is.
He died, and he just said, "I'm going to reset."
Yeah, he started over twice, I think.
So okay, all right. So Dwayne is dedicated to trying to get this perfect Pac-Man.
That's what I believe. That's what he's shooting for.
And with the extra 5,000 points that you can pick up on this version. So
Interesting.
that's got to be frustrating, man.
Yeah, he's
going for a perfect Pac-Man is no joke.
Right.
Because he's sitting there grouping the.
Yeah, he's trying to get them all together. So you want to get the maximum.
Yeah, there's a whole science to this.
See, now they're grouped pretty nicely. That's a tight group, right?
Yeah, you got to keep the group together.
Some guys talking about you in the chat, Jace.
Duke Nukem. Yes, he's definitely here. He shows up.
He does.
And he brings his flavor to the broadcast.
His flavor.
So looks like Dwayne pulled it off the 4. Okay, a little bit of tunnels. He's trying to goad them all in. Let's see if he's able to do it. I am Razilla says, I will say I didn't think this was a perfect Pac-Man. Well, okay, here's the thing. They're going for an array of things. So one of the things that can be picked up, I mean, the idea here is to go past level 256. Donald Hayes, what did he do? Does he start over?
No.
No, he's moved.
He rolled.
He rolled it.
Yeah, he rolled it recently.
Yeah, he just rolled it.
Don Hayes,
I think Don's on a perfect track.
is he doing perfect too?
I think so.
Him and Tim.
Tim's
No, Tim's not on perfect.
He's not.
No.
But he's got
Tim's
five.
on the speed track.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Tim. So Tim's going for what, the fastest,
Yeah.
or just to get to the kill screen,
He's just going fast. He wasn't going for ghosts.
and moving
early
past
on.
it.
He ate what he could, but he was going for speed.
All right, so I'm gonna move. Let's move across the thing. So Dwayne is focused on getting the perfect. He's working on grouping the ghost monsters, which those of you who don't know is an art unto itself that requires patience. That's one of the things that makes David Race's record so impressive at 3 hours and something minutes.
Yeah.
Is because he did a perfect Pac-Man, and the hard part is dealing with specifically what Dwayne is trying to deal with, is to get those ghost monsters all grouped together so you can eat them all.
Well, I think David Race used patterns. He must have. He must have used patterns for all the early boards.
That's well.
There's no other way to get a fastest record that quickly except to use patterns.
Is there a video of it? I don't think I've
of.
ever seen it.
Yeah, not that I know of.
That's too bad. So all right, so Dwayne's focused on that, and he's reset a few times. Oh, Isa Minnelli, that sucks, dude. Is he gonna just start over?
We'll see.
Is he just gonna?
I don't think he's going to reset.
You think he's just gonna keep pressing on?
I think so, because
he said he was gonna spend a couple hours trying to get the perfect, and then if he didn't, he would press on.
Yeah.
To just get to the kill screen.
Right.
And he feels very confident that he'll get to the kill screen.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, so let's move over to the right part of the screen with Don Hayes. G-Strain, with this new track, perfect doesn't matter, right? I thought this was. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the broadcast, but what Dwayne was talking about wanting to achieve was a perfect on this version of Pac-Man, which will, because of the different kill screen, allows you to get a few more points and actually get a higher score than the original 1980s perfect Pac-Man. And so that was what he wanted to put together. I don't think that there's actually a track created on Twin Galaxies for that specifically. So if that got achieved, he would need to, or the community would need to, sponsor in that track so that he could then submit the performance against it. But regardless, that was one of the things that Dwayne wanted to pick up was, let's see if we can put a perfect Pac-Man on these anniversary machines and, get a higher score and just do it in a public live environment just for, the exhibition's sake of it. So that's what he was going to do. And he was going to do that for a couple hours. And if it wasn't happening, he was just going to press on to the kill screen. They set up the rules for the kill screen of being able to continue up to the kill screen, get through the kill screen, and then every time they continued, I think they were going to subtract a life or something like that, where they basically will have just, once they move past that, how far they can go with whatever they have left. And then that would be it for the, quote, marathon purposes. So Don Hayes, I'm told, is still maintaining his perfect.
As far as I can tell.
So he's already rolled past 1 million points. He's bringing his finesse to the dinner table. And Look at that. Look
He
at him
gets
just,
really close, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's just. There's no fear. He goes
kind of through the blue guy, right?
Wow.
No, there's no buoys there, but he's on a pattern. He's been using the same pattern since the 9th.
Yeah, that's a pattern.
Yeah, it's a pattern. For sure.
Now, is this a pattern that he made up? Or
You'd
is
have
it
to ask him.
something that he picked up somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's extremely familiar, at least the beginning of it is, to one that I used to use back in the day. So
Could
you'd have
be
to
that
ask
part
him.
of it. Part of it is probably his own, and part of it maybe he saw someplace. I don't know.
It's possible.
Sasky VidKit says Don is only perfect. So let's see. At what point will Don be reaching the kill screen? That's a good question.
Well, Don's at just over 1 million right now, and the kill screen's at 3 million something, right?
Yeah. So
3.3
what?
million?
That would put him on board 75 or somewhere around that range. 78.
He's got a ways to go.
Yeah, he's got a ways to go. But he's on track.
Yeah, he is.
And if he goes straight through with a perfect game on this anniversary edition live, right from the get-go, I mean, think about that. That's him literally dropping a perfect game on the dime. Just no,
I'm
sure,
gonna
no.
do it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And then if he'll press on with the kill screen stuff, and then just see how far it goes. So we'll have a pretty unique.
Then it becomes a marathon at that point.
Yeah, then it becomes a marathon at that point. That's interesting. That's cool. It's definitely not easy to do, as Dwayne on the other side is trying to do the same thing.
Right.
Tim, it looks like he's on the mission to just see how far he's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
And that, last but absolutely not least, actually, contrary to even that statement, Abner is dealing with Miss Pac-Man. I don't know if you've ever tried to get 692,000 on Miss Pac-Man.
Good score.
But he's just still going. It's interesting to watch how he, controls these ghost monsters.
He definitely knows what he's doing.
Yeah, there's.
He's the best.
This is just. This
is the first time he's ever done a live performance, for people to view.
Yeah.
So.
This is like, but when you're watching him, it's just like. You've probably never seen anybody play Miss Pac-Man like this before.
No. Perfection.
Yeah. I mean, he's at the point where he's not getting any blue ghosts.
Nope.
It's just execution. I don't think he restarted. I think this is his first game, right?
It is, yeah.
He literally left the interview, went over to the Miss Pac-Man machine, started this game, and has been playing ever since.
Yeah.
But you were right. The scoring, the Pac-Man scoring, has gone higher than the Miss Pac-Man scoring.
A lot higher.
Because those keys.
Yeah. Yeah, you got the random fruit in there. Although I think, in the long run, you can expect to get so many bananas, so many pears,
I think
etc.
it averages out.
Yeah, they will average out, but only to a point. I mean, it's possible to get maybe a couple extra bananas, maybe. And that's why you're going to have some variations in the scores up to the kill screen. It's not always going to be the same. There's going to be a little bit of variation. Maybe one extra banana will do it for you.
If he kill screens Miss Pac-Man,
it's crazy.
Like
he could. He's on track.
With his first game, he just
that
for those of you who are just watching who aren't familiar with all this stuff, to just get in front of Miss Pac-Man on the drop of a dime and kill screen it, in front of everybody, the skill level being demonstrated here, he can't make a mistake, That's just crazy.
Abner's in a rhythm right now, it looks like.
Yeah, you could tell.
He knows exactly what he's doing. There's no, chance to it.
Yeah, it's mesmerizing watching him play. What about P breaks? Nope. Well, in Pac-Man, you can take some P breaks because you can park.
Yeah.
But Abner isn't getting nothing.
No.
He's just got to sit there and get it done.
He's so low key too, you know.
He is.
Just about everything.
Yeah.
Sask Vid Kid was supposed to be here, but work got in the way.
Who's that?
I'm not sure.
Work got in the way.
But work got in the way. Abner is a stone cold killer.
Okay.
He's definitely handling Miss Pac-Man. There's nobody watching his game right now that can beat him at this game. So let's take a look back over at Tim. Is Tim running pure patterns at this point?
Yeah.
So he's just moving through it.
Yep.
I wonder who's further along, Don or Tim?
Tim is.
Oh, okay.
Tim's about to roll for the second time.
Oh yeah, you're right. So it's interesting, like how so Tim's just playing straight through, like
Yeah,
he's just championing it. And Don is going for the perfect. So you're seeing, and they started at the same time. So you're seeing the time differential that starts to get involved when you're trying to perfect it. It looks like Tim is moving at probably 35 to 40% faster through the mazes than Don is, because Don's got to contend with grouping all of the ghost monsters.
Well, he
Takes
did
time.
early on, yeah. So he spent a lot more time on the early boards than Tim did.
But now you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, once you get to the 9th key, then it's all downhill. It's all patterns.
Look who decided to stop streaming and trying to steal viewers. I am Rizella is talking. Who's that? Who are you talking about? What's up, Mike Sroka? I thought it was great that you said that you had a poster of Jack that Walter gave you. He listed when Jack was talking. He's like, I got a poster of you.
Cool.
You need a poster of all these guys. Take screenshots. Because this is, I mean, having all 4 of these guys in the same spot, doing this is
rare.
It's a rare thing.
Pretty rare.
And, you know, having the opportunity to spend some time with these guys, you know, everybody's so nice. And, you know, I just think that to be able to give them some spotlight to a whole new generation of gamers, you know, this is great. I'm so glad that they were able to make it. I really hope that these guys are able to execute what they're doing here, because it'll be historic.
It will be. Yeah.
You know, if Don Hayes perfects this sucker right now, that's a tough one to beat. That's tough. First game, sit down, perfect it. And then he will get a high score than what you can get on the original.
Right. The way it's set up.
Yeah, the way. So that'll be its own category. But man, that Miss Pac-Man. I don't know if you've ever played Miss Pac-Man, but just trying to get like 200,000 points gets your heart pumping.
It does.
Let's see what the chat's saying. Don's pattern is faster than Tim. I never thought a Pac-Man event could be this good. Krispy Kreme. I am glad that you guys like it. Because, look, Pac-Man, obviously, because it's pattern running and there's a lot of repetition, and once you get through the first screens, there's not a whole lot to discuss because it's sort of going on and on. Yes, it's a harder type of thing to broadcast and maintain. You know, but you know, when you have 4 of them going at the same time, I think it makes it a little more interesting, and especially at the level that they're playing at, you guys need to stay tuned in to see if they pull off some of this stuff, because I don't know who else could do it. If you really think about it, I'm willing to bet that. Here's what I'm hoping happens. I'm hoping Abner kill screen Miss Pac-Man, because he could just talk about that forever and ever. I want Don to get a perfect Pac-Man, and he's playing on the 20th anniversary edition. Okay, I want him to do that and sort of continue on in the marathon. I want Tim to completely own the marathon aspect of it, right? Just get to the kill screen, move through it, and just keep on going and keep
And
on
how
going.
many hours is he gonna go?
And until everybody just drops, right?
Right.
I want Dwayne to get his perfect Pac-Man right in front of everybody. I know he's been working on it.
Or at least get to the kill screen, whatever it takes.
Yeah. Looks like he's continued on, right? So he's going for the kill screen, I guess, at this point. I think he may have stopped trying for the perfect on the. Dwayne is on the 25th anniversary edition.
So are they all on the 25th?
No, Don is on the 20th. Abner is on the 25th. Dwayne is on the 25th. Tim is on the 20th.
Okay. So 2/20th and 2/25th.
Yes. Yeah. But
because they play a little bit different is the reason.
No. We were able to determine that those they're all the same from a Pac-Man perspective.
Yeah.
But we were trying to get all 25ths because on the 20th you have to activate Pac-Man with a secret joystick maneuver,
up,
right?
down, both,
it would just be easier for broadcast to be able to just choose Pac-Man, but couldn't get them. It's hard to get. It's interesting. It was harder to get these machines. I mean, we had to build. I certainly couldn't find 4 standalone arcade machines anywhere near me that weren't like $1 billion.
Right.
So we decided to custom build the cabinets using the joystick specifications that Dwayne wanted, and so we put them in contact. The cabinets were built by Gene Lewin.
I know him.
Yeah. Who owns Vintage Arcade Superstore. If you Google that, you'll see that they were built by a very competent guy who's been doing this for a long time. And one of the technological challenges we had was I didn't want to aim a camera at the screens, right? I wanted to get the feed from the machine so we could see it as purely as possible. But I wanted to do that without affecting the machine in any way.
Right, because a regular camera messes up the picture.
Yeah, like it's at an angle.
The speed is different, right?
The recording is like it's
not clean.
It's not clean, right?
Yeah, this is clean.
So we went through this whole process of trying to figure out, the boards. Thankfully, have a way to get the RGB off the board separately from what it's sending to the main arcade monitor. But then you need to convert that signal, and we have to convert the signal 3 times, once to VGA, once then to HDMI, and then to SDI.
Wow.
And so all through that process, and these machines...
That alone is amazing to be able to do that.
Yeah.
This is old technology.
Yeah, it is. And so you get into these weird things with voltage, and that's why every now and then you'll see the video display sort of jitter a little bit because of voltage changes in the sync sort of. But we're only seeing that because there's a separate board dealing with this. It's not. They're not seeing any shaking or shimming on their screen. Everything's solid for them. So yeah, and then here, this is even more. So we get the video feed out, but you got to remember that we're getting a 16:9 video feed that is 90 degrees sideways, right? Because the Pac-Man's screen is a long way television.
Right, this way.
So then we're like, oh my God, we got these 4 feeds. We have to rotate them all so that we can see them in the correct
fashion.
Yeah.
Yes, we can understand it.
And so the screen that you're looking at is a composition of, well, let's see, there's a GoPro for every one of their faces. So that's 4 video feeds. Then there's 4 video feeds for the game. And then there's a video feed of us in the dead center. So what is that, 9? There's 9 video feeds you're seeing, and then on top of that we have to do an overlay, and then we wanted to create that fancy transition.
Yeah, it's the Pac-Man.
Yeah. So why don't you do the fancy transition, and let's see those guys at the arcade machine. And we'll keep talking. Yeah, see that? Pac-Man just ate us up, and now you can see the guys.
Right.
They're actually on the machine, and we had them build the Twin Galaxies machine, and
Tim just rolled 2 million.
Did Tim just roll 2 million?
Yeah, a minute ago.
Wow, 2 million.
2 million.
He's got one more to go.
right? The list of
Yeah,
people.
2 and something.
The list of people who have gotten that score just narrowed.
Yep.
Right? It just keeps moving away. And so, you see that? Yeah, Iceman. The Pac-Man. Oh, hey, go back. Can you put it back to the arcade guys? Because we'll keep talking. Look at that, Pac-Man. Just ate us up. And then we transit. Did you see that, Jen? Yeah, it's cool. The little Pac-Man-y doing Pac-Man-y things.
It's like Tim's taking a break.
Look, we can sneak a peek at Neostorm, who's playing Zookeeper. Can you do you have the button to jump over to the other camera? It's a button press, or is it a Pac-Man press? I can't. It could be both.
I think Tim's taking a restroom break.
Oh, Tim has parked.
That's what I'm guessing.
Oh, look at that. There's Neo trying to sneak in a Zookeeper game, trying to beat my 15 million I put up. Yep, that's right. Not working, just playing games. That's all we do here at Twin Galaxies is
so easy.
Just play games and not work. All right, take us back, sir. Yeah, Pac-Man transitionist right there. Leave it there. We can see them. This way, it feels like we're at the arcade.
Yeah.
And we're just kind of trying to look over their shoulder to get a sneak peek.
They're pretty quiet in there, right? There's not.
Yeah, there's not. If they talk, the microphones will pick their voices up. So if you guys could hear whatever they're saying, they're not muted. They just have nothing to say because
I heard one thing.
They're too busy kicking ass. They are too busy showing you, the viewer, where you stop and they begin.
Right.
That's what's happening.
Yes.
What you guys have to do is when you're looking at the screen, you have to try not to focus on any one game for too long because you might go blind from the eliteness.
Yeah.
You gotta shift your vision from Dwayne to Don to Tim to Abner. Just keep it moving because it's like radiation. You can take it in bursts.
Right.
You don't look at Abner's game for too long. That'd be the end of your eyesight. Okay. You gotta be elite enough to handle that, and we're just trying to baby step you in to eliteness. That's all I have to say about that. And for those of you who don't know, who just are tuning in, sitting to the right of me here is the Spy Hunter world record. And your record still stands. No one's beaten that.
Spy Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm now second place on Frenzy because Joel West. He came to town and
he wants to come here and do the 100-hour thing.
Well, we're here.
We should totally do it.
Well,
the 100-hour Frenzy thing.
Yeah.
Woo.
We'll put him in a closet someplace and let him do his
and just
thing.
leave him.
Yeah. Put some food under the door.
Oh, yeah. Don Hayes is killing it. All right, so let's take another quick update at what's going on. We've got Dwayne Richard. Looks like he is pressed on. He's lost a life for 2. He's on his, and it looks like he's just moving things forward to the kill screen at this point. He's getting some ghost monsters through the tunnel. The tunnel slows it down. There's a move called the tunnel terror.
Yes.
Where you can get all those ghost monsters bouncing around in there for 30 seconds or a minute or whatever it is, and basically be their dad. Literally on the screen, the word dad appears in the bottom right-hand corner when they're caught in the tunnel. And they ask for permission to leave the tunnel. So Dwayne is continuing his quest. There's been a lot of skepticism around Dwayne's Pac-Man play. There's been people saying, oh, should he even be deserved to be on the same screen with these guys? He hasn't posted any scores. He hasn't done this and that. And so, Dwayne's aware that there's this element out there that doubts his credentials for such an event.
Yeah.
But this is his chance to be live in front of everybody. There's no editing going on.
No.
He's working the machine, and if he takes it to where he hopes to take it, everybody that doubted on him can, send him a box of chocolates.
Yeah, they'll probably do that.
He says he likes chocolate.
Ah.
It gets caught in his goatee, so he saves some for later. And so Dwayne is still working the ghost monsters. Looks like he wants to get as many points as he can. Let's move on over to Don Hayes. Don the Machine Hayes. For those who don't know, Don's middle name is actually, he doesn't really publicize it, but We here at Twin Galaxies, we did some homework, looked it up. His name is Don Ecclesiastes Godfrey Hayes.
Wow.
So the best part about that is every other week he changes it. I think he told me that next week it will be Dawn Elizabeth Hayes, and then he will move on in the week after that to Don Eugene Hayes. So right now we're in the Ecclesiastes week. So that's a little tidbit brought to you by Twin Galaxies.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, Don, let me just recap here. We did a pregame interview. Don promptly got up, started his game, and just started playing. And he has executed perfect Pac-Man since it began. Now, if he continues on with this perfect game all the way to the kill screen, he will wind up getting about 5,060 points more than a classic 1980s perfect Pac-Man score. And then he will press on through the kill screen using the methods that he and Billy and everybody discovered, and continue on. But what's really interesting about this is I'm pretty sure this will be the first time for any Pac-Man game that someone just said they were going to get a perfect game, sat down and pressed the button and got the perfect game the first time live in front of everybody else. I don't think I've heard of.
No, not as a live broadcast, no.
Just someone just sitting down and just doing it. You have a couple games, warm up. He just sat down and just did it.
Yeah.
Dwayne just died again a minute ago.
He died.
Dwayne
Hayes just died.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw it right there. So his perfect is over.
Oh, he lost the perfect. Oh.
Well, he'd already died, but so.
Oh, had he?
Yeah, so he's down 2 now, at least.
2? Oh,
2 or 3
he's
even.
like he wants to start over, doesn't he?
I don't think he's going to.
No. He lost the perfect. Tears of sadness. But then again, I was pointing out how rare and impossible that would be. That's proof right there.
There's only like 6 people that's ever done perfect, right?
Yeah, and let alone do it on your first game at the drop of a hat.
You're not doing it at home, you're doing it in a public arena.
Yeah. And these, they're playing on, they're the only people to have played these on these machines.
Yeah.
Prior to them, the machines were completely and utterly new. No one played on them. There were that was it. Whatever play that took place on the machines was just to test them for about 5 seconds to make sure that they worked.
I wonder how they're dealing. Are the joysticks new, or is everything new, or is it?
Everything is new.
Yeah.
So we couldn't get. One of the things we wanted was every machine to be identical, so that they are experiencing the same conditions.
Yeah.
We thought about getting older joysticks and installing them from older Pac-Mans, but we could not get 4 that would be the same. They'd have all different levels of wear on them.
Impossible.
So instead, we talked to them, and they all agreed. So the joysticks that are in there are all new joysticks that are used in the Namco 20th and 25th edition.
I see.
So why did Don Hayes die? I mean, did he just make a mistake on the pattern? I didn't see it.
It went too fast.
Did you catch it?
Oh, wow, yeah, he must have died recently. I didn't see it. Don must have died.
Yeah,
he must have missed his pattern. So Don's out of a perfect then.
We'll have
he
to
died.
review the tape.
We have to. Well, there will be an archive of this, and people will be able to examine their games.
Yeah.
Abner is getting close to the kill screen. It kills around 850,000, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm. Depending on what his fruits are.
That will be
maybe a little more.
Abner might do it. Abner might have literally do I'm sitting down, kill screening this, and then that's it.
They do the impossible, really.
That's just, I mean...
I don't know how many people have the Miss Pac-Man kill screen under their belt.
It's got to be... I don't know. That's a good question.
It's got to be a single-digit number.
Do you think there's more people with a Miss Pac-Man kill screen than a Pac-Man kill screen? Or more people with a Pac-Man kill screen?
I think we have about 6 on the Pac-Man kill screen. Do we have 6 for Miss Pac-Man?
I don't know.
Well, the kill screen and a perfect game are not the same thing.
Right.
So getting to the kill screen in Pac-Man is probably more than 6.
Right.
Right, perfect game.
Perfect game.
Perfect game is 6. That's very hard to do.
Yes, as Don just
And
showed us.
Kill screen in Ms. Pac is also very, very hard.
Look at Dwayne Richards' video camera. He's gotten low.
Yeah.
He's gotten down. Right now he's probably doing the power stance.
You think he is?
He's flexing those thighs to bring in those extra moves and quick reflexes. It comes from the thigh. Any real gamer will tell you that your reflexes in your hands is driven by your thighs. So you got to flex them.
You gotta flex the thighs.
Let's take a look at the chat. What's going on in there?
We're speculating how many boards Abner has before his kill screen.
Ooh. About 20 more boards before his kill screen.
They're not sure they're getting.
Oh! God, don't.
Ooh.
Come on, Abner.
The first one.
Abner's down to his last life.
He's gotta like.
He can
rally.
do it. He can do it. Come on. He just has to get 150,000 on his one life. And that's it. And come on, he can do that. I want to see it. I want to see it done. The good news is, if he doesn't do it, there's plenty of time to try again.
Gotta come back.
There's plenty of time. He can eat some food, kick back, and do it again.
Sure.
We're not going anywhere. Everybody.
So this could be an all-nighter then.
Oh yeah. This is going to go as long as these players want to go.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
As long as they're here and they want to play and get it done, we are doing this.
The lights are gonna stay on.
Yes, it is. Well, to be fair, we never leave this place until like 6 in the morning anyway.
Right.
Am I right, Neo? That's right. So it's we're at the beginning of our day.
Up, right?
Yeah, we're at the beginning of our day.
All right.
See, I just want everybody to know, while these Pac-Man champions are doing what they do, Neo is in a desperate panic trying to beat my high score on Zookeeper. So just know that that's taking place simultaneously. Multiple aspects of gaming history are taking place. These champions doing their thing, and Neo getting to epic levels of frustration trying to beat my great Zookeeper score. All right, let's take a look at the chat. Oh yeah, there's Neo. See, we have our spy cam on Neo. Yeah, that's him. You notice the stance that he's in. That's called the stance of frustration. He's doing a little shake there.
Right.
Bending at the knees. Remember, the reflexes come from the thighs. The thighs, and that will help you. All right, here we go. It was a Pac-Man transition. Wow. Producer Todd off camera here just saw our Pac-Man transition, and he was impressed. Yeah. So that's another amazing first that you guys need to be aware of.
The transition.
Yeah, well, never has there been a Pac-Man broadcast that has a Pac-Man transition.
It was needed.
And I think that's been the entire problem
with
previous Pac-Man broadcasts.
Yeah, that's why this one's such a success.
Yeah. I'm going to take a minute to hype up the slowly developing upcoming Twin Galaxies Entertainment Festival.
Oh, I'd like to hear more.
So we're going to have this festival out in at the Arcade Esports facility in Banning, and it's in October 2nd, 3rd and 4th, I think.
Yep.
And we're going to have some fun tournaments there, amongst all the other activity that's going to be planned for the event. And we have the way the event is getting put together is we have a relationship with some people who are big names from Warner Brothers, and so they put on events, and so they want to have music and they want to have more video game culture stuff. So it's not just sort of a Twin Galaxies tournament.
Not really a high score thing.
No,
it's
it's a lot of different things celebrating video game culture. The idea is maybe creating the seedling of what could later become sort of like a Comic-Con, but for video game culture, right? Because E3 is all about selling products, really, and it's not designed to just be a celebration of the player, the video game player.
No.
The festival is more about the celebration of the video game player. And so we want to have some really cool, fun tournaments there. I keep going back in my head. It's like, do we really? One thing that might be fun is reenacting or recreating the tournament that was had for the That's Incredible.
Sure.
Right. So that, and then invite the guys who competed,
Well,
Ben Gold, and then have them come.
Ben Gold wants to come.
And we'll have them get a rematch, a chance for a rematch. You know, like because. The Burger Time, you know, like he had a problem on Burger Time and it just ruined his time. So let's see. Where is TG located? We are in right now. We're in North Hollywood, where our main studio is. And
the event.
The event is in Banning, California. So
and that's going to be twice a year. Once a year.
Well, there will definitely be several types of events that will be going out through year, because what we want to do is make the esports facility a kind of Olympic facility for tournaments, high-end tournaments. So, and when you get into twingalaxies.com and you start submitting and building your player skill index and all this other stuff, that's sort of a way to filter and have some to determine champions for tournaments that way, outside of a typical open style sign-up tournament, right? So you want to have tournaments that can be driven by leaderboards. So you can follow players all the way through their journey up the leaderboard to the final big matches and then the bag match. So that's sort of fun stuff we want to do. But if you have tournament suggestions for the festival that we're going to have, get on Twin Galaxies and post about it, because we might just do them. I want to have an Atari 2600 tournament. Most of these tournaments, I think, will work best if they're decathlon oriented. So you basically get, there's the 10 games and a certain amount of time per each game, and your cumulative score is your placing, right? And then you compete against everybody. And that's how we can have probably the most people get to play. Intellivision wants to have an Intellivision tournament up there, and so that company wants to go there, and Keith Robinson, if you know.
Yeah, he showed up to all the events. He's great.
Yeah, so of course we'll have. I definitely want to have an arcade decathlon with the classics, right? Where the ones that everybody plays, from Pac-Man to Centipede to Space Invaders, and you have some cumulative score. And there's actually going to be real prizes. Like I have not heard back from our organizers what the prize pool is going to be, but there will be a prize pool.
I heard they might have a Miss Pac-Man contest or a Pac-Man contest up there.
Yeah, we are definitely thinking about. Well, look, all of these things are on the table right now, and I want to have a classic Nintendo contest too. So just know that we're working on that, and that's coming, and it should be fun. And think of it like, the Arcade Expo plus, right? So if you actually got to the Arcade Expo once, all of that will still be there, but there will just be a whole lot more to do also, so you can participate. Okay, back to the broadcast. Okay.
Don Hayes lost another life somewhere.
Don Hayes lost another one?
Yeah.
You know what? Do you know what that is? Fatigue.
One thing I wanted to mention is, these are East Coast guys,
Yes. So they're 3 hours ahead, so it's like midnight for them.
And kind of starting late. I mean, they probably should have started at 8 a.m. to give them the maximum awakeness.
Yes. Well, we do have a bunch of energy drinks here.
Okay.
If they want to, put their Pac-Man in park and come get an energy drink, it's right here for them in the fridge. The fridge of majesticness.
Right.
And I wonder if, they know that. They know that because they were out here.
Yeah, they were out here.
So let's take a look at the chat and see what's going on here. It looks like Dwayne is finally running patterns.
Yeah, Dwayne's on the 9th key pattern now.
Okay, so Dwayne is he's done free balling it, and now he's got the jock strap in place. Excellent.
Yeah, I noticed towards the end he wasn't going for the ghosts. He missed a bunch.
How many boards left for Abner? Yeah, about 100 thou. He is deadly serious. Abner Ashman, if he can pull off a kill screen right now.
That's what we're all waiting for.
That will be the best.
It's close, right?
It's close. He's like 100,000 points away. And that will mean he just came press play, press start, and kill screen the game.
That's the mindset.
That's it. That you can't get better than that.
No.
That is the top level.
It's like Babe Ruth, you know.
Yeah, but Babe Ruth pointing at the
Same thing.
You can't. That is the hallmark signature of a master to be able to do something like that.
And you know they're not playing every day. I mean, they haven't played in months.
No, Abner's not been like practicing,
no,
like
they have
nothing.
not. No,
that's the thing. And the other thing is when he got here, he was planning on playing Pac-Man.
Yeah.
And he saw that we had the Miss Pac-Man, and he started thinking about, should I play Miss Pac-Man? Because as you know, he doesn't like to show a lot of his stuff, right?
Does not.
But then he just decided on his own. He said, you know what? I'm going to show people something. Right. That's what he said.
Yeah,
and he is.
Yeah.
He already has shown us something right now.
Right.
780,000 first game.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's
I mean,
a
all that's left.
for you,
all that is left for Abner to show is a kill screen. There's nothing else to show. He's done shown everything.
True.
That's it. As far as I'm concerned, if he kill screened this thing on his first game, he never has to touch Miss Pac-Man ever again. That's
good enough.
Well, kill screening it live? He's like, on his first game, not having practice, nothing, on a machine he's never touched before.
Going in cold.
Going in totally cold. That to me is like the pinnacle of elite playing. All you noobs that are watching should take note and hope that one day you can aspire to be like 1/10 as good. And watch, and when he does it, he's just going to walk out here and be like, oh, that was fun.
Nonchalant.
He's not going to say anything.
Nope.
He should be like, man, I did that for your mom. I did that for your dad. Your grandma owes me a thank you cake. I did that.
Right.
He should be collecting his props. Abner is playing on an anniversary. Abner's playing on a 25th anniversary machine. Yeah. This is just going to be Muscle and Fitness. I wonder who that
Alan
is.
Stahl. He's in the house.
Instead of saying Khan like Kirk did in Star Trek 2, yelling, Khan! You say Stahl instead.
That's right.
And then he just looks and he's like, the abuse, I'm gone. Yep. The abuse, I'm gone. All right, so let us cycle through everybody and get an update. Dwayne Richard, he has settled into a pattern of keys. Now, for those of you tuning in late, Dwayne was taking a very aggressive attempt at doing a perfect Pac-Man on his machine, and he restarted it several times with that determination. But it looks like he's decided to settle in and just move on to the kill screen so that he can show everyone how it's done. So he's lost a few lives, but we're pretty confident he'll get to make it. And the way that they're playing, the rule set that they're playing against is they can choose to continue to make it to the kill screen and then use the continues to move through the kill screen, but then after that happens, there's no more allowance for that, and then it's just how long they can last against each other for the marathon purpose. So Dwayne is making his moves in that direction, and we are hoping that we see the magic in his screen.
Yes.
Don Hayes went from the pinnacle of hope and aspiration for a perfect Pac-Man to the near pinnacle of just delivering a solid game that's going to go straight to the kill screen. So he and Dwayne are on the same track at this point, although Don Hayes has not started over. This is his first game.
Right.
That he will sit down and if he gets to the kill screen, that means he just sat down on the very first game and just played straight to a kill screen on his first game within the lives allotted, which is no joke. That's the thing. Like, we're watching these guys, and, you know, we're like, oh, well, they're only going to get to the kill screen. You know, you lost, you know, a life. It's like 99% of the Earth can't do that at all with all the lives. So let us.
No one's seen it. You know?
Yeah. Let us just not forget our proper place in the order here. We'll take a look at Tim Balderramos, he's playing for speed. He's the furthest ahead of everybody. He is just racing to the kill screen. And, you know, we're a little bit concerned about the kill screen because Tim's going to slam into it so hard it might dent it. That's how fast he's moving towards that thing. But Tim's on his first game too, isn't he? I don't think he restarted.
Yeah, he is.
First game. So
yeah.
So he's on the first game, right?
Yeah. So it's like Tim's at 2.3 million.
Right.
Yeah. So all three of these guys are on their first game still.
True. How many hours in are we?
I don't know. What did we started at 5? So we started 6. 4 hours.
4 hours and 42 minutes.
4 hours and 42. Man.
So
we didn't start playing until around 6, though. Isn't that right?
Yeah, we started around 6. So maybe say 3 hours. The main point is basically 3 of these guys, Tim, Abner, and Don, sat down at the machine, pressed start, and that was it. They have not reset, and they are continuing to play. Abner is like 60,000 points away, I think, from a kill screen.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the world record on a original Miss Pac-Man machine is, what is it? Is it 900?
Yeah, it's 900 and something.
It's 900 and something.
Yeah, I think they were talking in the chat earlier about it. 920,
Yeah.
930.
923.
And whose is it?
Who has it?
Yeah.
We'd have to look it up on. And so if Abner, if he just gets the right combination of this game not crashing, you know, for a while, he could go the distance, man.
I think Abner may even have the world record.
It's possible he might already have the world record. But he knows he's having a game.
He does. He got through 8 kill screens without dying, which is
it's just real hard to do.
Yeah, 'cause it's random.
Yeah, it's random.
Yeah.
For those of you who are watching, Miss Pac-Man, once you get up to a certain level, it will kill screen, but it's a random point in time where it will happen because it has to meet certain conditions inside the program. So sometimes you can get lucky where it will let you play more boards. You can accumulate more points. Sometimes it'll cut you short. I've seen it cut in the 700,000s before. Yeah. So he's already in kill screen danger zone. But it'll be interesting because he's playing on the anniversary edition, and the behavior of the kill screen might be different than the behavior on an original Miss Pac-Man. But Don, you would know more about that possibility than I would.
Yeah, I would, but I don't necessarily know. I agree that it could be different, but on the other hand, it might not be. It might be the same.
Right.
And you know, my experience with the Miss Pac kill string is that it's just very weird to begin with. And I've only been able to really look at it in MAME, and MAME apparently doesn't do it 100% like the arcade machine does. So, who knows? We're getting into uncharted territory here.
We are in the next in 50,000 more points. We are in uncharted territory, especially on an anniversary edition. I don't even know if anybody's ever tried to take that up. That's for sure. I can tell you this: if there is a track, I don't think there is, but if there is a track for the anniversary edition of Miss Pac-Man, he's got to be number 1, number 2 right now.
Right.
There's got to be. I believe that there should be a fastest perfect eat Miss Pac-Man track in which the timing ends at 1:33. That's very technical.
Yeah.
There's so much concentration going on right now. Abner's game is pulling my attention hard.
Yeah, that's
yeah, the rest are on 9th key patterns. So that's not much to look at there. But Abner's the one to watch because
he's just dealing with random stuff.
That's right.
Miss Pac-Man is just he's just playing. He's fighting the machine.
Well, you know, Miss Pac, the randomness in mispack is from the beginning of the board.
Right.
And after the beginning, then it settles into the regular chase patterns. I mean, the chase behavior. And there's so you can't run patterns on mispack per se, but watching Abner play, you can tell that he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he knows like how the ghost will react.
Yeah.
Based on what he's doing.
Yep.
So you can only imagine the 50,000 games he had to play to embed that into his mind.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing and where the ghosts are going to go based on where he is.
Yeah, I mean, so it's really whether or not he makes an error on what he already knows. 933,580 is the world record for original Miss Pac-Man set by Abner himself. And I would love to see him beat that on this machine, because then the community can sponsor in a track into Twin Galaxies for this machine.
This event.
For the and then he can have the record there, because and then there will be the track for that. For the he's on the 25th anniversary edition. Or what we could do, see, this is one of the questions for Twin Galaxies, is we could mix the scores together in a master list, like, but then have the version next to the score. So you could sort by, you could just see like all the score. You know, if you list all the Pac-Mans, the 20th, 25th, and the, oh no, Don Hayes just died. Come on, Don. Keep it going. So we'll figure out how to list it, but this performance is spectacular. He's amazing. I mean, just joystick error, dude. You know what I mean?
One slip.
Yeah, one slip, and then you're dead.
Hands get a little bit moist, and who knows?
Krispy Kreme thinks we should list them all together, and then
There's pros and cons.
I mean, the idea is you click a master list that says Pac-Man, right? Then you see the problem is where do you cut that off? Do you have the Atari 2600 Pac-Man appear in there? Because the score will be all super high.
No, I think that dilutes it.
Yeah. And then you click a button that filters, you know, like I only want to see these platforms. I only want to see. Right now, it's you find the platform and then you see the list.
Yeah.
Do you just make one giant list and then you make people click buttons to filter the platforms down?
Oh.
See, Paul Dean is shaking his head.
Yeah,
no,
don't like it.
He is giving the provincial not excited look. It did not excite him. And let me tell you, when someone can sit down for 12 hours to play Spy Hunter, you better excite them if you want to get something done. We're we're working on a special kind of leaderboard for Twin Galaxies, so that players can compare themselves to each other. You know, in various ways, and you could see stuff. So maybe we do it in there where you can do a custom.
Yeah.
There is a fascinating history on the Bozeman, Montana Miss Pac-Man think tank. I'll try to find the PDFs of the game. Covered it back in the day. Yeah, they dissected the Miss Pac-Man first. Tomasaki needs to be at the banning event this fall. Well, as you know, you may or may not know, but we've been working with the filmmakers for Man vs. Snake. So, I've seen that movie like a million times. It's a great movie. I can't wait for people to see the movie.
I can't wait either.
It's a great film.
I know we've been waiting for years.
I think it's next month, right? They're gonna.
Well, we're working on helping the film get proper distribution.
Sure.
And I can't announce how the deal structure of what it's going to be, but based on the way that we're putting the distribution together, it's probably going to be the most watched documentary ever. Bigger than King of Kong?
Oh, way more people will see it than King of Kong
Great.
because of the way that it's going to be distributed.
Yeah.
And so, and it's a great movie.
right? And I can tell you this, that $2 billion companies have to work together, are working together to help distribute the film.
Wow.
So it's a real situation.
Big money behind it.
And so it's just the reason it's the filmmakers obviously want to tell everybody that's been involved with the film, and you know that it, you know, when it's coming out specifically, because everybody's waiting for it, you know. So they feel that pressure, and you know, I just want to say, look, you know, Tim Kinsey and Andrew Seckler are doing everything they can to get the film out, and it's at this point where the machine that has to exist for everybody to be able to see this movie is the holdup. There's no other holdup to it. The movie's
Post-production is done.
Yeah, they're polishing it at this point. You know, fixing some sound. You know, nothing like no. It's all the movie's totally watchable, 100%. And I've seen it a few times, and it's just a great film.
Just a few.
Here's the difference between like it and say The King of Kong.
Yeah.
The King of Kong it's a docudrama, right? Like the reason The King of Kong is so great is because it was edited to be a movie that entertains you. And so in order to accomplish that, it's like the movie Pumping Iron. In order to accomplish that, it had to be edited in a particular way. Certain things had to be omitted, yada, yada, because so yeah, there's a documentary-esque aspect to it, but any pure documentary does not, it's really hard to structure that kind of drama. So it had to be sort of artificially produced. So, okay, great. So it makes the movie fun to watch.
Right.
You know, obviously it had all kinds of effects on the community that they went into because everybody thought that they were just making just a pure documentary.
Right.
And so expectations were set one particular kind of way. And then, of course, it comes out and they're like, hey. But that being said, as a piece of entertainment, King of Kong obviously did well and people enjoyed watching it, right? Maybe not the CAG community because of the history, but the average person enjoyed it. So now on the other end of the spectrum of a video game documentary, you can have something like Chasing Ghosts, which takes far less liberty in terms of how it's edited and just sort of features, you know, what's going on, and it feels very informational, but it's not as dramatic. There's not, you know, there's no one to root for per se, you know, so you have on that spectrum. So what was interesting is in Man vs. Snake, enough actual real life drama took place while they were shooting it that they were able to edit together something that's not quite as dramatic as King of Kong, because King of Kong is artificially induced drama, but I would dial it back 20%, 25%, but it's got that much real drama in it, and so it makes the movie just play so well because and obviously the filmmakers were really sensitive to what went on with King of Kong.
Right.
So there's no sort of artificially induced drama. It's all totally real, but you actually have people to root for. You have controversy. There's right. You know, like there's legitimate controversy in the film, and everybody's gonna have their opinions after they watch it for sure. But it all plays well. It's not. There's no there's
no bad guy.
There's no mustache. But
Right.
but it plays well. You know what? It really does capture the heart of how, you know, gamers feel, and you know, you root for things. And anyway, just know that we here at Twin Galaxies are doing everything we can to help bring that film forward in a way where as many people as possible can see it.
Good.
And we've made some really good, sort of one-of-a-kind, unique progress. And the filmmakers have been very patient with that process because they have a lot of pressure. You know, they've put all their money in it. They've got people who've kickstarted, you know, all this other stuff. So I'm just telling you, if you know this, if you're part of that film or been waiting for it, just a little while longer. You know, it's not a matter of years waiting; it's a matter of months, and we're in the process of figuring it out. So, let's see.
In the meantime, Don Hayes has lost another life. He's down to one spare.
What is
one spare? What's
why?
going on here?
How is that happening?
I don't know. He's slipping or something. I didn't see.
Is he in Don? Is he getting into his own head about this? Maybe he needs to park his Pac-Man and take a refreshment break.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. On the chat, they were suggesting that Don Hayes is running one of the faster patterns, which is a little more dangerous. And that may be true, given that he's died several times using it.
Oh yes.
I don't think I've seen any of his deaths, but obviously he has died. What, 4 times?
The pressure goes up when you have less lives. Let me tell you.
I think one of the ones to watch is Abner. He must be getting close to the kill screen.
Okay, Abner is at 845,000. Once he gets to 850, at that point, it's a landmine film, right? He's walking through a minefield for a kill screen. But if he can push it, what if it just, for whatever reason, doesn't kill and he actually gets to 1 million? That'd be the best.
That'd be a first.
That'd be the best. Tim is taking a break. Hey Tim, do you need an energy drink? Let's see if he heard me.
Somebody in the chat is claiming that this board that Abner's on is the last one. Before the kill, before a possible kill.
So we might
kill
see
screens.
something. Last normal screen. Someone's been counting.
All right, everybody, we're gonna draw our.
After this board, he says.
Okay, so we're gonna draw our attention onto Abner, who theoretically, after this board, we are in kill screen territory.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Look at that! Look at that! Abner even found like a rest spot on Miss Pac-Man.
He's resting.
This is a if he kill screened this, Abner Ashman came here, sat down on a machine he never played on before, pressed start, and point blank just killed screen Miss Pac-Man first shot out.
Got the banana. The good fruit.
He's at 853.
Yeah, but the guys in the chat might be counting incorrectly. He might have a few more boards.
He might have a few more boards.
Because he ate almost all the ghosts in the early part. Oh, there it is. Something weird's happening.
Oh, he kill screened it.
Kill screened
He
it.
kill screened it. Abner Ashman.
That's
He kill screened it.
Done.
It reset. Did you see that? He straight kill screen. All right, Abner, you gotta come out here, man. You got 853, 680.
Saw that?
He killed it. All right, I'm gonna go get him.
Yeah, get him.
All right,
Get him out here.
Oh,
Let's get the interview.
boy.
Take my spot.
Abner Ashman. Abner, you come on out here, man. That's phenomenal.
Oh,
We gotta. You're. That was historic.
Some of the strange strains or something, but have him sit down.
Oh yeah, please join us here in Command Central.
Nice job.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Way too slow. Oh man, you're gonna put a mic on you. The chat is blowing up. There you go. So let me be clear as to what just happened.
Okay.
You came here, press start on a machine that you hadn't played on before, and that was your first game from when we left, after we got done, right? You just went over and hit start.
First game, yes.
And then you just kill screen Miss Pac-Man, straight out.
Kill screen Miss Pac-Man. That's what I'm supposed to do. You know?
That's what I'm supposed to do.
That's what I'm supposed to do.
Did you hear that? This is a champion's statement. The entire chat is cheering you on, huge. What you just did is so rare.
Beautiful.
And let me just tell you this: anybody who had any doubt because maybe they hadn't seen you play or whatever, they need to just send you some chocolates, and he's got a mic. His mic is on. They're like Foster wants to hear you. Here you go.
Hey, I'm a real quiet guy.
He's a real quiet guy. Can you hear him?
I just do my job and keep it moving. Can you hear me?
I think they should be able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
You're just really quiet? Here,
yeah.
you take this one too.
Yeah.
Let the crowd, the fan, you just gave a gift to a whole bunch of people who will never see that ever again in their entire life. They certainly aren't going to do it. So what do you want to tell them?
Nothing much. It's just, that's what I do. That's it.
How many times have you killed screen?
At least 1,000.
Oh my God. The question was, how many times did you kill screen Miss Pac-Man? And he's like, at least 1,000 times.
Oh my God.
So you guys may, here, let me grab that real quick. You guys may not have caught this, but when he came over here, he was not interested in the fact that he kill screened. He was focused on the fact that he did it 10 minutes too slow. That's what he.
Yeah, 10 minutes too slow.
That's what he said. 3 hours and 5 minutes.
No, 4 hours.
4 hours?
No, it was they got a time on it. No, it wasn't 3 hours.
It wasn't 3 hours. What did your stopwatch tell you?
It should have been like 3:40, about 3:55.
He says 3:55.
Around 3:55.
Well, you know,
Yeah,
we have it totally recorded, so we can get the exact time.
We started a little after 6, didn't we?
No, it's about 3:55.
About 3:55.
A normal score is about 3:42, 3:43, 3:44. About 10 minutes slow.
Well, let me tell you something. Nobody in this stream has ever seen anybody walk up to a Miss Pac-Man machine, cold turkey, that they never played before, and just kill screen it and then walk off.
Nah, it was a little tricky at one point because
yeah.
I wanted to do it on my first shot. I really wanted to do it, so I noticed at the end of the last 16 boards, I started the junior a little bit differently because
it was a more conservative.
It was a more conservative start.
It was interesting to watch you play because it was clear that you knew that based on what you were doing, what the ghosts were going to do, and it's unusual to see that kind of control in a Miss Pac-Man game. You see it more frequently in pattern use on the Pac-Man game because then you kind of can recognize it.
Right.
But because Miss Pac-Man seems more random,
right.
watching you just hang out in a corner for a second and all that was pretty cool, man. How many games of Miss Pac-Man do you think you've played in your life?
Ooh. Oh man,
At least.
Man, that's a tough question. Maybe 4,000, maybe.
4,000?
Yeah.
Maybe 4,000 games of Miss Pac-Man.
Hey, we talking 33, 34 years of playing.
Well, that's what it takes to be able to just sit at a Miss Pac-Man machine and make it call you dad. Because that's what you just did.
That's how it is.
We were watching the other players. Don Hayes was on a run for a while, but then, his game just started to deteriorate a little bit. But it looks like he's still going to make it.
He just rolled to 2 million.
He's at 2 million.
Yep.
Tim Balderavos is at 2.5 million. I think, is Dwayne at 700,000?
Yeah.
Or so Dwayne's been just fighting his way.
Dwayne is not having a good run.
He's not having a good run, but the good news is we're here as long as he wants to be.
Okay.
So he's got time to do whatever it is that he wants to do.
Oh man, you're the best.
I love the fact that you're. Now, when you first came here, you weren't sure if you were going to do some Miss Pac-Man, right?
No, I wasn't really sure. I remember Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah. See, and I remember because I saw the look on your face when you were thinking about maybe doing it. And then when you decided to do it, you then set the bar for yourself as I'm gonna kill screen this thing the first time I play.
Yes, that's the only way. That's the only way to do it.
That's the only way
I
to do it.
I can easily go back in there, and then do it But I wanted to do it the first shot. I think I'm the best, and you gotta make it hard for yourself.
Well, I personally feel you have to be the best at Miss Pac-Man to be able to do that. I can't even imagine someone else doing something like that. You made it look easy.
Yeah.
You didn't. I mean, at what point specifically were you sweating it the hardest? Do you think?
Believe it or not, after the second man died, because I knew I got to get a decent run on the third one. Because this game have a way, once you get to your last man, it has a way, if you got too many boards to go, it just finds a way to kill you. So once the third man died, I was like, okay, got about 16 or so to go. I think I can take it home.
Well, you took it home, you tucked it in, you gave it a bedtime kiss goodnight, and now you're out front watching TV.
I'm watching TV.
that's the Miss Pac-Man machine is finished. Man, that's pretty amazing. And I want to tell the whole audience here, you guys saw something I don't think anybody's ever seen before. Certainly, I mean, you've never streamed this stuff before, right?
No.
No.
Only at events and stuff. Some of those guys will see it.
Right,
But in terms of a wide audience like this, first time.
Yeah. So now and it's recorded, so you can have it, as a permanent record of having it. And your score was like, what was it? 835? 50. 853.
Yeah, that was about 30,000 lower than it should be, but it is what it is.
He said it was about 30,000 lower than it should be.
Yeah.
We were hoping that maybe the anniversary edition wouldn't have the same kill screen limitation, right? And then you'd be able to proceed.
Actually, it doesn't. It normally gives you the 8 extra boards. This time it just so happened
it just
it did it.
You know what it was? Is it couldn't take the abuse. It just wanted out.
Hey, possibly.
It just gave up the ghost really fast. Come on, Abner.
I don't know.
That's not being so stone cold to me.
All right.
Look at what everybody's saying. They're saying that was effing awesome and amazing.
Thanks, guys. I tried my best, and that's what you guys are getting, my best. All right.
Can someone explain the significance of this to someone who doesn't know this stuff? Okay, I will try to explain this again. For the people who are tuned in and they don't fully understand, Abner. So I'll talk about the Miss Pac-Man thing. So the fundamental reason arcade games exist is to take your money. That's why they were made. Period. So what does that mean? That means that the level of difficulty and the way that they escalate in terms of their difficulty is designed to try to make your experience addictive but short so that you keep pumping in quarters. There are no pauses. There are no easy modes or tutorials. There is just this machine trying to make you feel bad about trying to beat it. So that's a very different kind of attitude that the game designers had at the time than, say, today, which is try to make you feel good with easy modes and giving you God cheat codes so you could just see the end. And then if it's too hard for you, you just get on the internet and complain and cry like a baby until the developer patches it and makes it easier for you. That's where you're from. So when you take a game like Miss Pac-Man, which is after Pac-Man, so you have a situation where Pac-Man had come out and people were starting to try to master it and learn it. So they said, so what happens when people learn patterns on Pac-Man? Well, they get less quarters. The vendors are making less money. So what does Namco want to do? Let's make a new one, Miss Pac-Man, and let's make it harder because we don't want patterns. We want people to pump in quarters. So that sets the stage for Miss Pac-Man, and most people will play Miss Pac-Man, and maybe get 50,000 points if they consider themselves good. You have these stages. You have people who will play and kind of get like 20 or 20,000. Then they'll move up to like 50 or 60. Then they'll bounce up to like 130, 140, somewhere in there, and they'll stay forever underneath 200,000 points because he knows what I'm talking. See, because the 200,000 point mark right in there is where like you've got to know what you're doing.
Right.
So Abner has mastered Miss Pac-Man, and so not only does he hold the world record in Miss Pac-Man officially, but he came out here to show everybody his play. Now let me be clear about this. Abner is more of a private, quiet type. He's not out there trying to, just show off or do those sorts of things. He enjoys these games for his own reasons, and he's gotten very good at them. Twin Galaxies just wants to help people understand, though, like, there's some real talent out there. Like, and so Abner was gracious enough to come here, but he was supposed to play Pac-Man, because this is a Pac-Man kill screen challenge, right? Well, he gets out here and he sees, we were using these 20th anniversary boards, and it's got Miss Pac-Man on it, and I saw him thinking. He's like, maybe I'll play some Miss Pac-Man and just show people, what can be done in the game. Well, that little thought turned into his own personal standard, which is, I'm going to go play on a machine I've never played before. It's basically brand new, so it's not broken in or anything. And I'm going to just take the game all the way to the end, the kill screen end, on the first shot. Now, just getting to a kill screen in general. Now, for those who don't understand, what a kill screen is at some point, you playing the game and passing level after level after level, the programmers of the game did not consider a situation where someone had gone all the way up through a certain number of levels. And it causes the game to essentially write data into areas of the machine that it's not supposed to be there, and that creates an error in the system, and it stops the game from happening. So, Abner, who has achieved kill screens, right? But normally you got to think, look, you make a couple critical mistakes, you're not going to get to the kill screen. You just so you might, if you really like a normal person who's gonna try to get a kill screen, they might play a few games, just get warmed up. Oh darn, after half an hour in, I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna try to start over. Just that, and even if you did that, even if you started over 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, and then you finally got the kill screen, that's an achievement already. But for just sit down in front of the machine and play the one game and just take it all the way to the kill screen live in front of all of you guys and gals, well, that is just the kind of championship play that we hoped to bring to the broadcast, so that people can really see how talented people like Abner are. So my hat is off to you, sir.
Thank you,
that
sir.
was a phenomenal performance. You get to sit here now and just watch these guys.
I just watched this. Now I'm a fan now.
Yeah, now you get to just watch these guys try to kill screen and marathon Pac-Man itself, the original challenge. If you guys have questions for Abner, I can. The monitor up here is like really small, so he can't see it as well as I can. So what I'll do is I can read it to him, and he can answer some of the questions for it if you have it. Rolled Sigs, how did Abner do? Abner kill screened it. He screened it. I can't believe you don't know that happened. You should have felt an earthquake where you were standing. Iggy says, you busted that thing.
Okay.
Francois ADT says that you're magnificent. And Abner, what is your personal best unofficially?
Unofficially 989,360.
989,360. If you couldn't hear him, he's a very soft-spoken, calm gentleman.
Yeah. So sorry about that, guys.
So yeah, unofficially, you almost got 1 million, man.
Almost.
Is that one of the goals, to see if you can get it to hang out on long enough?
That's one of the goals.
Man, I swear.
Yeah, that's one of the goals.
One day, I'll tell you what, if you ever want to, come here, and all we do is we just have a classic Miss Pac-Man machine here, and all the time that you need over a weekend to try, we could broadcast that and try to go for that 1 million the whole time. I will bring you out here for that.
Let me ask you, Abner, on your high score game, your 900 and, what did you say, 89,000?
89, yeah.
On that game, did you analyze it later and look at how many bananas and pears and stuff that you got?
No, I have. Yeah,
And did you get more than an average game would normally give you on that game?
Yeah, well, way more. I have the video of it. I have the video and everything. So, this is a couple years ago, and I never really count the fruits. The 5,000 point of fruits. I didn't really count them, but I know it was above average. Approximately, my calculation indicate about 880 870, 880. It's like an average score. And you know, after a certain point, you realize your score is above a certain number.
Right.
And you're like, okay, I'm up. You know, it's a pretty good score. And you know, so it was definitely above, you know, above average by quite a bit.
In that game too, I assume you ate all the ghosts in the earlier boards.
Actually, no. Actually, I missed one.
Missed
One
one.
1,600 point goals. I missed them.
Yeah.
But as you can tell, missing one, it's not like, you know, it's not like Pac-Man.
Right.
If you miss one ghost, you know, it really doesn't matter. It really
Right.
doesn't matter because ultimately fruit distribution, especially 5,000 point fruit distribution, is going to ultimately dictate your final score.
Right.
Right.
There was a question that asked what got you into playing Miss Pac-Man, and you know.
Simple. See, I was like teenager. Like
You just started playing it?
13 or 14. I'm a guy, you know, It's a video game. We played, and that was it. I started. I played Pac-Man first.
Right.
Right. And you know, back in this is in the early 80s, right? So you play Pac-Man first, and then the thing about Pac-Man is I love the game, but you go to the library, and there were patterns.
Right.
And so I was like, well, this is not, you know, it's not that cool.
You felt it was more memorization.
Right. You know, you figure the pattern out, and you do the pattern, and then all of a sudden you can go a long way. This Pac-Man came around, and you know, you went to a library, and there was supposedly a pattern. First board, you go left, up, right, up, left, and then it just stopped right there. And I was like, oh, and I got hooked on it basically ever since, because it was just
Did you find you had a natural talent at Miss Pac-Man compared to other people who were trying to play?
Yeah, I realized that on most video games, I tend to, I don't know what it is, I tend to always figure something out that puts me ahead of everybody else. And in 2001, that's when I met a guy named Darren Harris. I didn't know about Twin Galaxy. I didn't know about, you know, none of that stuff. I met him, and then he introduced me to Walter and the whole Twin Galaxy. And then I met some guys who were on Pac-Man. At that time was ahead of me, score-wise and skill-wise. I was still able to kill screen it, but there's different levels, and they were ahead of me. And that's when the new challenge come up. I was like, oh man, these guys are, because I've never really met anyone who's ever better than me. And then I still was Rick Farbagel, and heard of Chris Ira, heard of, you know, Billy Mitchell, and of course there's Darren, because he's also good. So once I met those guys, I was like, okay, new challenge. I'm gonna get the high score. I'm gonna do everything. So I did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
That's just crazy. So,
Let me jump in real quick.
Yeah,
Abner, do you recall the first time you got a kill screen? And can you tell us about it if you do?
First time I got a kill screen was maybe around November 1990. Took me 8.5 hours to do it, and sweating like crazy. I was doing a lot of sweating, and that's pretty much the first time I did. It was 1989.
1989.
So I was a little slow compared to the other guys. The other guys, they were doing it earlier than I was. But since some of them they like piggyback off each other, you know, learn stuff from each other.
Right.
But you gotta understand, I was pretty much all by myself, so I had to pretty much learn the whole everything myself. Yeah.
So one of your personal goals for Miss Pac-Man at this point is to try to get 1 million. You see it as possible to get it in there before that kill screen moment happens.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. But you know, after 89, right? So after 90, after 20, was it 25 years? After 25 years, I know it can be done, but you just have to get lucky with the fruits. That's it.
That's just the elusive thing. It's kind of like the 30 million point jump in Zookeeper.
Sure, correct.
It's one of those things that just happen, that either the planets align or it just don't.
Correct.
Dwayne's down to his last life.
Look, Ebony Gentleman 79 says that he's 36, and this event has given him an entirely new appreciation for the classics. Great skill from everyone. What a treat. Yeah, I mean, what I hold. Look, I've been playing games since forever, and I'm a lot older than I look. So, and I'm one of those gamers that plays all the way up through to the current games, right? So I play them all the time, from the classics to the. And I noticed the difference in terms of the generation of players and the different kinds of skill levels in terms of reflex speed and all this other stuff. And what I always try to tell like the younger gamers is you need to play the classics because they really establish the fundamentals in terms of just in terms of pure reflex, in terms of the ability to think about things outside of the box. Nothing is really spoon-fed to you, like all the discovery you had to do for Miss Pac-Man on your own, like all that stuff. And so if you do that, it actually applies to modern games. You actually are a better modern games player. Oh yeah, Dwayne Richard, he's taking a piss break, a pizza break, a triple P, a pop, piss, and pizza break. There you go. He's getting it all done.
PPP. Okay.
Yeah. It's a lot of work going on in that room, let me tell you.
Yeah, oh man, I didn't realize the noise. Was getting on my nerves for a second there because I'm not used to playing. I'm
with all that, or you always by yourself?
All by myself, yeah. So yeah. I was trying not to talk to myself all the time because when I play, I talk to myself all the time. So I was trying not to talk to myself, curse, and just do a lot of stupid
like
stuff.
A cool iceberg, man, playing that game. It looked like it wasn't phasing you. Every now and then you kind of look up and look over and see Dwayne or something. And
I was trying to keep in mind that there's a camera on me and this is all that stuff. So
so there's more pressure.
It was a lot more pressure for me because, like I said, I know most of the time, like 99% of the time, I play by myself.
Right.
And so I always tell people, if I ever give anyone a tape of my gameplay, I'm gonna have to edit the tape because
you don't want all that.
I don't want all that, all that stuff. So I do a lot of talking and a lot of just crazy stuff.
Just whatever's running through your mind.
Right. So I was trying my best not to.
You did a good job. You looked like a cool cat. And what the thing that's interesting about that is, because you're used to playing by yourself in a quiet room all the time, it makes this achievement more significant, in my opinion, because you're playing on a machine you've never touched. You're in a room where 3 other Pac-Man games, a closed room, are just rattling off, and the sound of everybody's joystick is going off. There's a camera in your face, and you are conscious that there are lots of people watching you, and they all have theories about Abner Ashman's game because they've never seen it, right? So you've got that going on, and then what do? You just sit there and kill screen it.
Yeah, that's correct.
You literally do what the legend that preceded you said you would do. You lived up to the absolute hype of the legend, and now, quite literally, there's nothing more for you to do other than get that million. But you see, that's rarefied air. Only you're like that's like Usain Bolt, right? Setting a standard for himself to run even faster because no one's going to catch him anyway, right?
There was a question on the chat asking Abner if it's scrolled away, but asking about Junior Pac-Man, what his best score on that is, and I think if he has any personal best plans for that or anything like that.
All right, let's hear a little about Pac-Man Junior.
Oh, Junior Pac-Man, best score, 4,040,000 or something like that.
If any of you guys have played Junior Pac-Man, you know what kind of ridiculous number he just threw out right there. That's like the hardest Pac-Man ever.
Yeah. Right, but officially it's 3.3, but my personal.
Yeah, your unofficial one, right? Like that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Are you the world record holder for that?
Yeah.
You hold the world record for Junior Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man.
Miss Pac-Man, yes.
And based on what I saw today, I don't think you're in any danger of losing it.
Like I said, distribution, the 5,000 point fruit distribution kind of dictate your final score. So pretty much, the couple of guys that can kill screen the game, that they have just even opportunity to get a better score because The fruits. That's
Right.
it. Right.
The fruits.
The fruits.
The fruits of life.
The fruits of life. Yeah.
That's so basically, if you're gonna beat Abner, the only thing that's gonna differentiate you from him is your fruit. How much fruitiness you're able to bring to the table.
I'm at 5,000 point fruit in specific.
Yes.
Be specific.
The 5,000 point.
Right.
You got to get fruity, basically.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jace, can you ask Abner about his unofficial personal bests on Junior Pac-Man? Okay, we got that. And if he still plays or has any goals, do you have any goals for Junior Pac-Man, or are you kind of done there?
Well, I'm really supposed to kill screen it in front of audience, in front of in the live event. I'm supposed to really do that.
How long would that take?
My calculation indicate maybe 10.5 to 11 hours.
11 hours of Junior Pac-Man. I can't last like 30 minutes in that game.
It's a difficult game. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, the reason, if you've never played Junior Pac-Man, that's because it didn't get popular enough, because it was so damn hard that they just ran back to Pac-Man. It's a hard game. Well, let me tell you something.
Rolling screen and those floating flutes that kill the energizers. You get those big dots that slow you down. Oh my god!
It's a mad dash for more quarters. That's what Junior Pac-Man is.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, when you're ready to try to do 1 million, you got to do it here.
I gotta do it
because we'll have everything all catered, so you can just have everything all ready for you. It'll be 10 hours. We'll have a private masseuse here, massage the shoulders. when it's time to do that.
It's not that bad. There's hiding spots that you can get up and stretch or whatever, stuff like that.
But people would love to see that live. Are you kidding me? That's never been even remotely close to ever being. Ever. Right. So, if you ever want to do that, and also if you ever want to try for that 1 million, we can get it set up here.
And that would have to be maybe a whole week of just trying.
Just trying? Because the planets have to align for that, right?
The planets got to align, so if one game's not going to do it, 5 games.
Yeah, well,
it could, but
it could.
It's highly unlikely.
Well, we could have the week of Abner. It's like you come out, spend a week in California, and, from 6 p.m. to midnight, you come in Monday through Friday, and you just try, boom, boom, boom. You never know, you might hit it.
You never know.
That would be history. History in the making.
They're asking if you have the top score on Super Pac.
No, I never really played it.
He never really played Super Pac.
Maybe like 200,000, but that's, it's like nothing.
I think Robbie Lakeman was working on Super Pac-Man.
Yeah, he does it.
Yeah. You don't want Abner to turn his attention to Super Pac-Man, okay? You don't want that. Let's give Lakeman a chance. Oh my goodness, let's see. You are now number 2 on my Mount Rushmore of idols, according to the champ. Did Dwayne do a continue?
No, he didn't.
He did not.
He started over. Oh, he just died.
Oh, he started
over a few times earlier.
Yeah.
He started over twice or so.
Okay. Tim.
On now is no continue.
Tim has had 2 continues? Tim?
Yeah. No.
Are you sure?
No, Tim hasn't died.
He has.
Really?
It's hard to keep track. Did he have to continue? You were next to him. Did he have to? I don't. You don't.
No, I wasn't.
He didn't announce it.
No, I don't really know what's going on. I don't know.
Don Hayes is still on his first game.
Don's fucking kicking ass.
He's on.
He's at 2.3 million. Yeah. Don is 2.3 million. Tim is working his way to 3 million, so he's getting close to the kill screen.
Someone in the chat said Dwayne's continued. You're right. He must have, because he's on 3 lives.
Oh yeah, now. Surely he might have.
Yeah, he must have, because he was down to 1 life. Earlier.
It's okay. Continues are okay until the kill screen happens, and then continues are over. But it looks like Don Hayes will get to the kill screen on his first game.
Yeah, they're saying Tim is on his first life. I think that's true. Tim has not died.
He thought he died twice.
I don't think so. I don't think Tim's ever lost a life.
No, he hasn't. Pretty sure. Other guys in the chat are saying he hasn't.
Yeah, Tim hasn't died yet. So Tim is just playing straight through to the kill screen, and he's going to get there.
Yeah, in fact, he's getting close.
This is last million.
Yeah, well,
He's
he's
at
2.8.
Yeah. So he didn't hit very many ghosts early on. So he'd hit this kill screen somewhere after 3 million. Not sure where. 3.1, 3.2 maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much those ghosts will add up to.
Man,
I don't know how many he missed.
I was so rooting for you. I wanted you to just kill screen on your first game like that. And if Don gets the kill screen, he'll do the same.
Excellent.
That side by side, same live broadcast.
Excellent.
2 people kill screening Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man.
Wow.
On the 20th anniversary edition.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. You are on the 25th, and Don is on the 20th.
Tim is on the first life.
Yeah.
Tim hasn't even died yet.
Yeah.
So if Tim hits the kill screen too, that'll be 3 of you.
Nice.
There would be no question that champions have been here. If you have 3 people start a game and all of them kill screen. Right? Where else does that happen? You guys are like an arcade owner's worst nightmare. It would have been 4 hours and they would have made 75 cents.
That's about right.
Yeah, man.
I got kicked out of arcades.
Did you?
Groceries back in
the grocery store. They had
stores.
them. Because you're just playing too long.
They see me coming. Plug the game out. Game is broken. I go away, come back in about half an hour. Game is working. So I was like, that's all right. That's okay.
Yeah, because they're trying to make money with that space.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, literally, my arcade here has made 75 cents. Well, let's see. Dwayne started. How many games do you think he started? 4? He started in the beginning. He's
about 4.
Yeah, about 4 of them. So okay, so that's $1. I got $1 right there in quarters,
quarter
and then
me.
I got quarter from Abner.
Quarter.
So I got
$1.75.
$1.75.
About 4.5 hours.
In 4.5 hours, I earned $1.75. At this rate, I can pay for those 3 machines that I put back there in like the year 2060.
2084.
Yeah, in the year 2084. We should do a Robotron thing here one day.
That'd be great.
Oh, I had a world record on that for a while.
The one you want to see.
Till somebody else got it.
Oh, you're working on Robotron.
No, I'm not working on it. I had the tournament. The tournament set world record.
Are you gonna take that back?
I don't know. I have to. Eventually, I gotta get my own machine, and then we'll see what we can do with it.
They're asking Abner if he has any high scores on Donkey Kong.
Oh no, I'm just a fan on that one.
No, he said Donkey Kong's for chumps.
Oh man.
He said if you play Donkey Kong, your last name has to be associated with a body of water like a lake or something. He said his last name's Ashman, which is fire. Fire creates ash.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we all love Donkey Kong, of course. Of course. The Kong off is coming at Replay Effects, and I will be there. I'm going to go there and show my support and see what's happening and going down. There's Ninglendo is here watching. We're coming up on with Tim. He's going to hit 3 million.
Nice.
That's going to be good. I wonder what board he's on. He's got to be.
Yeah, he's getting
Probably
close.
in the 200s or so.
He's definitely in the 200s, yes.
I want Don to make it. I want you guys to make it. You did your job. Your job's done. I love it.
No, Don's gonna make it.
Don the machine.
I think Don's gonna make it. He's got his pattern down.
Don's gonna make it.
Don the machine. You can't make any errors. That's the thing.
Yeah, no slip ups, and if you do, you're You got to be an expert player to be able to play a ninth keyboard without a pattern.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When am I going to kill screen a Zookeeper? Listen, I'm going to tell you my personal goals. These are my personal goals. 100 million on Zookeeper. Uh-oh, Jack's on my machine over there. And his high score is at 20 mil. I've read his web pages, so I know what happened. He walked by the Zookeeper machine over there, and he saw that score, and it called to him. He said he can't let it be. Bring it, Jack. Bring it. But what I want to do is 100 million on Zookeeper. I want to be able to kill screen Donkey Kong. I'm not to get the world record, but just be able to kill screen that. I want to be able to do a perfect Pac-Man, because that's rarefied air I want to try. I want to do 1 billion points on Nibbler.
1 billion.
1 billion points. That's you can't watch Man vs. Snake and not come out of that movie and be like, I've got to try it. It's impossible. You'll see. When you watch that movie, you're gonna want to find a Nibbler machine, and you're gonna be like, I've got to try the billion. I've got to. It makes you.
It only takes
to.
what, 40 hours?
It's like 52 or something like that. But this is the thing. It's like when you watch King of Kong, it makes you want to play Donkey Kong, right?
Yeah.
It just does. Man vs. Snake has way more of an impact like that for the game Nibbler. I swear, if you went into the movie theater and you watched it, and you want a Nibbler machine out in the lobby, so you could just go try it and play it and see. So those are the things that I want to have, because I can't hold any records because I have TG. That's fine. But for personal needs, if I can get a Donkey Kong kill screen, 100 million on Zookeeper, 1 billion points on Nibbler, and a perfect Pac-Man, I don't think anybody has that whole array. Dwayne has 1 billion on Nibbler. He has a kill screen on Pac-Man, but I don't know if he has a perfect. I don't think he has a perfect Pac-Man. I'm sure Dwayne can kill screen Donkey Kong, can't he? I mean,
it's a pretty hard game.
Just getting to the kill screen. I mean, I think
that's hard.
Well, you know what? He plays
fucking hard.
He probably has one because he'll be at the Kong off 4.
Yeah, I mean, look. To me, on Donkey Kong, getting a kill screen is a whole different thing than getting Robbie Lakeman's 1.2 million. You know what I mean? Like, that's just.
Yeah, 800,000 points.
Yeah, you get to 800,000, 700,000. Just move quick through it, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try that. Happy Dude is here, and asking us what's shaking.
It's like Dwayne lost his pattern. He's in a little bit of trouble.
Don is so focused now, you can tell. Oh, Dwayne lost his pattern. Yeah, he's.
Oh, he's close. Look at that. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, he's got a clear shot now. That was close.
Wow. Oh, man.
So someone in the chat said that they're expecting Tim to hit the kill screen at about 3.2 million.
Oh, okay.
He's coming up on 3 pretty soon here.
Zaz, his next world record goal is Galaga no dual ships on normal fire. I can't wait. I think we could have a Galaga off. I personally want to see a Space Invaders, right? You know, get back to the classic and actually have some Space Invaders here, unmodified, and then see what kind of high scores people put up. There's modification Space Invaders make it so much harder. You know, like you're lucky to get past like the 3rd screen since it's that hard. But it's really fun. It's really fun. Oh, there's something about Space Invaders I always liked.
Richie Knuckles plays that game.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He does. And then, of course, I want to do a broadcast with track and field, right? And you just have people competing in track and field. That's a fun game to watch people play. You put a camera on their hands, you put a camera on their face, and then, you know, and everybody who watches that game can understand what you're trying to do, right? So it's sort of a good broadcast game.
It's very loud.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 3.2 million. So, yeah, Tim Balderramos is going to get 3.2 million, 3.3 million, just like Steve Sanders did in Donkey Kong back in the day.
Of course, this one's official.
No, I think he did it in Miss Pac-Man.
Donkey Kong.
Tim's hitting 3 million here very soon.
Oh, everybody, focus on bottom left. Tim Balderramos is about to roll the score again. This would be 3 million points on his first man.
That's amazing, really.
It is amazing.
That's awesome. It's fucking awesome.
This is just like, you are all around seeing championship play from all angles of this broadcast. Oh, he rolled it, 3 million.
Yeah.
Bam. I like how the high score just stops moving because it cycles over. It feels good when both of the scores are moving up together, you know, and then it stops. You just feel, oh. So, Tim is approaching the kill screen.
In the chat they're saying somebody played Galaga. Did you guys know that Galaga you can actually play the demo without putting quarters in? You can take it over.
What?
Yeah.
How?
I'll go do it right now if I'm allowed to go in there. Show you.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see.
Yeah, without putting money in, you can play the demo.
I never heard that before.
Let's see what you got. Well, he's not gonna put money in or press the free play button.
No, from the.
How do you do that?
He's gonna show us.
Look at that. There goes Don Hodges, nicknamed Abner Ashman. There's Galaga.
I was going to show these guys how to play Galaga without putting money in.
So he probably has to die so that it goes into the screen.
I know, but during the demo mode, you can actually play it.
Oh, that trick. Yeah, no, there you go.
You know, this doesn't have fire buttons.
Check and see if your
This may be a stupid question, but were the machine's high scores reset before the challenge started? Yes. These machines were brand new. No one had played on them. Oh yeah, we don't have fire buttons on them because the machines were engineered specifically for Pac-Man, so there are no fire buttons. I forgot about that.
Just to go on that, you can take control of the demo mode in Galaga. You don't have to do anything special during the demo mode. You can actually play as the demo mode is playing. You can. And your movement is kind of mixed in with the movement that is programmed into it.
That's interesting.
And what you do is you can, like the demo always runs exactly the same way. And during the demo, there's a part in the demo where the ship gets captured. And
just told that they're within 20 minutes of the split screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's coming up.
In the chat, one of the designers of the new video game on the PC called H1Z1, the zombie apocalypse game, he's watching.
Anyway, getting back to the demo, so you can see the demo right now, and during the demo the ship gets captured, then another ship will come in, and I think they even get a double ship going. But you can like shoot the guy before the ship gets captured, and then you can actually totally take control of it at that point.
Like right here, like during this demo here?
Well, if you try to do it right here, it would probably be too late to really get it, but you can do. It's definitely doable. If anybody has access to a Galaga or a MAME emulator, you can definitely try it. I remember doing it once. I have a little story I told on my website about how one night when I was in Las Vegas many years ago, and they had a Galaga, I think it was a 20th anniversary or 25th anniversary machine. And I was in the arcade at medieval, I want to call it Medieval Times. What is it? It's not a Medieval Times. It's the medieval themed one. I forget the name of it. What is it? Excalibur. So Excalibur has an arcade, and this game was in there. But we got in there really late, and I think that they had turned off the change machines. So I didn't have any quarters, and I couldn't get any quarters. So I went up to the Galaga in there and started playing the demo instead. But you can only play it for a few minutes. After you played a little bit, the game eventually reboots itself and basically crashes and reboots. I don't think the score is kept at all, actually. It just, you can play the demo for a short time, and then somehow it freaks out and reboots typically.
Let's see. Is there any difference between the original cabinets and the anniversary editions? And if you got a world record on one, would it count for the other? There is a difference between the anniversary editions and the original 1980s cabinet. So they're treated under different rule sets in different categories. It is possible on the anniversary editions to actually work your way through the kill screen. And there are some additional dots that you can get on the kill screen that can put your. So if you were to do a quote perfect Pac-Man on an anniversary edition, your score would actually be a little bit higher than a perfect Pac-Man on an original one. So due to that difference, they can't be kept together. But as far as I know, the behaviors of the actual game, the AI, are the same.
Yeah, I think, there's other games you can control too during the demo, like Frogger. The Frogger demo, when the Frogger gets to the very last row of logs, you can actually make the frog go backwards and die.
You know what? When you were a kid, did your parents not give you an allowance so you figured out how to get some gameplay action at the arcade without having to pay by just discovering all these things?
No. I didn't discover these things until much later.
Well, you had the Commodore 64, so you were fine.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that Commodore helped.
You're welcome, Duke Nukem. The Freddy Jr., Pac-Man noob here. How come they can't ever eat the ghosts like I remember doing back in the day? Okay, good question, Freddy. Let me tell you why. These guys have actually progressed so far into this game that you're now watching that ability to eat the ghosts is gone. The game gets harder and harder and harder because ultimately arcade games were designed to take all your money. And so what better way to cheat you out of your quarter than to remove the ability to eat the ghosts because you're getting too good. But you see, these guys are so good that even the ability not to eat the ghosts anymore can't stop them. But that's why you're not seeing it, because they've totally surpassed that part of the game for now. But when they get past the kill screen, maybe it'll return. We'll have to find out. Right? I don't know what happens.
Yeah. Tim's getting close. He's at 3.1 almost.
Yeah, Tim is at almost 3.1 million. Tim Balderramos. If Freddie Jr., if you look at the bottom left corner of the screen, that's not 93,000 that he's got. That's 3,093,000. That's how long he has been playing now for like 4 hours. And he's still on his first man, and he has rolled the high score 3 times. And the game is about ready to give up the ghost soon. In fact, you're going to see the kill screen. And for those who are new, just coming in to watch the stream, Pac-Man, when you get up to level 256, it basically has a memory overrun error that causes it to have garbage printed all over the screen, and you can't pass it on the original 1980s version of Pac-Man. But it was discovered about 10 years ago by the elite group of Pac-Man players that on the 20th anniversary edition of Pac-Man and the 25th anniversary, that if you are clever enough, you can figure out a way to get past that garbage screen using the continue function that has been added to the 20th and the 25th anniversary editions. So this is like a live stream that's going to actually show live and demonstrate what happens when you do it on a 20 or 25th anniversary edition. You're going to get to see it live and in complete from front to back. And Tim's doing it on his first man, which is just crazy.
Yeah, it's too bad he wasn't going for like a perfect game.
Yeah, I know. That would have been like that's like the Grand Slam.
Yeah.
That would be the Grand Slam for this platform. Jace Wave. See, you command me, I do it there, Mr. Stahl. What does the winner of the challenge get? Let me tell you something.
Is there
when
a
you
winner?
play at this level, playing at this level is the reward. To be able to just simply do it. When you can't get to this level if you're trying to play to get things. This is way past the motivation of just getting stuff. You can't. It's great that if you could get some stuff, and Twin Galaxies is actually working on creating a way for players who hold high rankings and develop their player skill index to actually get value for what they're doing. There's a whole system in there. So make sure you register at twingalaxies.com and just submit your game performances. You don't have to be number one in the world. You just see where you rank on all the different games and all the platforms that Twin Galaxies is tracking, or even add the game that you play to the database and start to build your player profile. Because in the meanwhile, Twin Galaxies is working with advertisers and merchants that want to offer up prizes and value to top players. But there's no easy way to identify top players, and Twin Galaxies makes it more makes the conversation easier to have, because we have all player statistics and a way to prove that they're top players, other than by just simply saying that person's a top player, go ask Bob. So get into it. Fred, what level are they on? So I will update you. In the upper left-hand corner, we've got Dwayne Richard. I think he's at 1.2 million.
Yeah.
And he's playing to get to the kill screen, which would be level 256. In the upper right, we've got Don Hayes. He's at 2.6 million.
Yeah.
He's on the first game he ever started playing during this broadcast. He's been playing for almost 4 hours, and or more than 4 hours.
Almost 5, actually.
Yeah, 5 hours. In the bottom left, we've got Tim Balderramos, who not only is on his first game that he started, but he's at 3.149 million on his first man. He hasn't even died. So he might just go straight to the kill screen on his first man. And in the bottom right, we had Abner Ashman playing Miss Pac-Man, and he promptly sat down, started a game, and kill screen Miss Pac-Man right in front of everybody. So he's finished, and he's sitting next to me right here. See, what you see here is a man who's done the job and now can just relax in his glory. that's so here's the thing. If Don Hayes and Tim Balderramos continue on to the kill screen, that means they just sat down in front of a Pac-Man arcade machine. And oh, by the way, can we do our cool Pac-Man transition so you can see where these guys are playing? Check out this. This is where they're playing on the machines. We're gonna Pac-Man over to them. Chomp chomp. See that? Bam. So they're sitting in front of the arcade machines and they're playing on real arcade machines, the real boards of the 20th and 25th anniversary edition, and so sorry, distracted from the side. Let me just continue. So they sat down in front of these machines, pressed the button, start. Tim Balderramos, Don Hayes, and they have not stopped since they pressed that first button. Abner did it on Miss Pac-Man, pressed it, killed the game, came over here, sitting down, basking in the glory. So that's the latest.
There it is.
What? Oh, the kill screen is up. Tim is on the kill screen.
We made it.
He made it on his first dude. This is it. Tim!
Looks like he's found a safe spot.
He has done it. He is at the kill screen. He has done it. Do you want to come out here and say anything? Oh yeah, here he comes. This is it. Tim is coming out here. Holy shiza Manelli. Please, that's amazing. And that's your first man, right?
Yeah.
Please, just have a seat really quick. Just have a seat. Here, grab this mic. Say something to everybody. You got the chat right here. No, Andrew, you're good.
Still good?
You're good.
I'm ready to get off.
These are everybody here. So you. This is the first game you started on your first one, right?
No, actually, second game.
The second game, okay.
I fumbled my first game. I can't believe I did. But this is my second game. Candace, Jared, Dia, we made it. Unbelievable.
First man kill screen. How often have you done that?
I've done it maybe actually probably the 2 times I've done a perfect game.
Wow.
Probably the only other 2 times I've done it.
And that's so now you're at that point where you're gonna proceed forward through level 256.
I'm gonna try to get through 256, and then see where it goes from there.
And then, so at that point, you're in uncharted territory.
Yes.
So you've never pushed past 256 on this version before.
Not on these machines, no.
All right. Well, listen. If you want to take a minute, get something to drink, calm your nerves. There's monsters. There's energy drinks if you need those.
I need a couple of those.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
That's amazing. Everybody up here. Question 1: Has Dwayne farted yet? No, he's eating pizza now.
He's been playing right next to me the whole time. I didn't hear anything.
The snoring thing, they didn't get enough sleep. Tim was actually on the fumes, and they didn't get any sleep because I was snoring too loud last night. I didn't know. I was sleeping.
You guys all in the same hotel or something?
Yeah, that's how we roll.
That's amazing. So just collect yourself, sir, and get ready because now. Yes, Greg, you should be here. So what will happen is, according to the rules that you guys set up, once he gets past this, no continues are allowed, and you just have to play as long as possible. And
he can continue once he gets the next kill streak. He'll need. Once he gets that far, he can. Once he gets past the split.
Right.
Once he gets past the split, he can use it. But after that, no.
And whatever men I had left over, I'll carry over.
Yeah, like once he gets past this screen, no more continues. So unless you hit the kill screen again. Got it. Got it. So
1 through 255 is no more play. Any death is a loss. No continue until you
get to this. And then we will see how long someone can actually marathon this thing. You're off to a good start with that many lives, right? So
I'm pretty sure that after the kill screen, it goes back to the cherry, but it's the same difficulty as the 9th key. So the 9th key patterns will continue to work, even though it shows the cherry board.
See, everybody did that with Rocket Advance, but nobody's actually seen what happens when you actually do it the way the program was meant to go, hitting the dot count. That was the thing, eh? That was why we always knew no one could ever get by. No one still will ever be able to get by original Pac-Man kill screen.
Well, this is not going to use Rack Advance. This is going to be using the program itself to advance itself. So no one's touching any hardware or anything like that. And this is the first time anybody has gone straight from the start all the way through to the end in one continuous live broadcast recording. And so you're going to see it here first, as promised, on Twin Galaxies Live. Your bonus was Abner just showing you how to just literally sit on top of Mount Olympus of Miss Pac-Man. So go ahead, Mr. Balderramos, and collect yourself and proceed when you feel ready to do it. We're expecting Don to be meeting you at that screen soon. And then following that, Dwayne, once he gets done with all the pizza that he's eating.
I'm here to be the bootlicker. I really said Tim was going to win, man. We knew he was going to win. Because he's played 5 million before. He's a good player, man. Really good player. Well, I think our mistake was trying to do Ghost, man. You just run through the level and you did it good, man. You got a good head start.
This is just an amazing broadcast. That's amazing. With Tim, man, that's crazy. There's no question.
You did two restarts and then you just focused and then you said the hell with it.
Yeah, I did my first game and then it's like, and then I just fumbled and I was like,
no, I know. You're smart to do that. Just get to 9th key.
I'm just running for it.
Wow. So now you got to work your way through those dots.
So, here's something most people don't know. See, this is actually an interesting thing. This is what we call the BC Park spot. I think it was Chris and Bill that actually found the BC Park spot first. Because the reason why they go through him on the side like that is that he's in what would be the walls of the maze, so the ghosts don't actually have a channel to be able to hit him. That's why you can park it there, and then when they go over, they get stuck in that channel, and they can't get back out. So when he pulls off the BC Park spot, he'll go and clean up the left-hand side. He'll get a key, and then he'll pick up the 10 dots on the right-hand side, and then he'll kill himself off. The dots regenerate. Do you have any idea why the dots regenerate on that side? Or
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I have a mic here. Yeah, the dots regenerate because after you die, the fruit subroutine runs again. And that subroutine is the one that draws that right-hand side of the screen, and it just draws the dots again.
Oh, so it's refreshing and it's redrawing it, but because it's overdrawing because there's too many fruit, it's
Yeah.
doing the same thing and putting
Yeah.
the dots that were there exactly.
Yep.
On the, oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah. That's going to be interesting, though, because he's going to have to eat more dots
Well,
several
he's on his
times.
first man, so he's gonna he's short 77 dots right when he finishes his first man. Oh no, when he eats all the with his man on the board right now, he'll be short 7 dots or 77 dots. That's why you have to continue to get
Yeah.
extra dots.
I'm curious to see if eventually he's going to eat enough dots to get that second key to appear.
Oh,
I'm curious whether he's going to be able to get it or not.
It'll do it here, yeah. No, because of the extra 10 dots, he will.
Right, but I'm curious whether he'll actually physically be able to get over there in time.
Oh no, he'll have lots of time because
Really?
these guys will be parked, and it'll come out before he finishes his first 6 men. That's what Bill did when he was over there in Chicago, and he showed it has 10 dots. The other one only has 9. So on the original version, you're 2 dots short of the second key coming out. So
Okay.
it'll come out on his game.
All right, well, it'll be interesting to watch. It's something I've never seen before. I don't think anybody has.
No, that's Bill did this. He showed that's what I was saying. Like, he was showing them with Tiny when he was in Chicago at the 35th anniversary celebration, and I was surprised he never showed him the kill screen. How to get with the dots, because they knew, like Bill knew that, but he didn't do anything. He didn't show anybody.
So in order for him to, for Tim to clear the dots, he's got to burn through every single one of his lives.
Yeah,
And then continue.
He'll finish the right side first, or the left side first, and then he'll eat the invisible dots on the right hand side. The right hand side. Yeah, see that's the challenge of the perfect game. You got to get here on your first man. You have to have all the blue time stuff like Donald did. Then what happens is you can't die until you eat the invisible dots on the right hand side first. You can die without finishing off the stuff on left because you can always finish it off on your next man. But like Donald Hodges was explaining, that when you die, it redraws the dots on the right-hand side again. So if you didn't pick them up, you wasted them.
Yeah.
So you won't get the maximum possible score. So on this version, there's an extra 5,060 points that isn't on the other original version. That's what Bill did. He showed you that was possible. So there's a potential higher kill screen or perfect game kill screen on this new version.
Well, Tim is getting his rest on.
Donald Hayes is putting his game face on now. I can see he's serious now.
Well, Don is going to get to the kill screen in about 300,000 points, and then he'll be able to take what we're calling the Tim Balderramos break, where the kill screen can just sit there for a minute. He should wait for Don.
Well, don't wait for me, man. You guys can wait forever.
No, you'll make it.
Well, I've already been there, seen the mountain. That's why.
All right, Dwayne is getting back in there. He had some pizza, he had something to drink. Everything is now calm, cool, and collected, and I'm sure he was inspired by Tim's performance, which is just ridiculous. Don is trekking his way. When Don gets to there, his score is going to be higher.
Yeah, well, Don's on a perfect track. He had a perfect game going.
Yeah.
So he'll be at 3.3. Whatever that is.
Jack is on the Zookeeper machine, and he thinks that he can sneakily eradicate my high score, but the people who are controlling the video hub managed to route his screen right up here on the top so we can see him playing Zookeeper, and I can keep an eye on him. I've got an eye on Jack now. Too bad we have to have these overhead lights on because it's putting a glare on this monitor. All right, so what's happening? Can we Pac-Man transition over to the arcade room? Let's show some of the action in there while we continue to observe and talk. Look at that gobble gobble. Well, you'll notice that there's two guys standing at the four machines. On machine number 2, someone is conspicuously absent. Why? Well, that's because whoever was there earlier played Miss Pac-Man to the absolute kill screen on their first try, and now they're sitting next to me, enjoying and basking in the glory. So there's no need for them to be over there. The other empty one on the far right is Tim, who's taking a breather, rest, because on his first man, he went all the way from the very first level of Pac-Man all the way to level 256, didn't die once. And now you're seeing the kill screen, which he now has to work his way through so that everybody can see a live passing of level 256 all the way to 257. Alrighty. So, what's going on in the chat? Who do we have in the chat? Everybody say hello. What up? We've been broadcasting maybe 5.5 hours. Abner, who's sitting next to me, he just needs to keep it down a bit because I'm getting a little tired of his chatter. But don't worry, we'll work on that. And behind me, I've got Don Hodges, who can tell you precisely, programmatically, why that kill screen is on the Pac-Man machine. And then Paul Dean, who needs no introduction because you're still you're still in awe of his Spy Hunter world record that he set. When did you set that?
June 28,
1985. He set a Spy Hunter world record that nobody has broken. You got that? So, just pick your jaw up off the floor after hearing that. So let's see. Let's see. Are the break rules on how long players can be away from the machine? I thought marathon tracks at TG had break rules limiting break times. G-Strain, you have to understand that there are no Twin Galaxies tracks for what they're doing. They're doing an exhibition. And so they are showing people things that have not been shown live broadcast in the stream. But the focus primarily here is on sharing the great talent that people have at playing these games, exposing to a newer audience, how cool it is to play the classics, and to just sort of experimentally move through these, this kill screen process and see what happens and just sort of discover. So it's really more about that as the primary function. And we are seeing things for the first time. So whether or not we want to document it as a record, world record, well, that's conversation to have after all of this is over. But that's not the primary point of the broadcast. The primary point is to have a good time and have everybody enjoy what's going on and see some cool stuff we haven't seen before. I mean, if Don Hayes gets to the kill screen, if Don Hayes gets to the kill screen, then we will have 3 people who have taken their games to the kill screen, all basically in the same event, in the same broadcast, which is just really cool. So I hope that made sense. Ragged Assassin. All right. Why is Tim Don? Ragged Assassin is looking at Tim's screen. He's a newer gamer to this genre. He's asking, why is Tim's screen like that?
That to me?
Yeah, sure.
Why?
Why don't you answer Ragged Assassin?
Why is Tim's screen? Oh, he's playing it. Oh, wow, I didn't notice. He's back. So yeah, Tim has reached level 256, and he has gotten the famous split screen in Pac-Man. And it's like that because the fruit drawing subroutine has a bug in it, basically, which at this level causes the routine to go haywire, and instead of drawing what's supposed to be a maximum of 7 fruit down at the bottom of the screen, it because of an overflow on an 8-bit machine, it ends up drawing 256 fruit plus 7 blank spaces, which corrupts more than half of the right side of the screen. The video memory in Pac-Man starts along the bottom and then it goes along the right side. So if you want more details on the how and why of the split screen, just visit my website, which is donhodges.com, or do a search on Don Hodges Pac-Man, and you'll find it. You'll find all the gory details of the how and why that happens there.
Look, they put your link up.
Yeah, very good. There's the link on the chat. Yeah. And my website's pathetic. It needs a facelift.
No, it's amazing because you made it.
Worse than anything.
Listen, you made it, therefore it's amazing, and that's all we'll hear about that.
I mean, the site needs to be professionally done or whatever. I mean, the information is there, but like the main page looks awful. It's just got a bunch of links. Something I've been meaning to do for a long time. Haven't gotten the energy to do it.
So Tim is working on the kill screen. In order for him to make progress through it, he's got to get to these unusual areas on the screen, which then require him to die after he gets to that point on the screen.
Yeah, let me jump in there too. So the split screen has, on the regular Pac-Man, it has 9 dots that you can eat. On this version, apparently it has 10 dots that you can eat. And some of the dots are invisible, actually. So you have to know where they are and how to get to them. But what Tim is going to be doing here is he's going to be eating as many dots as he can that are there. And then after he eats all of them, all 10 of them, he's going to commit suicide. And after Pac-Man dies, that fruit drawing subroutine actually runs again. So it redraws the right-hand side of the screen with those 10 dots regenerated, which is why, using this 25th anniversary edition, you can actually pass the split screen by continuing your game. If you get more lives in the game, you can get more dots, and eventually you'll be able to eat enough dots to have the dot counter figure out that you've eaten enough dots to complete the level. And it's something I've never seen before.
Yeah, we're about to see it, huh?
I imagine most people have not seen this happen before.
No, Dwayne said it takes like 13 lives, about 13 or 14 lives to get past the kill screen. So you'll be seeing it happen as promised. You will see Pac-Man level 256 get past live and move on to level 257. And let's be clear here. He's playing on the 20th anniversary Namco Miss Pac-Man Galaga machine. And inside the Miss Pac-Man Galaga machine is a game that you can unlock. And that game is specifically called Pac-Man. So Tim is playing Pac-Man on that machine. And so you are seeing Tim pass level 256 on the game Pac-Man. That is what you are seeing.
It's going to be interesting to see if when he eats enough to trigger the second key, if he hasn't already. He hasn't yet, has he?
No,
there it is. There's the key.
There's the key.
Just as I was talking about it, it appeared. Wow, and he got it. That's awesome. I mean, to do this, man.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
He's
for us mere mortals.
Yeah, he makes it look easy.
There's one in the bottom there, and there's an invisible one up front of that green section. That's where I said you can kick around and find it.
Yes. He's working it. Tim is working it. Okay, so now he has to hit continue
Oh, and he only has 5 seconds to do it.
Well, that's interesting, huh?
Yeah. Wow, you got a short amount of time there to hit that continue, or you're going to be dead.
Yeah, that's an unusual. So he's got to work. He's got to keep working it. This is history right here, Muscle and Fitness. You're right. It's the thrill screen. Let's see. Don Hayes is at 3,030,000, so he's got about 270,000 to go, and then he will kill screen, and he'll have to work his way through. Who came up with the idea to crack the 256? Okay, well, during our pre-game interview, this was discussed, and the story, I'm going to paraphrase, but the story goes, Don Hayes and Billy Mitchell and who else was there? Did you say Rick Fothergill? I can't remember who said. Chris Ara were messing around playing the 20th anniversary edition of the Namco arcade, and it has the secret Pac-Man in there. So they were playing it to get to the kill screen, and then they discovered a slight differential in the kill screen, that there were some extra dots. And so they theorized that it would be possible to use continues to eat those dots that regenerate and sort of move through, because there's a dot counter, and once you have eaten a certain number of dots, the game knows to progress. Then after making this discovery, they promptly did nothing with it. And it sat as general knowledge between sort of the elite Pac-Man players for about 10 years. And there was an opportunity. So Bill was at the opening of level 257, and the creator of Pac-Man was there, and Billy Mitchell was showing him the kill screen, but didn't show him how to get past it. He just didn't either think to show him or didn't want to. And Dwayne Richard thought, oh man, you should have shown him. So let's show the world that this can be done, and let's for the first time just sort of put it out there. And so he called Twin Galaxies, and we thought, hey, what a great idea. Let's show the world how this can be done, and this is a new way to appreciate and play Pac-Man and try something different. So there you go. That is how it came to be. And so now you're actually seeing in the bottom left corner of the screen Tim Balderramos, who played on his first man all the way up to level 256 and got to the kill screen, and now he's going through the actual process and procedure of trying to get past level 256 using only the joystick and the start button, and not they're in the past with the original 1980s version of Pac-Man, the only way to move past the kill screen is essentially to skip it. There's a dip switch on the motherboard that will force the game to move forward, so you have to touch and flick the motherboard, and that's the only way to do it. And until this discovery, which is all done through its own software and doesn't require you to touch the motherboard and flick switches. So you're seeing it for the first time. So it's sort of a historic moment. And then on top of that, we had Abner Ashman play Miss Pac-Man. He in the bottom right corner, which is why there's no one playing right now. He sat down on his first game, started the game, and took Miss Pac-Man all the way to the kill screen. And the game, of course, the game crashes and you can't play anymore. Just flat out. One game, one attempt, handled, done. So he's over here sitting next to me watching everybody work the Pac-Man.
In the meantime, Don Hayes lost another life. He's on his last life.
Oh, man, Don Hayes, the pressure is on him. Now, according to the rules, he can continue to the kill screen.
And
but he doesn't want to. He wants to do it on his one game. That would
someone in the chat is trying to ask me a question, I think. I am Fave wants to ask a question. Go ahead, man.
Don is really ignoring me. What did I do to you? Don just didn't see
I was letting Jay, and I saw it. I was letting Jace talk.
You didn't want to. What's up? I'm Fave. Who is I'm Fave? Do you know, Don?
No.
Oh.
There's one here, there's two here, there's one in here, there's one in here, two there, and then that last one.
I think it's that one always.
This one here, yeah, that's the tricky one. I know, because there's like two in here, two in here, one in here.
What is Dwayne doing?
One up here, two in here, and then one back in there.
What's Dwayne doing?
There, and that's not
Dwayne!
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
And then there, so it's 10. Oh shit! I just got one. Oh god,
It's like, oh shit.
I'm ready to fall.
He got distracted.
He's in trouble. He's off pattern. That's going to be hard.
Well, I guess he's gonna.
Oh,
he's
look at
gonna-
that.
Oh, now, okay, right now, if you watch Dwayne Richards,
Oh.
he's got a free ball it. He's just this is just him on
What's he doing?
9th key level.
He would stop for a while.
Yeah. He was talking to somebody. Oh, he was talking to Tim.
Well, he's a good player. He should be able to get through this, I think. He's down to his last life.
You would make it like me, but this is pathetic.
Well, you've been battling with, you've been battling with
Tim's got to be getting pretty close to passing through.
Yeah. I mean, look what it's taken for him to get through this.
So I am Fave's question to me was, do you think you can beat them? The 4 horsemen. The answer is no. I mean, you can't beat these guys.
No, there are less than there are only other people at their level. that's about it. There's not like better. There's just I would argue that Abner, when it comes to his Pac-Man, I think he's right now like he's just the pinnacle. Because I don't even know how much you practiced before you came here. Did you practice a ton?
No, not.
I mean,
not really.
Not really. Yeah, you just
But I play, I play
Yeah.
enough, but not specifically practice for this.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
But my skill level is there. So
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah. Well, what you did was just. I mean, the only thing you could do better is just have a better fruit layout, and I mean, your game was amazing.
Yeah. Made it look easy.
Yeah, you really did, dude. You really made it look like that game needs to be like tuned up or something. So, Tim is getting close to, I think, close to passing
Very close.
level 256. So this should be the only continue he needs, right? To do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this should be the last. All attention should be, well, it's hard because Don Hayes is on his last man. All he has to do is get to the kill screen, And then he's home free. Will Tim make it out of the kill screen? Will Don ever make it there and find out? Tune in the next episode of Yes, Pred Ward. President Edward? Predward? Duke. Oh man, this is like. Tim has to eat those. So Tim has to eat. He doesn't have many more dots to eat, I don't think. But you're going to see it happen.
Snoring.
The excitement is so great for Paul Dean that he's managed to completely doze off. It's about to happen.
Hey, turn this off.
Britt Ward and Pred Ward. Is about to happen.
I think it's this one.
This is it.
I think it's this one. I think it's this one though.
This could be it.
Maybe 13. Right? I think it's this one.
Done. Done.
That's done.
Done. He did it. Oh, look at this. Oh, he just went past 256. You saw it. It just happened. You never saw that before. He made it past 256. Now you'll notice the ghost monsters are not behaving like a normal beginning first level ghost monster. They are a little angrier. Look, they don't even go blue.
And look at that too. The fruit subroutine hasn't cleaned up the screen entirely.
Oh yeah.
The Pac-Man, you see a broken key.
Oh yeah.
So let me say that again. So the fruit subroutine hasn't cleaned up the screen completely. To the left of the Pac-Man on the bottom left corner, there's a broken key, and also to the right of the cherry, there's also a half broken key down there. It's interesting.
So
the game doesn't normally write to those positions unless it needs to. So that one in the bottom right will probably, oh, there it is. It's cleaned up now at the end of the level.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
There it is. Interesting. Yeah.
So okay. So now, according to the rules that they set up, no continues are allowed unless he gets to the kill screen again. So he has 3 lives to get through 256. We saw it.
The difference, because there's the power pellets aren't there, it's short 80 points, say, so that last score you get 12,520. So now every time he finishes the screen, it's going to end on 20 points. Next time you go through, it ends on 40 and then 60, because it's short 80 points every time you go through, because we don't have those extra power pellets. It just dot count, eh? Once it reaches
repeat that.
So if you notice what Tim's done, when he finishes the board, it's not going to end on 00. And it's like you say, well, what the hell's wrong? Watch. But what happens is because he didn't get the 2 power pellets on the last screen.
Oh yeah,
so,
right.
So that's what happened. It just simply dot count. Once it reached, what is it, 240
Oh yeah,
dots?
that's very interesting.
It's 240 dots or 44 dots, whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can get by the kill screen. And it's only because we could continue. If you get there on your first man, you need 13 men to be able to do it. On the original Pac-Man, if you could do it, you would actually need 14 men because of the extra dot that we got in this one. We do it quicker. Instead of 9 dots aboard, regenerating it's 10 dots. So that's why you can do it one man quicker. But because you don't have the men on Pac-Man, you'll never be able to do it. So anybody who claimed they could get by the split screen on the version of the 80s, they're full of shit. And that's the point. This is what we showed today. It's not that it's magic or it's actually all that interesting. It's tedious, but this is how the game worked, and it's been no one has ever been able to eat enough dots, and we knew that it was dot count. And so, for people to be able to see this now, they can try and do it themselves now.
Yeah. And now we're looking forward to seeing you on that kill screen. So hurry up.
Yeah.
Quit talking to people and eating pizza. Damn it, man. My God.
Wow,
Don Hayes is like, what, 100,000 points away, maybe?
Yeah, Don is getting close. Oh man, I just killed myself. He's 100K away. It's just a few more boards.
Yeah, so if you guys are watching the stream and you saw Tim Balderramos, you saw for the first time this a live stream of someone getting past 256 without using rack advance. He did it, and now according to the rules that they've set, Tim has just these 3 lives to get to the kill screen again to continue the marathon. So he now has to go through 250. But he did what, 3 screens, 4 screens. He's got 251 more screens to go to pull it off again. We'll see if he can. Meanwhile, Don Hayes is very close to getting to the kill screen. He's on his last man. but it could be a salvation for him to get to the kill screen, because then he can continue, and then he'll get back to 3 lives once he gets past it. Yes, Sphincter Sphinx. What is your question?
What a name.
Can we just call you Sphinct? Sphincter Sphinx, did you want to ask us a few questions? Oh, Jack, that was a robbery. You guys are doing things what Tony Hawk and his crew did for skateboarding. Yes, the champ. I'm waiting to hear from Sphincter Sphinx. He wanted to ask a question. He wanted to ask us a few questions. I have a question for Don, Arcade Sales says. We'll see what the question is.
So Tim's actually, what, 4.2 million, right?
Tim is at 4.2 million. Yeah.
Wow.
That Zookeeper machine has you locked into it, doesn't it? I know the feeling. You see animals that are outside of their fence, and you just want to keep them. You're waiting for the keeping to happen, and you get a 30 million jump. Yeah.
Don Hayes is getting really close.
Yeah, Don Hayes. Okay.
That's the next one to watch.
As we turn our attention from Tim, who is clearly handling his business, we're going to look over at Don Hayes, who is rapidly approaching the kill screen. So, if you've missed Tim's kill screen moment, you have another chance to see a kill screen happen live, and then someone get past it live. These are going to be very rare moments in live broadcast history. So you should tune in and say, because everybody else is going to be seeing the recording. You're going to see it live as it happens. Let's see. Someone's at the door. Hey, oh, Dan, thank you. That could be Rick. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's probably Rick. Oh, yeah. If it's Rick, he's coming at like the perfect time to see stuff. Who is it? Oh, it's 3-time NBA champion and Laker team captain Rick Fox. Come on, you're about to see something historic. This is Abner. Come sit next to Abner. Abner, I'll explain.
Hi.
This is Rick Fox. This is Abner. This is Don behind, right here.
Hi, pleasure to meet you. I'm Don Hodges.
Hi, Don. Here, have a seat, Rick. Here's your mic. I'll tell you what's happening. First of all, Abner was playing as Pac-Man.
Right.
His first game, and he kill screened it. So that's why he's sitting here, because he's done. He straight up kill screened first straight out.
Okay.
So you got to see him play at some point just on the side, because his play is amazing. These guys are, so Tim Balderramos is at 4.2 million. He killed screened Pac-Man, and then he worked his way through the kill screen. And so for the first time, people got to see what it was like to go past that.
Right.
Don Hayes is at 3.3 million, and he is just about to have the kill screen right now.
A couple more levels.
Like a couple more levels, and then his thing's going to glitch, and then you'll actually, so you came at a perfect time, you actually get to see what it looks like for the kill screen to happen and for him to work his way through it. Bringing up the rear, is the mighty Dwayne Richard, who is, what is Rain at? 2.6? 1.6?
I think he's at 1 point.
Is he at 1.6?
I think, yeah.
You got to get to 3 million.
Oh, that's trippy.
He's got a long ways to go.
So this is.
How long did it take you to kill screen?
3 hours and 55 minutes.
3 hours and 55
On around there.
minutes.
This is crazy. Yes, I was telling Abner that you play Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah, I play.
And that you're the best NBA player.
Okay.
Yeah. Niche category there.
Don Hayes getting real close.
So here you got the chat. Ragged Assassin says, Rick, holy crap, I'm in awe, the champ says. So, I thought it'd be great for all athletes to get
Holy
together.
cow.
Yeah, well, like, he's at the point where, he gets
Oh, that's trippy.
watching him play that?
Well, no, watching how close.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
He's really close. Don, I mean, he's on his last life, so it's like.
Really?
It's intense for him.
Yeah.
Because if he gets to the kill screen, that means he did it on his first game. This is Don's first game, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'd be the distinction. Because Tim did it on his first life, but it was his second game.
There it is.
There it is.
That should be it.
Wow.
Kill screen. Don Hayes.
Kill screen.
Don Hayes. Look out! Yes.
Here he comes.
Spot, right?
All right. Come on out here. All right, I'll give him.
Oh, he was here.
Yeah, he's right over here. Hold on, stay right here.
I'm giving up my spot. I'm giving up my
Yeah,
spot.
man, he killed it.
I'm giving up my spot,
Come
man.
on.
I gotta go.
That
eat.
was
Yeah,
wild.
Abner's got to eat, so here, we'll take Abner's mic.
Can you unmic me?
All right. Have a seat, take a break. That was amazing.
Get some Advil or something.
Yes, we do. We're gonna find it. We'll find it. Here, grab a seat.
I know I have some in my car.
Yeah, we have some. This is Rick Fox.
Hello, sir. Congratulations. Yeah.
And interview. You know how to do that.
Well, no, this is the first kill screen I've ever seen, and
Where am I supposed to put this thing? Up here somewhere?
I personally am a huge fan of the game, but now your work, all of your work, and I'm looking at a kill screen, and it took you how long?
That was 5.5, a little over 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours. It was your first game.
Yeah.
But you were down to your last.
I was down to my last band. Yeah, it was just. I ran into.
Does that explain the headache?
No, the headache started a little bit, probably about 2 hours ago. I'm from near Boston. I live in New Hampshire, so I'm just. I've been up since 6.
So you flew in.
6:45. I flew in today, so I've been up since 6:45 this morning Eastern time. So really 3:45. So
it's almost 24 hours.
Yeah.
Now this
Coming up on
occurrence for
24
you.
hours.
This occurrence for you is how many times?
I've done perfect games on the original and on MAME probably twice each. I've also done there's a turbo mode. There's a turbo chip on Pac-Man.
Yeah, that's the one I play.
Yeah, I've done a perfect game on both of those as well, both MAME and arcade.
And how much time does that take?
It's a little less because you can zip through the 9th key boards quicker than you can on the regular speed. So that's about 3.5 to 4 hours.
Now, does this kill screen at that exact score every time, or
no?
Don, are you on a perfect game here?
I've got perfect score.
Yeah.
But I lost the 5 men. So I technically can't get a perfect game because I don't have the men to get all the dots.
But you're gonna restart anyway after you die.
What's that?
So you were on track though. You had eaten all the ghosts.
I ate all the ghosts. I got all the ghosts, all the points. But to get a perfect game, you can't die anywhere through the game, and I died, I think the first time at about 1.4 million.
Yeah.
So it's just.
And this was how many? This was 3 point.
This is 3.3 million.
Okay.
So 3,326,760.
Now, when you die.
Yep.
What usually creates that occurrence? Just fatigue?
Sometimes it's just a missed turn, or you go off pattern slightly. Because the 9th key, you have to be, all your turns have to be precise.
Right. No, I noticed.
To do that, and when I was doing this, one of the things that's been happening to me, part of it's the joysticks that are in these machines they're micro switch joysticks. They're not the original Leaf sticks, and they sometimes have a slight delay when you turn a corner, and it can throw you off pattern sometimes. The first death I had, I came up around, I was finishing the board, and I came up around to the top left energizer, and my pattern is just, come out near the monster box, near the tunnel, go up, come across, and then go up and eat that energizer, and then go right. And I pre-turned, because I'm getting ready to turn to go to the right after I get to the energizer, and I pre-turned a split second too early. And I ended up going across underneath the energizer, and the red ghost was right there. So, because normally I eat the energizer, and the red guy he turns around, he goes out through the tunnel with the pokey, the orange guy. But I missed the turn. I pre-turned just slightly off, and it's.
Now leading up to flying out here, how much preparation or mental thought had to go into heading into these 5 hours?
Some of it was just getting back into doing, like I said, my main goal is to do the perfect game, to try to do that, so get all the points. So I had to spend probably about 2 weeks at home just revisiting how I do the board. Do it very. If you watch the whole game, you can see it's very methodical the way I do it.
Yeah.
It's actually almost the same thing every single time. It's not a true pattern because I have to group the ghosts and get them lined up, but I do it the same way every time, pretty much. And so it was just a little bit of work to get that. I did some work on the 9th key pattern just to make sure I could remember it, because it's been several years since I did the perfect games on
So
regular.
your perfect game was first time was when?
I think it was 2005. I think was when I did it.
Okay, I'm killing the antenna. Sure. So 2005. That's awful. That's late, is it not? But before you logged how many years playing?
Oh, I used to play back in the 80s.
Now, did you have a game? Did it grow to? Yeah. Sponsored by Advil.
Sponsored by Advil. We will need this later. Advil.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Breakfast of Champions. My highest back in the 80s was about 3,184,000. So not a perfect game, but I got to the kill screen.
Okay.
So I had done that when I was in college. I went after it with some friends of mine. There was a Pac-Man machine in our local student union. So.
Which school was this?
University of New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, okay.
Shout out to University of New Hampshire.
There you go. Spend some time.
Go Wildcats.
Spend some time in the New England area.
Yep.
So I know.
We used to play for Boston.
Yeah, Boston.
I remember when they drafted you.
Okay, 91. So that was the first. That was the beginning. But what drew you to that chase of wanting to accomplish?
Mostly to do the perfect game was I had done a bunch of other accomplishments in the early 2000s in video games. Like I have the world record on Centipede. I had the world record on Dig Dug back then as well. Actually, I've got that one back, but I still have to submit it to make it official. I've got several others: Millipede, Super Cobra, Super Zaxxon. I used to have the Frogger world record, the Tron world record. So after I'd done a bunch of those scores, I said, I was looking for something else to work on. I said, well, let me try for a perfect game. That was one of the things. A lot of people said it's one of the top 5 accomplishments that they consider. So I said, well, I want to try to add that. So that's when I had started learning. And it took me I'd say about 9 months to actually learn how to do the grouping, get my pattern for the 9th key, where I wanted it to be, and then just doing it. I had several attempts trying it. I've had, I think, 2 or 3 games where I've died once, but I finished out the game. So I had 90 points less than perfect. So I've had a couple of those games, and just a couple others where it just, had a good start like this, and just didn't work out for whatever reason.
Right.
Finally did it.
So when you're in pursuit of something, of a goal like this nature, what amount of time goes into finding the rhythm, finding the perfect key, finding how much daily? Is it what do you set aside?
It can be. Sometimes it's daily, but it really depends on the game. And some games are better done not every single day. Play like maybe every other day or like 2-3 times a week. I think when I was actually preparing for the first Perfect game way back, I probably played twice a week. I didn't play every day. I play other stuff as well, just to keep sharp on it. But it's mostly just a matter of, getting into it and saying, okay, this is what I need to learn how to do, and going out and doing it. It's like any other endeavor. It's, there's no shortcuts, pretty much, on these types of games.
Right.
So.
Now you mentioned creating your own key. Is the key you create something that's specific to you, or is it something you discover over the years through?
It was just something I wanted to do. Back in the 80s, everyone had, there were books about how to play Pac-Man. They had patterns in them, and some of it's like, you can, like even today, you can look up perfect patterns for Pac-Man. They're on YouTube. They've been published, so they're well known what they are. They're not terribly hard to execute, but they're not terribly easy either. And one mistake, and then you don't have it. The ninth key is more. It's an endurance battle because it's 3.5 hours of over and over. There's 235 times you have to do this pattern, and basically without making mistakes. Or if you make mistakes, you have to be able to recover from them. That was my main problem today, is I didn't recover properly from some of the mistakes. One of the mistakes was, like I said, I turned early, and it was just, I couldn't recover because the guy's right there, and I was surrounded. A couple of the other deaths were basically my own fault. I could have recovered, if I had done it properly, I could have recovered from it, so I could potentially still have 3 men left, but that's the way it goes. So.
Right. Now, what's your next challenge for yourself?
That's always a good question. There's other games.
Is there anything you're afraid to go after?
Nothing that I'm afraid to go after, but it's more a matter of what do I want to go after.
Okay.
One of my main enemy for myself is when I'm learning a game, or learning a new game or anything like that. One of the things is I have to like the game. There's games out there that I don't like to play, and it would be hard for me to go after a game, record on something like that, just because I don't enjoy it, that particular game, for instance. So, Pac-Man I enjoy, although it is, like I said, it's an exercise in, just over and over, almost repetitive over and over. Can you really do this for 3.5 hours? Doing this 9th key pattern. Other games aren't as bad. Like my favorite game is Centipede. I can play that anytime I want, and I never get bored with it, just because it's not a pattern. It's just it's like randomness, and it's just you have to be fast and quickness and skill.
The record there is how much?
My record's 7,111,111, which was 9 hours.
The next closest to that is
5,500,000. That was set back in the 80s, 1985, I believe. And that was the first record I had in video games. I set that in November of 2000.
Well, let you take your break and take your...
I know, I was going to say, let's give him some water, man.
I gotta get some water and get some
then you can continue on.
Yes.
Because now the rule is... This is actually good, the way the rules are set up, because...
Yeah. I'm on my last light anyway,
you're
so...
on your last light, but you have to die anyway, and you can continue on this screen until you get through it. And then whatever lives you have, which will be 3, you have to press on to the next kill screen.
Yep.
And that's what Tim's trying to do.
Yep.
What's Tim trying to do now?
So Tim got through this.
Yes.
And so what happened, in order for Don to get through this, he has to eat all of the dots, and there's hidden dots. Basically, the screen will not move forward until a certain number of dots have been eaten. Now,
what happens on this screen is you can eat some dots, and when you die, some of the dots will reappear. So you can kind of inch your way to eating enough dots, which will then cause the game to proceed forward. So there's a continue function. So when he dies, it'll say, do you want to continue? According to the rules that we've set up, he's going to be able to continue on this level to get all the rest of those dots. And then once he proceeds to level 257, no more continues are allowed until he gets all the way through 256 more screens back to the kill screen again. So the question is, can he make it all the way again? And so that thus begins the marathon. Now Tim has done that, and so he's working his way to the second kill screen.
Gotcha.
Now we're able to do this on this version of Pac-Man because it's the 20th and the 25th anniversary edition. The original 1980s Pac-Man, you could not do this. There's no continue function. So what you'd have to do is reach the screen, eat all the dots, and then start your game over or rack advance, one or the other, to then marathon and have an accumulative score.
Has everyone met each other before?
Everybody knew of each other.
I had not met Tim before. This is the first time I've met him. I think I may have talked to him on the phone once, but I've never met him in person. Everyone else I've
So
met
this
before.
was your first game, though, right?
This is the first game.
Okay, so
yeah.
so we have this really interesting distinction that's happened, which is it's historic. So Abner sits down to play Miss Pac-Man on his first game, kill screen it, boom. Just doing that alone, is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand that. Then Tim starts one game, it doesn't go right for him, starts his second game, and then on his first man goes all the way to the kill screen. So we have a first man all the way to the kill screen, and then proceeding on. So that's unique. Abner's is unique, and then Don is his first game, whereas Tim had a second game. Don got to the kill screen just on his first game. So everybody's distinguished themselves in this process. And Dwayne, he's the people's champion.
And Dwayne's having fun here.
Yeah, Dwayne is our people's champion, and he's just working his way up to the kill screen. By hook or by crook, he's going to get there. But then once he gets to the kill screen, there will be no more continues from him until he gets to the next one. And so that is where, if he doesn't really stay focused on his patterns, his game might end, and these guys might just be able to continue.
I think Dwayne's already fudged. He's continued before kill screen.
Yeah, they can continue for the first. On the way up to the first kill screen, continues were allowed.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just that these guys are so good, they didn't use it. They just went straight to the base. It's just after the first kill screen, no more continues, and then that was it. And there you go. So please go get your head and rest and drink some water. You might need to be hydrated.
Yeah.
I gotta get going.
Oh, you're heading out.
I have to go to Palm Springs tomorrow morning.
All right. What about you?
Yeah,
You're out. Paul Dean is falling asleep. He's got to head back to Palm Springs or wherever.
Good to see you, Paul.
And there you go.
Nice to meet you, Don.
And then go rest your loin. Get prepared. Water. There aren't any more waters left in there. We have some in another refrigerator. Neo, do you want to take them to the back one? All the doors are open. And then Abner, are you on the East Coast? Are you in East Coast time?
Yeah.
Are you tired? Because you're tired.
I was from yesterday, so I'm good.
Oh, all right.
Oh, you got it early.
Yeah. They came in yesterday. So they were checking out.
Well, I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep that well. Dwayne was snoring all night. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, here, take this. You can take the third driver's seat.
Oh Lord.
Just in case you happen to say something. You don't have to. And then here. So then Rick and I can just talk. Here, this for you. Put that to your thing. But at some point, you got to go over to your machine and show Rick just like a couple of moves, because man, watching him, you'll immediately pick up some techniques just from watching, just because he knows how to. It's hard to describe, but he can position himself and know that the ghosts are going to do something.
And so just being able to do that really changes, you know. Because when you and I play, we just play with brute force.
Yeah.
It's just but watching him, it's like watching a master surgeon.
I gotta say something real quick.
Yeah.
First, I gotta see you play at least 2 or 3 boards.
Okay.
I have to kind of get a feel for what I don't put a lot of information in too fast. You won't be able to.
Right. Okay.
You know?
Oh, well, you guys go do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Bring your mic so we can hear you guys talk.
All right.
Okay, I can do that.
All right, Abner's going to go get a little session with Rick Fox on Miss Pac-Man. You're going to see Rick Fox in the lower right corner.
He's not muted.
Show Abner a little bit of something, and then Abner is going to
all right, let's see this.
show him that it's not a basketball court that he's on. He's not on a basketball court.
Which one should we?
Thanks, Neil.
So you're.
All right.
Yeah, because you got the key. You got the second key on this game, so you're going to beat the score.
Let's see.
338 something.
No, I won't get a second key. We don't have any.
Oh, that's
There's
right.
Rick.
Oh man, damn you! That's true. Suck, yeah.
I mean, it's too bad it's sharp.
I'll get the other key. What a run!
He's got to pull up a chair.
You'll be
Yeah, no, actually,
you'll have 100 points instead of 540, so it'll be 540 points short. Oh, 333, 360.
He's taking a look.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad, man.
We'll see what's going on with them.
Don't mind me. Excuse me. Abner's gonna.
Jack,
he's
you had a
gonna
cool
watch
last
me,
name. I forgot it. What was it?
Yeah, he's gonna.
Gale.
Oh, you know you get the wrong
Oh, sorry.
No, you'll still kill it off.
Jack. That's so funny. Jack Gale, Neo Storm. We've got Neo Storm here, and Jack Gale.
What was your high score, Rick?
Well, I played the turbo one.
Oh yeah, turbo. Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
That's a lot easier.
198 or something like that.
Can you guys hear Rick Fox
Yeah, this
okay?
is
I'm just checking.
Extremely hard. I never played this one.
Someone in the chat tell me if you can hear him talking.
So just a button and then pull it down, go down until.
Here we go. Yeah, this is really.
Look at Rick playing.
Really slow, yeah. I'm so not. I'd never play this speed.
Yeah, it takes a little more patience, or it's a different style of play.
Yeah.
But once you learn where to the positions to be able to control the ghost, it works the same with the turbo as well. So you can set them up for 1600 or just to be able to avoid them and control them.
Yeah.
And shift them the other way.
It's so strange to see it move this slow. This is kind of traditionally what you want to learn on, probably, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like we call it turbo Miss Pac-Man. Because when Turbo came out, it made it a little bit easier. People thought it was harder because they couldn't control the joystick because it moved so fast. But
right. No.
For anybody who can play, it actually makes it so much easier because you can totally keep yourself away from the goals.
Yeah.
But you know, but it gives you more pleasure. It doesn't really make a difference. It's like for fun.
I don't know, Rick.
I got problems, don't I?
I don't know.
I can't, yeah.
I don't know. It's like.
You don't know what I'm doing, do you?
I know what you're doing, but it's just.
I
know exactly what you're doing.
It's just survival.
It's just survival, basically.
Yeah, and I would agree. I don't have
not really
much.
sure what I can put in your brains, for you to figure it out. It's like, I don't know. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, but, like the thing about it is, I don't normally play this, so I have more of a pattern with the turbo.
This is much more difficult.
This is a whole.
Much more difficult.
So what would you? So since this is not turbo, where would you start me? What would you tell me to?
I would tell you to do something like, it's this way.
Yeah, because he's probably never seen how you can use the walls to
Holy
group them on the
cow.
top, eh?
It feels like it's just survival. There's a lot more to it than that.
Hey, that was not.
Do you use the top tone, Abner, or the bottom one to group on that?
I don't. I just
get them rolling.
Just get them rolling.
You're like Art. Art does
Yeah,
that.
Art just runs around.
Art just rolls them and keeps it, gets to make a call. It takes him to the power pile at 1600. He doesn't waste his time.
So when you change direction, they respond.
They respond to your movements. It depends on how you move. They kind of respond to how you move. You just gotta figure out how to manipulate their movements by your movements.
And every time you change direction, they are forced to.
Yes.
Like when you do that, like if you.
Each one has sort of a character, what their personality's like. The red guy always comes directly for you. The pink guy sort of comes at you, but you can actually scare him off. And the same thing with the blue guy, but the orange guy generally very rarely comes over directly at you. He's the hardest one to keep around to get a 1600.
So red is.
So it's 440 points less, Dwayne.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got
Trying that.
it's
I'm
540
trying
normally.
that.
Yeah, it's 540.
Trying to
you got 100
gauge.
When I get the 100.
Because if you had all of me, I have 600 points.
Yeah.
There's like
Plus the other
a ton of
keys.
stuff we
Yeah.
gotta learn.
Yeah, I'm like a newbie. I'm a newbie. Yeah. See, that's like. It's so. When you look at the board, are you looking? What are you focused on? Like when I shoot, I don't have to.
Yeah, what happens is a lot of times I'm controlling their movements.
Oh, okay.
I'm controlling their movements.
Over 2 million guys. I'm in striking distance now. Don't take any more breaks. You're going to be in trouble.
Ah.
I'm gonna see the.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the next one.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's see.
Because the other thing that they reverse. What do they reverse at, Abner? Is it 9 and 28? See, what they do is they wait, they avoid them till the 2 reverses are done, and then that means when you're taking them anywhere or moving them anywhere, they're not going to turn back on you.
We're going to reverse again, so I just wait for it to reverse one more time.
What's the reversal?
They switch back the other direction. Because you notice at the beginning of the game they're chasing you, and all of a sudden they switch directions.
Yeah.
They do that at certain. It's programmed at certain 20 or 8 seconds.
Is it a timing thing?
Yeah, it's a timing thing. Yeah, it's a timing thing. Then once you lost it past that, they're not going to switch like that again. And so you can
Green one on
control
blue one
them.
in the back. I'm gonna mess with them a little bit. I'm gonna stuff like this. I'm trying to get them closer. So hold up on the controller and move a little. Eventually, I'm gonna get them real tight and
Yeah.
take them to any guys. Anyway, take them to any.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna take it to this one. So that was like a whole, whole different.
They use that same spot to control them when they come out of the power thing, and then they have a route where they'll leave an open area so that they don't have to hit the dots, and they'll just take them to the one power pallet and the other power pallet. They get them grouped together on top of each other like that, and then they bring them down to the power pallet. And but once you learn how to do that, you can do it the same thing on the 3 boards that are like this to get all the 1600s. And then you just learn for each of the 4 types of boards. And even once you know how to, just to be able to know where to use the wall like that, because you can misdirect them. And so that can help you even just on your turbo game, learning how to misdirect them by using the walls.
So I play completely different from. Really advanced stuff. So I'm not really sure I can really teach you.
Right. Thanks for being willing to take a look.
I see what you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you gotta look at it. This is without using the top there.
Bring them underneath, the question mark.
So you see how I'm doing pretty much what I want to do?
Yeah.
I'm down with the top right. Yeah. Control your movements.
See what's happening as well. You notice he's not eating the dots while he's getting them all together like that. Because when you eat so many dots, the red guy speeds up and you can't control him, eh? So you cut those. We call those open areas cut paths. So you have a cut path to be able to take them to the power pellet, so that because when you're eating dots, you go slower. But if you have that cut path, you've got a clear path that you're gonna move at the same speed, and they're gonna move at the same speed.
Huh. I never thought about the eating the dots slows you down.
Yeah, well, you never notice that with the turbo.
No.
With the slower thing, you notice all the details, eh? But if you can learn some of the stuff, like even just learning how to use the walls to misdirect them, like you'll learn the confidence to shift them around and keep out of the way. Because the other thing too, because of the random fruit, the only thing that's certain in the game, you have a certain amount of blue time to get. If you get all 4 of the power pellets with the 1600s, that's 12,000 points aboard.
It's advanced stuff, you know.
That's pretty exciting. It's a game I've known all my life, never, but this level, this level of control. And the boards, when the boards shift, the skill to control their movement is still the same.
See, watch for that reverse. See, he's gonna avoid them when they reverse.
Avoid them till they reverse direction. I'll show it to you. You see when they go reverse. After once, about 6 seconds, it'll happen. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
There's hiding places you can hide, and
how many places can you hide on the board? Like
this one. Okay, that's the one right there.
Yeah.
It all depends on what direction they're coming from and which way you're facing. You can get them into a circle, eh?
And it's that one. That's one there. There's one on the inside right here.
Yeah.
You gotta get them to come around.
Yeah.
This, you can see it right here. There's one here, and there's another one on this side. Stay here, and then I go like that.
Yeah. And how long will they circle a circle like that for?
18 minutes. 18 minutes is the next reverse.
18 minutes is the next reverse. So you can pretty much stay there for the 18 minutes. It'll reverse. It'll kill you, possibly.
Right. Huh. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, because he can group them so quickly like that, and then from there he can take him to whatever power palette he wants. And they have a strategy where they'll do the top right, bottom right, and they cut the dots out so they have a clear path to bring the ghost down to the power palette.
You can't eat too much dots, because if you eat too much dots, the red will squeeze up.
Right.
Yeah, it'll mess up the grouping properly. So you gotta be able to, do get all energizers and all that, and then you gotta figure out how to finish with no energizers. So you have to know what you're doing. Right.
So you'll get back on and go again, or?
Maybe. I don't
Just
know.
play a game through and show them how you get all the blue time to 21.
Okay, you got. How long does that take me? It's going to take me about.
Well, we're going to be here for a while. I'm still an hour and a half away from
Alright, so okay. If you want to go, we can go back.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Just watch me play for about. It should take about 52 minutes or 53 minutes.
Okay.
We'll see how I played first.
Okay.
First
Yeah.
You can bring this.
All right.
Pretty cool, huh?
He's gonna play it. Show me how he. This is it.
Just never imagined.
You'll see it here.
Alright, Rick, here we go.
Can they hear you on the speaker out there? Or not really sure? I'm not really or sure. Or just on the internet? Yeah, could you explain what you're doing? Use the vocal divide now. My mind with your mind. My mind with your mind. We're learning how to groove. Notice how to change the ghost direction by stopping. Yeah, I know it was. It's hard to the big difference in speed. You can run the ghosts. Yeah, actually, McAllister doesn't play Turbo, or he doesn't play Miss Pac-Man. Never mind, Turbo Miss Pac-Man. I'm actually looking forward to seeing him play that game. crazy how tight you can get them on the first two boards if you actually care. It's amazing how you can. It's like Randy Tops when he'd get them like he'd never take a power pole without they're all being on top of each other. It's like Rick used to give him a hard time. He'd go, well, why do you do that? You know you don't need to. He goes, my name is Randy Tops, not Randy Speedy. Yeah, I know. I know. That's funny when Rick tells that story. Yeah, there was a story of him playing Gauntlet. He played Gauntlet all weekend for days at this arcade. And he'd build up enough health, and then he'd go sleep in his car. And as soon as the arcade woke up, he'd go back. The game is still playing while the arcade was closed. He still had enough health. Go back and play it when the arcade opened, build up his health back again, and sleep in his car, and then go back and play it as soon as the arcade opened up again. He played the last 999 levels. I can't even remember what I quit at. I was only at like maybe 200 or 100 something when I submitted that Gauntlet world record of 4 million. I just couldn't be bothered. You're like Art, you use the bottom agreement for the power pellets. You don't bother wasting time.
Not really. I mean, I do all kinds of stuff. Every other thing I do.
Yeah, I know, but that's like Art. That's what he does. Because you guys got your speed kill screen down.
Thing at the top.
No, I know. That's basic. Like you can do it, but it's not. It's faster if you stay on. If you can do one off the bottom. They switched exactly with that thing. This is just retarded. Well, you're at 3-7 now. Still on your first name, you bastard. I told you the fix was in. Tim Balderrama is going to win.
I honestly didn't think I'd be playing this long.
I knew you were going to. I knew you were going to. No, I think you'll take whatever. If you want to, you'll be able to take the Xbox score higher down, and you'll be able to beat Jeffrey Heath, especially when you can beat Les Martin. One at a time.
just like, really? Yeah, 2.1. Yeah, I'm just like, yeah. Just like, really? My eyesight is failing. That's crazy. Now that you've got past the kill screen, what are you going to do, Mr. 10 Ball Rounds?
I'm going the hard ranch. Woohoo!
Well, you've already been to Disneyland, so you're going to go somewhere else.
Exactly. Got my family waiting for me back in South Dakota. We're seeing them tomorrow. It'll be awesome.
Well, that's good, man. Good times. I'm going to stay here and see if I can get a job as a pool boy.
There you go.
That was a joke all day last night. We were just like, it's like, in Canada, I'm a pizza delivery guy. In Southern California, I'm the pool boy. Oh, look at dumbass. I'm gonna die. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Well, on the World Championship edition, you'd be on your last name there, Evan. Oh, I'm gonna die again. It's keeping me awake. You had a tennis last night, right? What's that? You had a tennis last night. No, I've been tired for days, man. We actually had a receiver back up like last week. You don't realize how inconvenient it is when you can't take. You know how that happened? Yeah, I know. So it's just like. Actually, the good thing is, well, I was hoping most of it would be done by the time we get back, but it probably won't be. Construction in the basement. Well, yeah, you work in construction, you know.
saving myself for my last man. I was taking advantage of the rule set. Infinite continue, but once you get there, you only get one man, so it doesn't make a difference at this point. I gotta try and set the control panel up better so I'm gonna go for a marathon my last man. Just taking my time. Someone's texting me. Are you awake? You look like you're playing in your sleep.
Text back, no.
Oh, my buddy Foster from Grand Prairie. Oh, quit freestyling. Okay. That's what they think I've been doing. Actually, the control panel isn't very stable. That's why I can't get a pattern to work 2 or 3 times in a row. Yeah, no, the bottom there is losing money. It's not secured. It came off 2 or 3 times at least. It's not secure right now. I fell on the grenade, man. I'll take the humiliation. I'm just going by the rule set. Oh, that means my buddy Foster's up late at night.
Well, I think it would be good for the viewers to see 4 kill screens.
I'll keep going. I'll keep going.
Three Pac-Man and 1 miss Pac.
There you go. I'm gonna keep going. Like I'm telling you, man, it's my last man. You guys have to catch a plane. I don't have to catch a plane till Wednesday.
Exactly.
So let me know when. I'll tell you when the game ends on Tuesday.
Yeah, so you're gonna sneak up on all of us. And
I just have to play the last man out. It doesn't matter. See, it's called.
you're biting your
I
tongue.
forgot what that's called. Gamesmanship.
There you
That's
go,
the word.
that's
I couldn't think of the word.
That's
Thinking of what the word is. Gamesmanship, man. It's like
All lulling us into a false sense of security.
it's the legend grows. No, because my goal was actually beat Les Martin, so it's just gonna take some time. Last night. Don's got a car, so you guys can get right to the airport. Banana. Or is that banana?
Actually, banana. I know you don't play like this. I don't play.
Yeah.
It's got a feeling that I'm gonna get some bananas. Just the fruit that's proof off like this, I normally don't do it. So when I see banana come out, I'm like, might have been a
Yeah, that's not. This is what the pattern is actually supposed to be. I don't think I've done that one over the last 10 times. I don't think I've done it once. It's about quick freestyle.
going, man. Banana now. Yeah, I killed 2 men already. Oh, it doesn't matter. You only need to finish with 1. That's like me, man. Well, yeah, that's how I'm playing, man. That's called gamesmanship. You can do it! You can do it all night long.
I thought you were about to do You Can Do It, You Can Do the Pac-Man.
Oh, you're kidding. I know, I never thought about that. I was thinking, what's that Donkey Kong song, man?
Oh, God, I can't
Do
remember.
the Donkey Kong, whatever it was?
Yeah. No, it was like that breakfast cereal that they had back in the 80s.
I used to love that Pac-Man cereal. It's like five or 6 sugar bombs in different colors.
Exactly.
Actually, I like the Pac-Man cartoon better too. That was actually better than the new one they got.
Yeah, the Ghostly Adventures, yeah.
Yeah, and then he had his own pasta app named after himself too.
Yep.
I should have actually now I'll keep that quiet. One of these years I'm gonna play a joke on that. A joke? A joke. What do you want, Dwayne? Play a joke with me right now and get to a kid's school. No, I was thinking, what would happen if I got you a board where the rolls were altered so you never not get a banana, you'd start freaking out, man. No, I think something's wrong. Yeah, you're just too lucky. This is not. Okay. Okay, well then it's not a joke then. It's not funny. What is it, 4 million? Only 8,700,000 more to go. They're done. See, I'm glad someone else is gonna do it before me.
Don't make this too easy.
I know what the mark is. Oh, that's monster or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can smell that. Aspartame.
Man, I usually don't drink that
Carburetor
stuff.
It's like he's digging into the reserve, man. We're in trouble. It's gonna have a long day, man. It's too bad they don't have the Voltron here anymore. They can move in 50 boards now. shit, you dumbass. I'm just kicking it. I can't take this anymore. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock in the morning here, man. You guys are doing good. You guys are way up late.
It's 1 o'clock here.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock here now.
Okay.
It's like play and get a ride to the airport. That's what I'm saying. Almost thought you're actually going to be 320 probably or more by the time you get to 21. Well, we're gonna keep playing, man. We might as well just keep playing until this one when you go to sleep. Well, I know, because Tim's gonna be able to play all night till he has to go catch his plane. And then we'll see that happen. Still on his first man for you. Play it on if you're on a good play pace. Can't stop any time. Just keep going. I think it's not worth it. What's up? You didn't see that pink guy coming to kill you? I fucking missed the power pellet. I'm almost there. It's like, for the love of God, I'm almost there.
What are you up to?
Oh, 2-7. This is 2-7-50. I'm gonna have to have one hell of the last man here. Oh, you're 200,000 behind Tim right now. I know, you're doing a good job. I'm actually trying to catch up to you guys yet, but I need a little more time. I know, well, that's the thing, you guys got to catch your plane, man. Your game's coming to an end, whether you like it or not. I got till Wednesday, man. I got lots of time to play the last man. You at 20 or 21? Oh, so you got 3-2. That's not bad. 270 is about average, eh? Not even that?
My average is around 210.
Oh, for 21? Oh, so you just have an average. What's the highest you've gotten then?
42.
That's good.
So this guy got 345 and 25 years ago. 345. That's the best score I've ever seen.
Crazy.
That's a crazy score.
For 21 boards, huh? How many bananas did you get?
No, to get that you need 45 and you need 11.
That's good.
10 is 40.
11's 45.
11 is 45.
We'll sit on the couch, drink some Pepsi. Well, you can park it for 18 minutes and then come back. Come back at 17.
16.
Well, I know. Actually, you took my cabinet, man. You were supposed to be playing on this one. I was playing on that one yesterday, if you remember. I didn't realize this one had the issue. That's good. Well, no, that's how long did we spend thinking about this? That's all we did to talk about it. I said, I'm here to be a pool boy. Well, no, that's what I said. It's just an exhibition here. If there was money, that's different. I can't. Well, no, that's the thing. I came here to be a bootlegger. What? Oh, played too much bubble this, so you have to blister on the finger. No, I think I'm at Pittsburgh. Like I said, I played this thing out for a freaking third kill screen. I was just like, over 2 days, I just lost my will to live. $5 a day or whatever, it's just brutal. Actually, next few days I'm going to sleep a lot. When are you getting into Pittsburgh, Don? Wednesday night or Thursday night? Around supper time, after supper time?
Probably like 8, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's I'm getting off the plane at 9 o'clock. Closer, well, for me it would be like a fucking 55-hour drive. It's just like... Oh, I don't care anymore. I lost the will to do shit like that. No, man. I'm moving on to something else. I'll carry a load of books and boxes somewhere going to university. Yeah, actually, I ran out of stuff to buy and sell where I live. There's just nothing there anymore. There weren't that many games around, just due to the population and stuff. You know, like, most of the collectors have their stuff, and it just isn't worth it anymore. I'll sell a few things local every once in a while, but I don't really try very hard to advertise or anything like that. Someone asked me to buy them something, but it's just not worth it. I make too much money doing pizzas everywhere. Actually, I think by the time the 18 minutes is over, I might be up on kill stream. I'm going to put that original. So what's your score, Donald? Well, you're number 2 right now. Watch Joe McAllister's position though. And then number 2. You feeling safe, Tim?
No. Not in the least. I figure as long as any one of you are still playing, I'm in jeopardy.
Well, the sad part is you have to leave. You're gonna leave your game. And then
Yeah, I'm gonna leave thinking I've got it, and Dwayne's gonna be like, haha.
Well, no, you got more. You're gonna have to leave before you're even gonna lose your first man. That's the sad part. Yeah, they used to have a Robotron here, man. That's what I was actually looking forward to. Like,
Yeah, then you could have practiced here.
Well, I would just play 5-man with Donald on the avenue. We haven't played since. When's the last time we played Robotron? Like 10 or 12 years ago? That was fun, man. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was like 2002. 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, that was insane. The winner stays on the table. That was good. Actually, do you want him to tell, or do you want me to tell him now, or do you want you to tell him? Oh yeah. he lost for the first time in 13 years. I kicked his ass. It was funny, man. That was the first game I played, and I beat his ass like brown. It was kind of funny. He was playing Robotron all night. I was playing Bubbles, and then he said, "Hey, you want to go head to head?" Sure. And I'm just like, he never got past 4. Okay, I'll stop. I know. Yeah, you won the next game. Yeah, but it didn't matter. You already lost. So I was like, well, what does it matter? You're a wounded animal. Yeah, I'm almost there, man. I'm just taking my time. Actually, people used to play even slower. That's the insane thing. Like, people don't realize how much technology has improved on this game. Like, when people were like 6-7 hours for a kill screen, like some of those patterns are like a minute and a half or a minute and 20 seconds or whatever. Back in like people just have no idea how much it's improved. Okay, that's right. So that's how I just need to get a million points to move into number 2. Once I get to the kill screen. It's all part of the plan.
Dwayne Richard always
the rope-a-dope.
Exactly.
The rumble in the city. You punch like a girl. You can't hit very hard with your left hand. You know that? Like, did you know that's what he did? Because he was Foreman was pounding him, and he almost broke all these ribs, and then he was insulting him in the ring instead of with his stronger hand that was pounding on him. He kept saying, "Man, you punch like a girl." Like, is that the only like? And then he changed his strategy. Like, Ali should have lost that fight. But Foreman got outfought.
Got in his head.
Can you grab me one of those cherry Pepsis, please, Abner? Yeah. Thanks, man. Gotta get into the chemicals. Cherry flavor, artificial.
Exactly. Is there any
Like,
other
we
kind?
don't have cherry Coke or cherry Pepsi in Canada. They don't sell it, eh? It doesn't sell very well. So that's why, like, guys when they come down there, they actually like to try cherry Coke.
How about vanilla Coke?
We used to have it, but we don't have vanilla Coke anymore. I didn't really like it. It had a strange bitter taste, aftertaste to it.
I'll grab that whenever I see it. I kind of like it.
That's good. I like when they brought back the original sugarcane recipes after a while here in the States. You could get them in cans. It was like a few summers ago. We do Pepsi and those Pepsi products. You could get the original can from Dr. Pepper. Thanks, man. Yeah. I gotta get my second one here, man. I was ready to fall asleep there for a while. But and that's the thing, and you made the rule up too. Like, I knew you were gonna get there on your first man. And if you didn't think you were gonna, it's like, no, it's like, that's good, man. But, I wish you had more time because I know you beat the rest of that score.
Yeah, I just
started too late too. Like, it just the way.
We had the introductions.
No sleep, man. It's hard. It's hard just to get off the plane. And, I need a few days to adjust to get back to so I can actually function. That's just the next few days I'm actually sleeping and relaxing.
I would have liked to see me on a, just run on a machine that with a control board that had, kept slipping on me there.
Oh, okay, that's all right. No. I'm glad you made the rules. You did.
I think
I'll milk it to the end.
I'm glad we put that rule in. I really am, because then that way we got 4 for 4, with including a little bonus of Abner doing the mispack.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen anybody play that one to the end. Everyone always plays. That's the thing. Like, everyone plays the original. Like, I've never plays that version. Like, we all like. There's a reason why we like playing the old version, but it just shows what it is. The hardware fails.
My only regret is I didn't get a chance to watch Abner. I look forward to checking out the archive.
You should learn how to play Miss Pac-Man. I'm gonna start putting a good effort.
I've always told myself, it's like, one of these days I'm gonna learn how to.
If you don't learn how to group them to get the 1600s, you can still learn to be able to keep them behind you to run the no blue time.
One of these days I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna figure it out.
Did you get that thing I sent you from Rick a long time ago?
Yeah, I gotta get that sucker out.
Yeah, because that's the next thing I got planned. I want to try and have a Miss Pac-Man championship. I got that championship version made. Abner doesn't like it, but Rick liked it. I can't remember Darren Harrison told me. That's funny. Even I could have did it when you did. It's like, that's funny. He didn't want to play Pac-Man.
You know, that worked out though.
Yeah, no, actually, that's what I thought. I thought he'd play some of his Pac-Man. That's why I asked him to come on. I knew he was going to play Pac-Man.
Cause yeah, the chat room was just going wild. It's like, oh, awesome.
That's good. You know, most people never seen it play, so that's good. Send me junior stuff or send me Miss Pac-Man stuff if I ask him for it. Most people wouldn't have that privilege. There's so many keys on this game. It's ugly. So I'm at 3 million now. So I should be. I think I'll be at the kill down before 3-2. That's another 20 boards at the most end. This is just ridiculous, man. I think this is probably like 10 continues or something ridiculous like that. Like, this is just what a joke.
As long as you get that, it's just.
Because originally we were talking about 5 machines too, but then the budget got cut, so we could only have 4. Originally, we were getting Chris everything on myself. Then when Chris never sent me anything, that's when I got a little new. And then we got Paul, that's when I got a little album. sign these things before we leave. I think.
What's that?
So we should probably sign the machines before we leave too. So I just need a million on my last man to go into second place. I don't know what I was thinking there. So what do you do with all your game collection? Is it still in the house, or did you have to move it somewhere else? Oh, you got the new place now. Yeah, that's right. You sold your house. Oh, so you got a basement game room then, or what? Yeah. Oh, right on, man. Is your Robotron working or no?
Yeah. Sarah, St. James.
Oh yeah, she fixed it for you. When's the last time you played Dig Dug? Okay. What'd you get?
No, I was just practicing.
Okay.
I was trying to see something.
More point pressing?
Not point pressing, but just better patterns and play ahead
for rock drops. I still got your disc. I haven't really watched it. I like what you did, man. I'm glad you did that work.
Yeah.
That's good. Did Ken actually beat that? I can't remember.
He's a.
It's like, was it got like 5-1? What was it, 5?
He had 5-2.
And what, you had like 5-1-70 or something?
Yeah, no, that was before. I did the point pressing. I got
5-4. Is that the tape that you sent me?
No.
Oh, you did it?
I did that.
What was it? Because you did the 5 million first. You did 5 million first, so you sent me the copy of the 5 million.
What's that?
You sent me a copy of the 5 million.
Yeah, I sent you. Yeah,
what was it? What
I think it was 5 million.
Oh, okay, yeah, and he just barely beat you.
That was like, because he had like 5 million 140 something. I got like a little bit higher. And he did the 5-2. Actually, 2 summers ago.
Yeah, that was going on.
I did the 5.4.
Oh, you just never submitted it?
I haven't submitted it.
Was it more, where did you make up the points on the first half or the second half? Or just
I did all the.
Or just more digging?
I did all the digging.
Oh, you bastard. How long is the game?
13 hours.
Oh, yeah, you fucker.
13 hours?
Yeah, I know. A long game would take about 15, 16 if you actually. Did you dig everything or just a reasonable amount?
I tried, but
I know. Just
some
you can't. I mean, you can't.
Like
You can't, depending on how they'll flame you if you got 5 hours left.
Yeah. It wasn't a bad game overall.
Good for you, man.
I looked at it after. I did like statistics on it.
What do you want? Because you want to try and average 22 a board off once you get up to like 30 or whatever it is. Or not even that. When you start getting pineapples, you want to.
Yeah, well, it's like
22
yeah,
a
the
board.
drive book is 6. So it's really 21.5 plus dirt. 20,500 plus dirt.
And there's over 2,000 in dirt, or
Yeah,
whatever,
it's
2,500.
2,600 points in dirt, but it's almost impossible
To get it all.
Some boards I was going on 1,900.
Oh, nice. Well, yeah, and that you do that.
It's
that
so tedious.
I know it drives you crazy,
Some
but you're doing that square digging technique, not straight lines, eh?
Yeah, I did. Actually, no. That particular game, I did a lot of straight line digging.
Oh, okay. Well,
Just
there's
because
oh
it's
no,
safer.
just the way it is on islands. Yeah, you gotta get the score. Good. So there's still, well, yeah, because
there's still more.
There's still 200,000, at least 200,000
Yeah,
in
it's
digging.
about 5, 6 is probably about max.
No, that's good, man. We're getting the thresholds.
That'd be like so much.
I know. It'd be an extra time, like crazy, just for digging. Oh, you gotta die. I don't. It just. Well, that's the thing. You shouldn't have made the rule up. I have to take advantage of the rule. I look like a clown until I take the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good. Oh no, so that's does Ken know that or no?
Yeah, he knows. Yeah.
Okay.
Or, well, he posted on his site.
Oh, then you got
I
5
told
points.
him about it. He's like, oh, if you want me to announce it, I will. And it's just like, I get the tape, and it's like, yeah, I really want to send it. Because Ken's friend there,
Is that the guy who plays
Mappy?
Mappy, yeah, that's the guy.
He's like, he posted something on Facebook that
Oh no, yeah, I can see that.
he's like, that score is crazy. Anything Don can do, Ken can do.
Oh no, Ken doesn't have the patience yet. He won't, like he already said he wouldn't do. Like, and how long was it took him to believe that 5 million was possible?
Yeah.
We knew it was possible, we just didn't bother doing it. And then, like, the work that you did on the second half of the game.
Yeah,
put it on the top,
that's
like,
good stuff.
like what I told you, like, because no, it's the thing, because I told Ken, I said, because I told him the same thing. I said, this is what I told Don to do, and if you do it, you'll be able to get a score or whatever, because you're not going to do it otherwise.
Yeah.
And then after he's seen you do it, he said, well, I had these techniques too, whatever. I said, well, I don't know about that. So, no, I'm actually, for me, it's nice to watch. It improved your points by how many thousands around did it improve your points by?
About 250.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I can do almost 5-2 without digging. But I was looking at it, and I was like, rock drops and stuff like this, and I was going through, there's 255 boards. And I went through and it says, I only got the proper rock drops and stuff on 60% of the boards. So that wasn't actually that good.
No, there's still more points, but it's hard when you have a limit on men. You can't take the chances. If you had more men, you would get more points.
Oh yeah.
Because then you could take the chances. I know. I think I've got 10 boards left because I have to continue anyways to get the extra men to get behind.
Yeah.
This control set up solid and we're good to go now. So are you still playing Mappy, or are you playing something else or anything? Because I heard Bondo said he was back to. He said he's got his skills and he's improved his skills.
Yeah.
They told me. So have you been talking to that guy from Australia, or is this Greg? Greg said he's been talking to that zookeeper guy from Australia. And he said he's supposed to be, he wants to come out to the fun spot to play with you guys. I heard. Yeah, no, Greg. Greg phones me every once in a while. He's been phoning me a lot this summer. Yeah. He's a worker. He told me like he's talking to me about that. He talked to me about that 150 game that the kid got. Like I had a hard time believing it, but he said he got it. Because again, nobody still hasn't seen him play yet. Right. Like that's he put a little bit on YouTube. Yeah, because that's what I heard. He was supposed to be. Greg was saying he's gonna come to New Hampshire. He's gonna play the fun spot with the Crowns and with show him how they can play. Because everybody still thinks it's kind of weird. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it started that way. Like I don't pay attention, but that's what I thought. Like I thought it was kind of weird, just because the secretiveness and just arguing over nonsense. There it is. Surprise! I gotta continue some more. Yeah, your voice sounds a lot better now. Mine's getting worse though. Oh, you're kidding? Oh, I thought it was just you weren't sleeping because you had to work the last few days. Oh, you had one charge? That's crazy. No, I can't be 333. I had a perfect game up to the fucking up to the first key or something like that, and then my hand slipped, and then I think it was around the third key or whatever. No, actually, it was grouping. I do one start, like I do a start for one, but then 1 second I was grouping up the scratch, and then I wasn't paying attention. That's what my buddy sent me a note saying quit freestyle. It's like, I'm not freestyling, the joystick isn't. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I don't know how many keys I missed so far, and oh, you're gonna kill me. That's bad. I think I'm gonna guess within 5 boards. I don't even think it's gonna be 5 boards because there's no way. Yeah, because I wasted 40,000. I missed in 12,000, and how many? There it is. Good job, man. Yay! Oh man, I can't believe it. You made it. I made it. Now you can't. Now I've only got 1 man left after the board.
Now he's after you, Tim. Yeah, he's still playing, so I'm still in trouble.
Take a pee and get myself some more medicine. Oh, where's Abner, man? I did it, man.
I got a headache pill now. You're in trouble.
Yeah, there we go. This will be Dr. Rosen. Those 20 is going off. Those all one. Almost reverse.
Okay. Huh? No, that's okay. Hey there, chat. Can you hear me? I'm going to give you an update on what's going on here. So, let's see. Abner Ashman sat in front of Ms. Pac-Man, killed Screen It. That was it. And everything was handled from there. Don Hayes got to the kill screen, went through it, and played up, and I think his score was something like 4 point. Don, what was your score? About 4,130,000 and some change is where Don landed on his marathon. Dwayne Richard made it to the kill screen, and he's now trying to eat the last dots to proceed through the kill screen, which is he's allowed to use continues to do that. Once he gets through the kill screen, no more continues can be used until he reaches the next kill screen. So the question is will he make the journey through another 256 levels with the men that he has left? We will find out. Yes, after what they're playing is you can use continues all the way up to the kill screen if you need to. And you have to use continues to get through the kill screen, but after that point, no use of continues until you get to the next kill screen, and that's only to get through the kill screen. Then no more continues. So Dwayne's on his first kill screen, and he's hunting out those last little bits of dots to get enough of a dot count completed so that the game moves forward. Tim Balderramos is taking this game to a whole nother level. He not only got to the kill screen on his first man, he then moved through the kill screen using continues, which is the only way to do it. And then once he moved through the kill screen, he had 3 lives, and he's still on his first man. He has not died. So technically, Tim Balderramos has not died. And he only had to die just to move through the kill screen. Other than that, he's playing on his first man, and he's rapidly approaching his second kill screen on his first man, essentially. So I'm anticipating you to see a kill screen on Tim Balderramos's screen in, 15, 20 minutes maybe? Somewhere in there, I guess, at his pace. Maybe earlier, somewhere around there. So that is the latest update. You can't see it, but Donald Hayes felt the need to keep some zoo after all that Pac-Manning. So there are animals running around that he is jumping over and scoring points.
Oh, 5 million.
And that is what's happening. Does anybody have any questions about where we are with everything? Mr. Strain, Barra, anybody? Don entered his first kill screen with only 1 life, left with 4 lives. If he can do that, Tim should be able to leave it with max lives. It depends, because it uses up about 13 lives to get all those last pellets. And since continues give you 5 lives, that leaves you basically with like 3 lives left at the end, because you still have your 1 that you used. Yes, yes. Right. So so after you get through the kill screen, you just get 1 life to continue. So that's why Don stopped, because he lost his life after the kill screen. So Tim Balderrama is still on that 1 life, but if he loses it, then that's the end. He does not get to use those 2 lives that are in the spare. Yes. Yes, well, yeah, technically. Right. Well, the question is are you trying to, do you keep the lives, or do you let the machine dictate
within 5 seconds
what the lives are based just because of the conditions of? Right. 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 So does Tim get to continue with his lives, or is his game over if he dies? Yes. Yeah. That's okay. So if Tim dies, that's the end of his marathon run. And the same thing with Dwayne after he passes this kill screen. So after you pass the kill screen, you get 1 life. That's what it is. After you pass the kill screen, you get 1 life until the next kill screen. But then after that kill screen, you get 1 life. Yes, while you're on the kill screen, you have infinite lives. Listen, these are the rules that Dwayne, Don, and Tim and Abner agreed it should be the rules. So, Mr. Strain, yeah, Don entered with 1 life and he exited with 4 lives, but he only used 1 of the lives. He didn't use the rest of the lives that he had. Once he died, he ended his game. Right. 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 So they're ignoring the lives that they have when they pass the kill screen, and they're just saying you get 1. Did Abner quit after kill screen? Well, I won't say that Abner quit. I would say that Abner dropped the mic and left the stage. That's what happened. He realized that he had climbed the tallest mountain on Earth, and there's no more mountains to climb. So there you go. So you get 1 life after the kill screen, regardless of how many lives you had going into the kill screen. That's what. That's
It is.
that.
Okay,
Don
back on
Hayes
one
is saying
line.
he believes that's correct. That's the rules he was playing by. All right. Dwayne passed the kill screen, and this is his last life. So this is it. Yes. Here, Don. Repeat the rule set so that Mr. Strain hears it straight from the Don Hayes mouth.
George, when we had talked at the beginning of the show, what we came up with is basically we start with the 5+1 men on the game because that's if you want to go for a perfect game. Therefore, it would count for that. So that's what I was trying to do. Once you get to the kill screen, you need to use continues to get through to eat the dots. So my understanding was from Tim and Dwayne that when you get to the kill screen and you get through it with the continues, once you're there, you get one more life to continue the marathon with. So that'll be the new marathon rules for this. Basically, if you look at it, Dwayne's he's continued a bunch of times before. So continues are allowed up to the first kill screen, and then after that, you only get the one life. If you die, the game is supposed to be over. That's my understanding of the rules.
There you go. So hopefully Abner doesn't miss ghosts, he spares them. Now, you guys were playing up to the first kill screen. Continues were okay, right? Yes, yeah. Tim didn't either, and you didn't either. Right. Right.
In theory, once I lost a man, it should have been a 3+1.
Right.
So, in essence, I think that's what it comes down to. That's why, like I said, Dwayne's continued a bunch of times to get the rules.
Right.
So it's more, like I said, this is more of an exhibition.
Right. But you know what's interesting about this exhibition is from it we can probably evolve a rule set that works, you know? So
Yeah, it may come down to just keep track of the lives. Like I said, when it comes on his first life, in theory you should be allowed to use
all of them.
5 more.
But I mean, you know, but constraining it.
That gets hard to.
Yes, to manage. So by constraining it, I mean you could settle eventually on a rule set where you start with the 5 lives, so that, and then you have, that's what you have. Yeah. If you get through the kills, once you get to the kill screen, you can continue. But after that, it doesn't matter how many lives you have. You just get 1 to keep going.
I think that's what we have now.
Yeah, that's probably.
Part of it is like Wayne's score really, like, because he continued from the first part.
Right.
Probably.
Well, he's different from you guys, right? Like because he continued to get to the kill screen, it's sort of a different thing than what you and Tim have done.
That's more for the purposes of the exhibition.
Right.
You know, getting everybody to get to the kill screen and get through it.
Yes.
But yeah, I think having the 1 life after as a marathon, because in theory you should be able to. A marathon really should be very light. Anyway.
Yes.
After a certain point, it doesn't make sense to have.
Yes.
Oh, man, played 30 hours on one marathon. 30 hours on
Spider Waffle, they have not invented a number high enough to track my Kaboom score, so I can't answer that question. So, Mr. Strain, I think so. You have a few different things going on here. Dwayne used a bunch of continues to get to the kill screen, but now he's just got one life after it, and that's just what's going to take place. Tim and Dawn started with 5 lives, made it to the kill screen within those lives, and then now they're past the kill screen. They get 1 life apiece to continue the marathon. And if they die, then that's it. Yeah. So I think a rule set that could evolve out of this that makes sense for people to compete on is starting with 5, playing to the kill screen, and then you just get 1 after it, and then see how far you go, and then that's your score. And then once you and then every kill screen you hit, you can continue and stuff, but you still only get, once you pass the kill screen, you get 1 life to make it to the next kill screen. I think that's a fun set. And it's pretty fair, and it I mean, theoretically someone could go on forever, but no. that's a marathon. At some point that gets hard. He goes, yeah, it just seems a little unfair to Tim because it hasn't had an involuntary death. Well, here's the thing. Don was playing under that idea because you had lives you still to go with after passing the kill screen. But, I mean, if we wanted to, we could individually just try to keep track of Tim's lives and tell Tim to keep going, like use his lives and just see how far he goes for it. But something tells me under these conditions, with the use of all these lives, Tim might be able to go infinitely at his current pace. Iceman, 5 lives to kill screen, then 1 life for after kill screen. Addition kill screen is a plus additional kill. What? No, right now it's 5 lives to a kill screen, then 1 life post kill screen. And when you get to a kill screen, you can use continues to get through it, and then after that it's just 1 life. And then repeat cycle. Without unlimited continues. Yeah, with unlimited, anybody can get there and play through. Yes, that's true. So, yes. Don says yes. We proved that. Even Dwayne could do it. So, yeah. So the rule set definitely shouldn't be unlimited continues to the kill screen. It should. I think it should be. The normal. It should be the normal. I mean, 5 lives. 5 lives to kill screen. And then 1 life after the kill screen. I think that would make the most sense. You could theoretically create another track that's 3 lives to kill screen and then 1 life after kill screen if you wanted to have those 2 different distinctive. All screens after the first kill screen play the same as the 9th key. Yep. But you know what doesn't play the same on all screens after the kill screen? The player. Player doesn't play the same. He gets tired. Fatigued. Ty Taylor, 86. This is no continues, barring the kill screen. You get 5 lives, period. That's basically what it is. That's basically what it is, because when you get to the kill screen, you have to die a bunch, and you got to the kill screen on a life. So when you're leaving the kill screen, you're just on the life that you.
Keep track of the lives. Use kills. Use the extras. Continues to get through the kills.
No, that's Iceman. But Thargor 30 says no continues, barring the kill screen. You get 5 lives period, and that's basically what this is. Because
because like Tim, that would mean Tim would have 5 more lives after he dies once.
Oh. Yes, you're right. You're right.
Saying just track it normal.
You just track it normal with 5.
That's other than
yeah.
The kill screen. That's another way to do it.
That's another way to do it, but it makes it more complicated.
It's complicated because you'll never have the right number of men at the bottom.
Right.
Unless you could set it up.
I mean, look, obviously a track like that could be created, but I think it's more easily understood. 1 life after the kill screen. That's it. You play your normal game up to the kill screen, you continue through it, and then you just get 1 life, and then that's the trial of your manhood right there. Can you make it to the next one on 1 life? Yes. Mr. Strain, you are correct. Look at Dwayne. He's getting chased. Oh, look at that. Really, when you think about what Blinky looks like underneath that red, it's kind of gross. He kind of looks like a shaved nutsack crawling away with some red attached to him. I mean, what is that? Ask Don and Tim how they'd want to play, and maybe David Race. They're the guys most likely to play the track. Well, how would you want to play? You like that one?
I already played the track.
Yeah, Don.
I like the 1 life.
You like the 1 life?
Yeah.
I like it because it just increases the pressure. Like it just, right. you know. So Don is saying 5 to kill screen, 1 after. Sounds good. Abner gave the kingly nod towards that rule set. The kingly nod. Yeah, it's true. So maybe we'll create that track on Twin Galaxies for the 20th and 25th edition Pac-Man. And that will be tracked that way. Shaved nutsack references getting late even on the West Coast. Yeah, it is getting late. But Tim shows no sign of weakening. Oh, I don't know. His face is kind of showing something. But you can't tell in the gameplay. What would be really cool is after you hit the kill screen, you're immediately connected to Pac-Man Battle Royale, where you then play against 4 other players who have kill screened, and you guys have to kill each other, and then the winner is the winner. How many people in the chat have watched the entire broadcast from the beginning all the way up till now? Has anybody? Are there any true diehards witnessing the greatness? Lakeman. Lakeman was Barra. Lakeman. He hasn't been typing a lot, but he's had it up. He's had it in the background. While he sets a 1.3 million on Donkey Kong. Zelina Games. Zelnia. Pac Whiz just got here. The Whiz of Pac. Family Guy. What's happening? I said this a few hours ago, and I'll say it again. It's important that you move your eyes around the screen and you don't stare at any one particular game for too long, because the eliteness might burn your eyes blind if you're not prepared. So glance at Tim, give him a few seconds, then glance up at Dwayne, give it a few seconds. It's like looking at the sun. You can glance at it for a few seconds, but if you just stare at it, you're going blind. That's all I'm saying. Abner practically blinded the entire audience. You could only glance at his game for like half-second intervals. I'd never seen a Miss Pac-Man machine actually shed tears, but he did that. He managed to get it. Jace obviously doesn't know who Pac-Whiz is. I know who Pac-Whiz is. It's the Whiz of Pac. If there were two of them, he'd be Tupac Whiz, which would be kind of like a rapper Pac Whiz. If there's one guy who can challenge Abner on Miss Pac, it's Pac Witch. Is that like a sandwich? Or was that autocorrect? Pac Whiz, you miss Abner's first credit Miss Pac-Man kill screen. That's going down as legend, man. Kilroy, you didn't like my joke? Come on. My comedy is top quality. That's what they said to me when I bought it. The Whiz of Pac. Wait, or if you're playing Pac-Man and you pee, is that a Pac-Whiz? Is it whizzing? No. Or if you conjure up a Pac-Man from thin air, is that a Pac-Whiz? Because you're a wizard of Pac-Man. So you wizard up Pac-Man. It's like if you're an X-Men and you have a mutant ability, but your mutant ability is to conjure Pac-Man machines into the... That'd be kind of cool. You could divert your enemy by just popping a Pac-Man machine up, and then they just start playing. A bomb said, I've played first-person shooters for 10 years, and I'm losing my near sight. Yes, Jace, that I've done. He has Pac-Whizzed. I'm really surprised that none of these champions have shown the gold key level. It's a secret level of Pac-Man where the gold key shows up and it's worth 100,000 points. Oh, wait. Did I just make that up? I think I did. Sometimes that happens. Oops. It's very much like the Miss Pac-Man kiwi fruit. When you eat the kiwi fruit, it's 100,000 points, but you can only get it to show up under very certain circumstances. Abner showed me off camera how to get the kiwi to show up. And that's it. So he'll unveil that. He said he plans on unveiling that in 20 years. So you got to wait. It's called the Kiwi Sneak. M. Dzikongsky. How do I... Dzikongsky? Zykongsky. He said he's been watching since the beginning. He's had a couple breaks because, you know, he's mortal, must tend to the bio needs. But he hasn't said anything, but he had to reset his password to write this. Well, you have watched... Just by watching the entire thing, you instantly become a better player in all video games, period. It's like a level up. It's like a, you know, achievement unlocked. Saw Abner kill screen Miss Pac-Man live first time out. Achievement unlocked. Spider Waffle, what's my favorite or best game? Well, where do I begin? I would say that probably the first high score I ever put up was in a game called Zork. It's a text adventure that has no score. That's how good I was. It just said, here, you have 1,000,000 points. I said, but you don't keep score in this game. It says, it doesn't matter. You're that good. Just have 1,000,000. So from that moment on, I knew that I was born to game. When I came out, I wrapped a joystick cord around the doctor's neck. I said, what are you doing, man? You're like in front. You're blocking my screen. The Kiwi Sneak. Oh, look at that. Zookeeper. PacWiz is Art van Vliet, who has the TG MAME record for Miss Pac-Man of 955,860. That's higher than Abner's official arcade Miss Pac-Man record, but below Abner's unofficial best. 955,000 is pretty impressive. But all those save states that he used to get there, I mean, come on. Yeah, no, I'm teasing. I tease. Abner just said that he only has that record on MAME because Abner can't get his PC to work right. No, I'm teasing again. You guys are incredible at these games. Oh yeah, look at us lounging. Did you see? For those who just showed up to the stream, did you see the Pac-Man transition screen? Let's do it again. Hit me with Pac-Man. Yeah, right there. Comp chomp. See, bam. We had to evolve over 1,000,000 years as a species so that we could build technology so we could put Pac-Man going across the screen for our transitions. Hit me again. 1,000,000 years of evolution. Gob, gob, gob. See that? Bam. It's all over. There's no reason for humanity to continue. We just did a Pac-Man transition. That was it. That's what it was all about from the very beginning. Discovery of fire, whole 9 yards. And you were here to witness it. We're being fancy. This is a fancy broadcast. How much does it cost TG each time we use that transition? Well, our secret accounts in the Cayman Islands get drained every time he presses that button. Zykonski says, this is an amazing stream. Thank you and great job putting this thing together. Listen, your compliments are appreciated but not necessary. Twin Galaxies is here to serve the player properly. As the head custodian of Twin Galaxies, my job is to make sure that Twin Galaxies does its job. I have lived my whole life in the video game culture. I have personally made a bunch of video games that you may know the titles to. I have built video game companies. I have run publishing companies. I have been all about the game. And it has bothered the crap out of me that for the entire history of video gaming, all people celebrate are the games themselves with titles like Game of the Year and stuff like that, or the people who develop the game, Developer of the Year. What about the players? Am I right? Can I get an amen? My God. So Twin Galaxies really is the only thing that has the history and the pedigree and the potential and the basic cultural understanding of giving the players an avenue to express themselves and not putting the burden on the players to have to explain to the rest of the world why what they're doing is awesome. Leave that to Twin Galaxies to be the universal translator of that thought and idea to the rest of the masses. So we're working on that, and this stream is part of that effort, the increased effort. Let's let's show people, let's expose this mastery, which, and I hate to repeat myself, but I said this at the beginning of the stream, and I'm going to say it again. Video games of today are designed much more to make you feel good and to help you complete them, and they're concerned with you as a consumer getting angry that game's not too hard, because if you're angry and you can't get to the end of the game, you tweet the developer and you cry like a baby until they change it and send a patch to make the game easier. All that is fine, but because I'm as old as time, I have seen the differences between the different attitudes that developers have had when developing games in the different eras. And when you're looking at classic games like what you're seeing on the screen here, all the developers of the games wanted to do when they made these games was take your money. That was it. Make it hard enough so that we were guaranteed to take those quarters from them little kids, burn up allowances, make it seem like you could do good, suck them in, and then do things like make power pellets not turn the ghost monsters blue anymore, so to ensure that you're just going to die. So when you're met as a gamer with games that are that challenging and merciless, it forces you to rise to the occasion, because you will not be dominated by the machine. The answer is no. The answer is you'll get one quarter and that is it, and I will own you. So you become really, really good. So having seen that level of talent and skill and knowing that it exists, and then now watching all these nerfed out kids' gloves, hand-holding video games that people get good at and they think they're really good players, and they are for what that is, but they have no reason to get to the level of what they really could get to, because the game itself doesn't demand it. You're being robbed as game players, robbed of your righteous chance to fully express your greatness. And so I think, if we can just sort of spread this knowledge around, and as game players demand a little bit more from our games, from our makers, to the game makers, to, make it a little harder. Make us try a little bit more. Make it feel a little bit better to beat the game. Don't be so afraid of making people a little frustrated. The best one is save points. Like today, God forbid a video game come out and you can't save everywhere instantly wherever you're standing or whatever you're doing. God forbid, right? If a game has like save points where you got to get to like a certain part of the level just for the save, just that alone will knock it in the reviews. That alone, let alone a thing like Pac-Man that has 0 save states. So if you want to get up and go pee, you've got to learn how to master Pac-Man to the point where you figure out how to park Pac-Man and the ghost monster just for some reason won't get you. It's like they had to figure that out. Do you see the difference? So all I'm saying is it's my job to help communicate to the world the passion that we all collectively have for our expression, our art, our talent. And I'll be damned if I sit around and let people badmouth video game playing with a bunch of nonsense and total non-understanding. It just drives me up the wall. So here we are with Twin Galaxies, and the players are helping, and everybody's participating, and I think we're off to a good start, and it's very exciting to be part of it. But in no way is Twin Galaxies itself about me personally. That's why you do not see me trying to be all that in a bag of chips. Walter Day, bless him, his vision, his creation of this thing, he's like the Godfather. He will always wear the referee shirt. He's always spreading the message and the love. So I'm not trying to be Walter Day. Replace him. You can't replace Walter Day. It's Walter Day. But our time has come as a game and group, and hopefully you guys are going to be on board with that, and it'll just be fun. That's it. Like Rick Fox came in, right, to come and commentate and see. The reason Rick Fox came here, and for those of you who don't know Rick Fox played on the Lakers for many, many years. He was the team captain when the Lakers won the NBA championships back to back to back. He plays with Kobe and Shaq and all those guys. So he's from society's standpoint, a completely valid athlete who played a game that everybody says is okay to play, and have everything because you're amazing at your game. So Rick, of course, is a video game enthusiast. People don't know that. I do. And he comes over here and he'll play Miss Pac-Man, and he's all this. So I told him, I said, Abner Ashman is here playing Miss Pac-Man. He zipped over here to meet him and to see Abner play. Now think about that. And what that should tell you is, in my view, a guy like Abner is on the same exact level as as Rick Fox. They just play different games, but the level of talent being expressed in these games are at that same level. And there's just like this respect that went on. And that's really cool. And, and so, and there's just going to be, I think there's going to be more and more connectivity between, the players of these kind of games and the players of other types of games. So Twin Galaxies is part of that. So that is my rant for the evening. I have ranted and raved, and now I will go back to my normal state of clownism. And now I'm looking at the chat. What happened to Pac-Wiz? Did we lose him? He's getting a sideways stream. Oh yeah. The Pac-Man games purely coming out of the machines are actually sideways, and we're rotating them for the main feed. But if you're clicking on other feeds at tglive.com, you'll see the actual sideways live broadcast. It looks like Dwayne is like hanging in there. It's almost as if Dwayne's game playing got way more serious once he knew he just had one life left. That's an interesting thing. So clearly Dwayne improves with pressure. Maybe that's what he needs. I would try to theorize what Abner improves on, except for the fact that you can't improve on Abner. I need to fly. How do I say it? Is it art? A-art? A-art? It's just art. Art. Do you realize that Art is literally the only guy who would ever be in front of you in an alphabetical, like if you guys are all in class together. That is so funny. It's like, because AB, Abner, I mean, you're not going to, who could get in front of that? You know, only Aaron and Art? No. It's so funny. Tim is on fire. If this was NBA Jam, he'd be like in big head mode with flames coming off of him. Man, I wish we had more money because we could like build a graphic system like that where we could then put graphics on top of people easily, fast. Somebody keep an eye on Dwayne watching for continues. Well, you'll see he continues because you'll see more Pac-Man suddenly appear. But, you know, part of all this is to have fun. Tim is at 5.47 million and Dwayne is at 3.6 million. I wonder if Tim will make it to 7 million. That's crazy. Oh, he's got an early flight. So he's going to have to stop at some point. Art is pronounced like art, but with a Dutch accent. Listen to me. What about a good Austrian accent? Let's get serious here. We're going to play some Pac-Man. We're going to get pumped. Eat whole chickens. Do a couple of squats. Listen to me now and hear me later. Have I beaten Neo's score in Zookeeper yet? Yes, I have. Thank you, Telebro, for asking. There is now a 15.3 million score up there that Neo has to stare at and shed tears. There you go. Jeffrey Yee. What was Jeffrey Yee's score? In what? Get to the escape tunnel. Get back to the chopper. Oh, so you cooked up a story and dropped us into a meat grinder. What happened to you, Dylan? I thought you were someone we could trust. That's right, Telebro. I am now on top. Tim parked. Is he resting his loin? What's he going to do? Come on. I'm going to live to see you eat that contract. But you better leave room for my fist, because I'm going to ram it into your stomach and break your goddamn spine. Ah! Pac-Man with Rack Advance. The Pac-inator. Jeffrey Yee claimed to get a high score of 6.1 million points in 1982 on Pac-Man. The story goes that Reagan even sent him something to make it official. It would seem that if a president sent something to someone like that, that this could be tracked down and proved. Oh, and he was like 8 years old at the time as well. Well, let me tell you something. An 8-year-old getting a 6.1 million and a presidential seal of approval. I mean, I should just go home at this point. That's too amazing. That's beyond amazing. The best part is I know this story specifically, and I also know that it's factual, but it's missing one key component. Jeffrey Yee at the time was on the space shuttle when he was playing the game. He was in that volunteer program where they took students up. They just left that out. That part was out. So he did it weightless. Oh, I just figured out how to beat and top Abner Ashman. I just figured it out. This is it. All you have to do to beat Abner Ashman is walk up to a Miss Pac-Man machine on your first quarter, play it straight through to the kill screen, get 853,000 points, but do it completely in the nude. That's it. That's all you have to do, and then you win right there because you did it naked. In fact, any achievement that there is in the world, if you did it nude, you automatically did it better. Right? Now think about that. I walked on the moon. I was the first person to walk on the moon. Well, I was the first person to walk on the moon nude. Which one's more impressive? You see? You see how that works? Even in Zookeeper, if you got a 30 million jump but did it in the nude, how can you beat that? So that's what it's going to take. Nudity. I should get Jeffrey E., track him down and get an interview. It'd be even more awesome if Jeffrey E. was still 8 years old. That's how awesome he is. After he got the president, he just decided he's not going to age anymore. So he stayed as 8. I have not seen the movie Pixels yet. I got invited to the premiere in New York, could not make it. I have been trapped here at Twin Galaxies headquarters, being tortured by having to play video games and more video games. So please offer a few prayers for me and know that that's my pain. New life goal, 30 million point jump nude. Even the Cram brothers can't claim that in Zookeeper. Let me tell you. You want to top Billy Mitchell? You can top every single person who's done a perfect Pac-Man just by doing it in the nude. Let's do a perfect Pac-Man in the nude. That will be an added little footnote in the record books. There'll be like an asterisk, and you look up the asterisk, it just says nude. Oh, yeah. The Kong off? Think about that. Go to the Kong off and win it buck naked. No one will ever touch you again. You'll be amazing. Oh, Jeffrey Yee's in. He came into the chat. Hey, Jeffrey Yee. Does your mom does your mom know that you're in the chat, Jeffrey? Jeffrey Yee says that he worked really hard at that score. Well, that's the best thing about 8-year-olds is they have a really good perspective on what hard work is. See? Squawk Quinn. He says Sean K. Quinn is starting to see the light. Come to think of it, I've never played arcade games completely naked. Now you see your folly, my good sir. Now you realize that you have not upped the game. All right? Stephen Boyer set a world record in Mario Brothers fully clothed. Not so impressive now that you know that it could have been done in the nude. Just saying. Time to start grinding arcade games nude. Yes. What you need to do is walk into the famous arcade ground control, buck naked, and tell them it's okay, you're setting world records right now. There's a special exemption. The cops cannot arrest you if you're in the process of setting a world record. Oh, Don! Don's playing Zookeeper. He got his big toe hooked on the box. Let's see if this stops him. Oh, wow. Wow. Interesting technique. What's your high score on Zookeeper? All right. So you know how to play. Might have to try to set a 999 on speed of light nude. No, listen. The best arcade game to begin your quest of nude records is Dance Dance Revolution. That will set the tone for many to follow. If you really want to get under Roy Schilt's skin, set a Missile Command record buck naked. And have the cursor set to slow speed. Clothing optional at the TG arcade. Tim is on fire. This guy has not died once. This is crazy. I wonder if this is the longest anybody's ever played on their essentially first life on Pac-Man. I wonder. It's different than the 1980s version because unless you rack advanced, but if people played to the kill screen and quit and then just continued on, like started over, but because they didn't die, then the difficulty level changed. So it'd be a different experience. Abner just whispered something to me that you have to hear. He said that when he normally practices Miss Pac-Man, he does it with the monitor off and audio only. He says it just helps him get a better feel about what's going on. He thought it was kind of, he feels now when he has the monitor on, it feels kind of like he's cheating a little bit because it's way too easy. You know, by saying that, I accidentally gave away Lakeman's secret. I was talking to Lakeman privately, and he just says when he practices Donkey Kong, it's audio only. That's how he figures out all the timing. Monitor is off, audio only. He says it works great on the elevator stages. So, you know, I'm giving away the techniques of the masters here. Uh-oh. You can do it, Don. Running out of time. Don. Oh. That gives you... Oh. He's got... Oh! Thundercats ho. Yeah, that's a... Yeah, there's a whole pattern for that. Well, it was a good game. You had a good run. Sean Quinn. I would like to know if someone does that. Original Pac-Man, I kind of see it playing audio only, but this? Yeah, Pac-Wiz, this is Tim's first, Tim has not died since he started this game. He had to, quote, die when he got to the kill screen because in order to continue, you have to die and use continues to get enough dots. But outside of those required deaths, Tim has effectively not made an error for like 8 hours. And he's basically playing on his first man. Lakeman told me he's working on removing the audio and the video. Well, that's called the Abner technique. When you turn off both the audio and video and just use just the joystick and kill screen the game. So what happens is I actually was invited over to his house once to witness it. He doesn't like to show a lot of people, but I just saw him sit at a Pac-Man machine, Miss Pac-Man machine, and it looked like it was off. But he just said he had disabled the video and the audio, and then he just moved the joystick for about 3 hours and 50 minutes, and then he flicks the button on the monitor, and I see that there's the kill screen on the Miss Pac-Man there, and he said, yeah, I wish I had, that was a little bit 15 minutes longer than I anticipated. It was unbelievable. I didn't even know how he did it. It was magical. If you guys want, we can route the Zookeeper machine into the center window, and then you can see Don Hayes and Jack Gale jump some animals in the middle while we watch Tim and Dwayne work their last lives. Up to you guys. Oh, they want us to do it. Okay, they want to see the zookeep in action. They want to see a little bit of keeping with the dot eating. So he said, Jack's going to get some eye drops. Oh, yeah, because it's been a long time. You may be lucky. I might go and put up a quick 20 million in front of your faces the way Ross could. All right. Look at that. Zookeeper in the center. Look at that. No one's playing. Right now it's in a track mode. You'll see the scores in a sec. Jack's going to go get some eye drops because he feels a 15 million jump in his legs. You're seeing the most amazing screen capture of a Zookeeper machine you've ever seen. You got to love all the technology at Twin Galaxies. There's the high scores. Tim is what, at 5.6 million? Nice. I think Tim has Jesus riding shotgun right now and is just receiving the blessings of the video game deities because the man is playing flawlessly. It's crazy. Dwayne's last official death was on the kill screen. He has not died since the kill screen. He's taking this part very seriously. Neo fell out. 3.1 from just Fruit and Dots. That sounds like a cereal. Fruit and Dots? This is a really good format for like a decathlon type of arcade thing. Like if we had we could probably put. Oh, we'd have to buy some equipment. But if we put 2 more arcade machines like in the middle, so you'd have 6, and then you'd have players rotating to different machines, like they get a certain amount of time. It's like then the buzzer goes, eh. We'd have like a clock ticking down on the screen, and then they move over, and that'd be kind of neat. That is an interesting notion. And Jack Gale is literally staring into a mirror with his hands on his eye, opening it up and dropping eye drops into it in preparation of keeping a zoo. Starcade on steroids, yeah. I mean, would you guys be interested in a show like if we did a weekly show where we invited people here, like they competed, and it was like a 2-hour show, or maybe an hour show, and they had to move through like various arcade games and answer trivia questions. Would that be something you guys might want to watch? We can lift the Starcade. Oh, he got locked out. Let me go get him. Let me go get Mr. Gale. He told me he was going to change his first name to Knighton. Eye drops. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don, are you East Coast also? Yeah. Man, you guys are just staying up like champions. Love it. Oh, yeah. Then on the plane, you're done.
Yeah.
That'll be great because it'll be the shortest flight ever. You're just going to go to sleep. Next thing you know, you're there. I love that when that happens.
8 o'clock.
LAX?
Yep.
Yeah.
East Coast?
Boston.
Boston. Oh, that's my dad.
All right, Jack is having a snacky bar for energy. Let me tell you, those animals can be quite ornery. And if you don't have enough energy, your jumps aren't good. Jack is powering up. It's almost like he's eating a Pac-Man pellet. Power up so that he can jump the animals. Is that your 7.6 million you put up there?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not tonight.
Oh, you guys would watch it. That'd be cool. Did Dawn finish already? Dawn finished with grace and elegance. You'd watch it if they were in the nude. Yeah, we could get like those little, the technology where it just blurs out the private parts. And then people could compete in the nude. I'm sure.
That international news in the nude.
Yeah, international news in the nude. Let's see. Watching since 9 Pacific. Had to run an errand and right near the Twin Galaxies headquarters. Right, you should have came in. You should have come. You should have said hello there, XX. Is that I-21? Ah, the keeping of the zoo. I don't think there's ever been a Pac-Man Zookeeper interracial broadcast. This is a television first. We're bringing these different games together. Unity. You know what's interesting is that Mario, and this is something that Lakeman should understand, Mario is a derivative of Zeke from Zookeeper. So much so that if you look at what Mario wears in his game, which is a red jumpsuit and blue shirt, it's exactly the opposite colors of Zeke, who's in a blue overalls and a red shirt. They both are saving the girl, which, by the way, the girl that Zeke is saving is named Zelda. She's the first Zelda of video games. She's where the legend truly starts. And Mario was really a young disciple of Zeke. And he saw like Zeke's amazing jumps, because Zeke's got hops. And you can jump 17 animals at one time. Trust me, those are hops. So Mario really wanted to do it, but Mario wasn't as athletic, being a plumber and all. So that's why Mario's jumps, maybe 1, 2, 3 barrels. 4 barrels is a huge stretch, but he does not have the hops that Zeke does, right? And here's a really rare actual fact that no one has discussed. But through Twin Galaxies and the deep research that we've done, we've uncovered that when Zeke discovered that Mario was trying to copy his style, Zeke let one animal out of his zoo, which was a gorilla, to go chase after Mario and ruin his day. Donkey Kong is an escaped animal from Zeke's zoo. And that's all there is to it. Zeke can jump Donkey Kong no problem, but Mario's got no hop, so he's jumping barrels. So there you go. Jack Gale is stepping up to the keeping of the zoo, and now his keeping begins. Actually, if you look at the true creation dates of Zookeeper versus Donkey Kong, you'll see that Zookeeper predates Donkey. And that Zeke was styling and profiling well before Mario. And the secret kill screen of Donkey Kong is if Mario can jump Donkey Kong. If you can see, you have to understand, Mario, the whole rivets level where you pull points off of jumping Donkey Kong's foot, that's just that's Mario's best effort to try to jump Donkey Kong and get some points. He can only get over his foot. If Zeke was there, he'd literally leap over Donkey Kong. But you got to give Mario some credit for his efforts. Pick up 100 points over a foot. I mean, I guess a foot is 100 points. I mean, Zeke's so fly that when he jumps a single animal in his game, it's worth 100 points for the whole damn animal. A foot's not even worthy of Zeke, but that's okay. We're not hating on Mario. Okay, listen to me, Mr. Strain. Your daughters made a grave error in asking that question. Where did Zelda come from? This is clearly a bias towards ginger-oriented people. And as you notice, Zeke and Zelda are both redheads. And so, clearly, Zeke and Zelda, in answer to your daughter's question, they came from Ireland. That's where they came from. That's the only thing that makes sense. So now she has her answer, and the game can make sense. The reason, now what few people know is the reason Zeke has hops is because he was adopted. He grew up in a black household where hops were just the standard. Afternoon basketball just required Zeke, I mean, if he's going to play with his brothers, he had to keep it moving. You know, Mario, you know, his Italian family, wonderful cooks, you know, very nice, warm people. They just, but they don't leave. Their jumps keep them low to the ground. You know, Zeke learned how to dunk by the time he was 9. Again, these are the undocumented histories of these characters. That's right. Lakeman understands. Mr. Lakeman has a deep understanding of these things, which is why the scores he produces out of his Donkey Kong machine even makes Dean Sagilo nervous. Did I say his last name right? Sagilo? Where she is on the actual zookeeping stage. Okay. I can tell you where she is. I can tell you exactly where Zelda is while Zeke is zookeeping. Zelda is out taking Instagram photos. She has a whole career on Instagram. She's got a lot of followers to keep appraised of her situation. There is no time to mess around with animals when some Instagram photos need to be taken. That's where she is. And if you notice, when Zeke goes to rescue her, he's going up escalators. Where do you find escalators? The mall. So what has happened is Zeke's done such a bad job that the animals have actually run into the mall and cornered his girl. So he has to jump them and go save his girl who was Instagramming. I mean, if you're on Facebook, you just look up Zelda, and you'll see the Instagram photo she takes. Her and Zeke, they hang out all the time. Saglio. Thank you, Mr. Lakeman. Saglio. This is Namco and not Midway. That is correct. Tim's eye. Okay. What Tim is experiencing right now is accelerated increased gravity on his eyelids. It's pulling him down. I can tell you right now, when Tim is done, he is going to sleep like a baby. When it's time for him to sleep, you're actually going to see small animated letter Z's come out of the corner of his mouth while he's sleeping. I want to thank all of you guys who have come to watch the spectacular event of real gameplay. Not crybaby gameplay, real gameplay. Not Nintendo thumb pause, Mick pausing, Mick Nintendo thumb, Mick kid gloves, Mick easy mode, Mick cheat mode, Mick self-esteem boosting gameplay. You're seeing real gameplay. And now we're seeing some zoo in keeping. So I'll give you a little commentary on the keeping of the zoo. And the player, Jack Gale. Jack Gale, born in a small farm town off the coast of Nova Scotia, first realized his potential in the game of Zookeeper when his mom asked him to go out to the barn and bring back a chicken. In the way of the chicken coop, about 5 cows stood in front of him, and they were just blocking him. So he just decided to take a running leap, and he cleared those cows like it was nothing. Dwayne Richard had a moment. Back to our background information on the current Zookeeper player. Well, from that moment of that leap, it changed Jack's life. He immediately signed up for the Los Angeles City Zoo as an employee. And ever since then, he's kept the order. He's kept the animals well fed. But sometimes when they get out, he has to manage them. And what you're seeing right now is the management of the zoo. Oh, looks like a camel was a little upset with him. Okay, so on this level, which is a level right before a coconut level, he's got to get all the animals going the opposite direction. He just did that. Now he needs to stay on that side of the screen and sort of find the right spaces as the timer burns its way down. He looks like right now he's playing a little conservatively. He's going clockwise. He's keeping everything going clockwise. He's now past the point where more animals will come out. So if he wants to seal the bottom, he can. Oh, it looks like he's doing that. And now he's just got to stay in the rotation and wait for this next net to come up. It looks like a good jump there, 120,000. He might want to wait a little bit before getting the net because then he'll get them all. That's enough time. He should probably get the net. And now he will put all of them in the center. Oh, he is robbed and went through. And that's the close. You're doing amazing, by the way. Have you had a game like this before? This is crazy. This has got to be like one of the greatest games you've ever played. You're technically on your first guy. All of this.
I'm stunned.
I'm talking to Tim, who just walked by me. He's grabbing some drinks to refresh. You're having the game of a lifetime here. This is.
It may only be good enough for second place. Dwayne has not given up.
Dwayne's only got serious ever since he passed the kill screen because this is it.
Yep.
And you guys are playing, so that this life is your last life too, right?
What's that?
This life that you're on.
No, I still have all 4.
So are you gonna? So the way Don. So the way Don was playing. Yeah.
I thought it was once you pass the kill screen, you only get one more.
Oh, that's because like if you got there on your last man, if you got to the kill screen on your last man, then it's whatever you have left over that you carry over. And then if you like continue to get to the split screen, then you just by default you just get one life carry over.
So he's playing where he's gonna use whatever lives he had. But Don was under the impression that after the kill screen you just get one life, and to make it to all the way to the next kill screen, to kind of basically is how because he quit with lives. But technically he was on his own. Right, but it all depends how you guys want to play. This is up to you. No. Look, technically, it could go either way for you because you haven't died at all. Right. So we're all just figuring out what a future rule set could be, right? Oh, sure. And so there's a couple things, and we talked about this in the stream, which is you're having an amazing game. Do you just continue on with the idea of you just had 5 lives and that's all you get to use?
Well, when I did, when I started, I decided just to kind of play conservatively because I knew that Donald and Dwayne were just going to just jump right out of the gate because they were grouping and stuff and getting a lot of points at the start. So it was kind of like the tortoise and the hare for me.
Right.
Where it's like, okay, I'm just going to go slow and steady and see how it goes.
Well, this is your game, so however you want to play it is good. It's totally fine. Don was under the impression that.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I thought I thought you reached the kill screen on. You had 1 life left.
No, he did. Yeah, he was on his last life.
Okay. Oh, I see.
And but when he got out of the kill screen, he had more lives.
Yeah.
Right, but he only played the 1 life and then stopped.
It's whatever we had at that point.
Yes.
When you reach the kill screen, that carries over.
Okay.
Because depending on how many continue
back to when we were talking at the beginning.
Yeah. So I
thought what you said was when if you get to the kill screen, no matter how many lives you have.
Okay. Sorry, I
when
must
you
have.
get to the kill screen, you have to use continues, and then there's only. Regardless, you get 1 more life after.
But if you were right, so it's up to you, like how you want to do it, because technically Don played according to the rules that you're thinking of. It didn't change because he played with his lives.
My case didn't change because
Yeah.
I was on my last life anyway.
Recording everything anyway.
Right. And the thing is, like on my game, when I ate the dots on with the continue, I ended up with 3 lives at the bottom. You only have 2 because you missed a dot. I think you only ate 9 dots on one of the screens.
Yeah.
So you had to use an extra life, extra continue life to get through it.
Oh, okay.
So, but those 3 lives, I didn't have those 3 lives anyways because I'm dead.
Right.
But like in your case.
Your case is gonna.
If you didn't have, if we didn't have fights in like 2, half hour to an hour, whatever.
Your case will decide what kind of rule set I think.
Technically, you still have your full complement of life.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, so I'm not gonna. Yeah, I was gonna see if. Let's see, what time is it now?
It is 3:24.
Okay. So.
You should almost be to the second.
I'm gonna see if I can reach the second split and then call it a day.
Okay, so here, tell the audience what you want to do.
Okay.
This is your moment. This is incredible.
Well, no, I'm hoping that I might be able to, still on this life that I have, reach the second split and call it a day, and we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Okay. So I mean, we can carry on the discussion later because it ultimately what I hope we can evolve out of this is what would be the right competitive rule set for what this is, right?
Sure.
And we have different things. We had Dwayne who continues to get to the kill screen.
Yep.
You two who have played all the way up to the kill screen just on the game that you started with.
Mm-hmm.
Don was playing under a specific impression, and so he had other lives that he received because of the continues, but he thought you only got 1 life.
I wouldn't be able to use those anyway.
Right.
But
right. So you fit under both scenarios, no matter what.
Unless it's a 3+1 game.
Right.
Instead of 5+1. We were playing 5+1.
Right. I think everybody agrees it's 5. It's the 5+1, right? Like as the basis, and then.
But it's weird because the 5+1 on the original Pac-Man is 5+1 is only for perfect games.
Right.
If you don't have a perfect game, you go back to 3+1.
Yeah.
Which
Otherwise,
is complicated
it's 3+1.
Kind of.
And this is probably a perfect reason why it's kind of an exhibition, so we can kind of iron this.
Yeah. We got to
shake out the flaws.
Right.
Kind of thing.
So think about however you want to do it, because if you just say, okay, this is the only man that you're going to use to get to the kill screen, well then that could establish the rule is 1 man after the kill screen, and then it's just that's how far you could take that man, and that's the rule set, right?
Right.
If you want to do it that way, or if you die and you want to use all of your lives, then maybe the rule set could be it's 5 lives, and you just get to use them for as long as you can, right? Yeah, you'd have to count. You'd have to. There's some lives management that would go on, but it's however you want to play it, because you have a perfect situation to dictate the precedent. The thought here was, if you make it so that you only get one life after the kill screen, and then so you have to make it all the way to the next kill screen, you can continue, but then once you're out of that, you still only get one life. It puts some hard limits on how long the marathon ultimately would go, because someone who's playing, you don't think so, Abner? What do you think? But the rule, like, theoretically, I mean, someone playing at Tim's level right now, he might be able to go forever. Then he can, he should.
I'm gonna see if I can get it there, and then.
We'll think about it. It's up to you. You don't have to make any decisions now. I mean, just the game is whatever, however you want it to be. We're all learning from this. We are in uncharted territory, but at least I have a bunch of champions here to help figure out what's the right way to go. All right, Abner. Then here. Say the Claire. Say what you think.
Okay. You go 5 + 1 to start. If you're trying to get a perfect score, you go 5 + 1.
Right.
The second, if you lose one life, on your way up, it automatically drop down to 3 + 1.
3 + 1.
Right. So you have a total of 4 lives to get to the kill screen.
Right.
If you make it in your second man, and then you use up what you got to use up on, you still have. Once you get by it, you still have 3.
Okay, so you at that point we just
right.
track whatever lives you have.
Right, you just track whatever life you have. Forget about whatever you end up with after all that continuation. You just track the life that you got there on the second one. So you got 3 left, right? Right. So you just track that. You got 3 left, and then that's pretty much it. If you die again, you got four deaths.
Got it.
After the perfect is over, you got 4 deaths. That's all.
And then that's it.
And that's it. Total 4 deaths. Take 4 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours. A marathon game.
Right.
You can't put limits on a marathon game.
All right. Right. Okay. Well, you can't put limits on a marathon game. That's the.
If you want, you might want to. Maybe you want to like a break time or whatever.
Yeah.
You might want some kind of rules on a break time because you don't want to
Right.
break like 5-hour break or whatever.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm thinking. All right. Well, we'll start an email thread and bounce it around after this, and we'll come to some determination and create that track as the masters dictate. All right. So Tim is getting his pee break on. Dwayne had his kill screen. Now he's trying to go for the next one. Dwayne, what is Dwayne up to? Is he up to 4.2? Oh, 4.5? 4. Does anybody know what Dwayne is up to right now, score-wise? I need a battery. We're back alive. Do you want to put Zookeeper back in the center? Yep. Don Hayes is taking his turn. What did you wind up with, Mr. Gale? 2.4 million. The first keeping of the zoo. Well, we need to now do Don Hayes' background. So in the center of the screen, you see a Zookeeper game going on. The player is Don Hayes. I had mentioned this earlier in the day, but his full name is Don Ecclesiastes Ezekiel Hayes. And but he doesn't really want that out, so let's just pretend I didn't say that. Moving on. So early in Don's childhood, he grew up in the inner city, and his first job was delivering newspapers to the local businesses. But you see, a local arcade had opened up, and the newspaper delivery he had to do right after school, and it took a few hours for him to do it, and that cut into his game playing time at the arcade. So what Don started to develop was a whole path of delivering these papers as quickly as possible. Now, in front of Old Man Ketchin's grocery store, there were several crates, and they always blocked Don's entrance. It added like a good 30 seconds to his time to delivering the papers. So Don started to jump them. This annoyed Old Man Ketchin's. And every time Don would show up to deliver the paper, Old Man Ketchin's would just put more crates. He would continuously increase the number of crates that Don had to clear. Before you knew it, Don was clearing, 30, 40 crates just to deliver this paper. And when Don cleared his 41st crate, that's when the moment hit him that jumping over objects was the life for him. So one day he walked into the arcade and he saw this machine that said Zookeeper. And he saw that this Zeke character was jumping over objects. Well, I mean, this is like, it's kismet. This is like, a message from Shiva. He saw that he grabbed the joystick of the machine, and he was born 7 times. And from that moment began Don's quest at keeping the zoo. Let me tell you something. Don used to have pets, but his parents never wanted those pets out running around the living room, pooping in the living room, doing those sorts of things. So Don always had to keep the pets in his room. The last thing Don's mom wanted to ever see is an animal running freely around the house. So there's this natural instinct that Don has in combination with all the jumping he did as his childhood to just keep animals in order, to jump over things and keep animals in order. Don had considered changing his name to Zeke back in, 1987? But he thought that was a bit too much. Oh, and that reindeer just gave Don a little bit of extra loving. So, as Don progressed in his video game career, he decided to play a little bit of Pac-Man, but secretly and quietly, he kept the zoo. One time he had an incredible game happen, a score so large that he dare not speak of it, but he called the moment, what he felt in his body while he was doing it, he called it the keepening. It's kind of like Highlander when they had the quickening, but this is better because he's just jumping animals and not killing people with swords. Zookeeper, as you know, is a totally non-violent game. And as a confirmed PETA member, Don Ezekiel Hayes doesn't want to hurt animals. He just wants to keep them. So let's take a look now at the what's going on the screen. We have the standard beginning of a counterclockwise position. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, a counterclockwise position. Now, Don is going to turn them to go clockwise. This will cause the animals to group a little bit better. He's going to hang out on the right side and try to find those right spots to land in. after a full rotation, these animals will start to clump up, and that is when Don will make his move and go for the big jumps. But you got to be careful. Zookeeper is a very, very temperamental mistress. It offers up the sensation of an amazing jump, but then just will take it away from you just because it's moody. It just gets moody. See? So you have to fight the greed. Inside your body is this thing called the greed, and Zookeeper brings it out. You have to fight it because it will lead you down the wrong path, and the next thing you know, you have antlers in your groin. Nobody likes that. Nobody asked for that. That's not on the menu. Nobody ordered that. Oh, it looks like he's gonna pack it up here with the net. He pushed it. He pushed it. He went a little bit after the bell there, but the game gave it to him. He's getting some escapage there. A few lions out. But he's picking up 50,000 per lion. And now he's moving to the coconut stage. Let's take a look. Let's see how he handles this. He's hopping up. The monkey is very angry, and what people don't understand is that right there is Donkey Kong's little brother. Oh my goodness, he solved it. Okay, now this is a critical moment. He is in the escalator at the top. You can see clearly a damsel in distress. That is Zelda. Don has to execute perfectly here. Oh, he's caught his foot. Oh my God, he saved himself. He with an extra maneuver. Saving the woman in distress who didn't really need saving because she's an independent woman who can do everything on her own, but she just likes to, feel, needed. So let's make sure, Zookeeper is a completely politically correct game. All right, so Don has moved on to what we like to refer to as the money stage, where he can cash in all the money on these jumps. Oh, that Elephantante. Elephants are notorious for moving slow and being exactly in your way. It brings up bad memories for Don because one of the crates that he once tripped over when jumping had an elephant on it. And he never quite got over that. Oh, 250,000 jump. Did you see that? Oh my God. The thing about Zookeeper is you can be having a fantastic game. I'm talking the birds could be singing. Your overalls. What happened? Tim just hit 6 million. News bulletin. Tim just hit 6 million. Is that a side effect of Don's keeping of the zoo? Inquiring minds want to know. Oh, he's got a great rotation, and now he's going to try to create some clustering by sending them back in. He's getting a little bit of a good cluster there. Oh, let's see what we got. Oh, the snaky snake snaked him. Snakes in Zookeeper are known as sneaky. They are the cause of many deaths, as Frank Gale will confirm. But that's what snakes do, because they are poisonous. All right, Don looks like he's got a good little cluster there. He's doing the jumps. He's moving and shaking, and he's candlestick making. Oh, see? What did I say? The snake? The snake. All right, now I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to attempt to keep a zoo in my weakened condition. Don gave it an amazing performance there. I will give the mic to Don. Here you go. I'll try to keep.
All right, give this a shot here. Try not to fall asleep to the mic. What do we got here? Oh, Tim broke 6 million on Pac-Man. Dwayne's still going on that final life. How many hours has he been on that final life? Wow.
A little over.
Yeah.
About an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay. And I guess Tim, the way rules are here, he only gets one life after the kill screen. And let's see. Jace is an early Zookeeper. I don't even know what time it is. It must be around 4 a.m. So funny things will happen at 4 a.m. on these games, so especially when you're up to 4 a.m. the night before. First coconut stage. Success. Trying to read the blogs here, but my contact lenses are so fogged up from lack of sleep. It's hard to make them out. See, Jace was given our true background stories to dig up Jace's past. How he got interested in Zookeeper. From what I hear, he's a Donkey Kong aficionado. Found it a little too difficult to jump Donkey Kong. Actually, if you ever tried playing Donkey Kong after a long session of Zookeeper, it's kind of surreal because you have the jumping element in there, but it's just, I don't know. Don, have you ever tried that? Playing? Yeah, it's, you see the similarities, but it's just, I don't know. I'm a little better at the Zookeeper than Donkey Kong, putting it mildly, so usually when I'm playing Donkey Kong, I kind of long for Zookeeper. I gotta admit, Donkey Kong, it is a lot of fun. Now let's see what Jace has got here. So is he on the first lion board? Okay, let's see. He's got, looking good. Little, no. Yeah, he had pretty much even cross traffic. That's never easy. First lion board is no gimme. Okay. Just got to survive till that net comes along. And he's a little tight here. Oh, that lion came out right under him. He just narrowly escaped that. Ooh. Oh, my God. It's pretty good for that time, this time of night. There you go. Now he's good. Should be able to finish off the board here. Oh, with that, Tim's got another kill screen coming up. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So Tim hasn't died once the whole night. Oh, wow. All right. Let's see what Jace is doing here. So far, so good. He's only got. Looks like he only has one animal going the wrong way. Oh, this time of night I don't trust anything I see. He's got the net down there. Should be able to reach it. It's one jump. There you go. Oh, he's delaying the. It's a good move. Got a nice solid wall there. Shouldn't have any problem having everything going the right way. And oh, here you go. Nice one. Now, like the rest of us, he'll probably lose all of his lives in the span of 45 seconds. We're just kidding, of course. He's going to do great. Yeah, got everything going nice and neat. Lions are spread out enough. He can jump right through them. Ooh. Wisely didn't try to jump all those lions at once. You never want to die on a board like this when you have so many lions, because you know the points, the point potential at the end for capturing them all. Of course, once you die, you don't know how many lions are going to come out.
Oh my God.
So.
Oh, this is awful.
And then, and now they could come out anywhere, as Jace was alluding to. You probably can't hear him over there, but he realizes he's not in good. Yeah, nicely done. May have fewer lions this time, but that was probably a good thing considering the board he was starting with. No. That was sneaky. No, no. Yeah, well. Welcome to the club. The 4 a.m. club. Although Jace got some nice jumps in there, so you never want to die off quickly after getting those nice jumps.
I'm gonna fight my way back.
Jace said he's going to fight his way back. We believe him. We're not sure if it's going to be this game, but it's looking good so far. He's got nothing to lose this time by closing it off because he's on his last life. Good. Got a nice jump there in the net. Lions are going to have some time to break out there, but it's a pretty thick wall, so might contain a few. Not bad. Time to regroup, earn an extra life, and start over. Tim hasn't gotten to that kill screen again, has he? I guess. Let's watch Jace here. This whole game is right here. Nice. If I fall asleep with the mic, just hit me in the head. Okay. Good. Well, this is looking interesting here with Jace. Looks like he might get a nice. See if those lions stay together. They're spreading out a little bit, but no, there you go. Oh yeah, yeah. Might get another chance at that. Nicely timed jump. Oh. Almost. Good jump. Oh. Yeah, he saw it. Yeah, it was there for a brief second. It was there for a millisecond. Wall's torn up pretty bad, so he probably wants to. There you go. Of course, as soon as he builds a new wall, a snake and a camel tore it to pieces. It seemed pretty quick for the net. Still looking good here. Oh no, that looked. Well, it's late. Yeah. Well, 2 nights of sleep deprivation. That's what you get. Yeah.
My zoo is out of order.
Yeah.
That's all there's to it.
Flashes of brilliance in there, though. I must say.
Moments of
Yeah.
potential.
Yeah. So.
Mr. Hayes is going.
Mm-hmm.
There were moments.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it amounted to. There are 2 ways to measure performance. It's either Abner worthy or non-Abner worthy. And we can just say that my performance there was non-Abner worthy.
Yeah. We can say Tim worthy too tonight.
Tim's.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. I think you're actually seeing the best game Tim's ever played ever.
Boy, and he started around 6, I believe. I think everyone got going around 6.
His game is so good that he's not going to even be able to finish it.
Right. He's got that plane to catch, I believe. Or was that?
No, I think he's got to catch a plane.
Yeah. Forget the plane. No. This is all he's going to hear on that plane. As soon as he sits down in that chair, he's going to fall asleep, and he's just going to hear Pac-Man.
He's going to dream of Pac-Man.
Yeah. If you ever played that long in one sitting, that's.
Well, this is longer than anyone could ever play.
Right.
Normally.
Right. One game. Yeah.
Yeah. Kill Screen 2 is coming up. Tim is about to kill screen it again. Three more screens? Oh, my phone is totally, utterly dead. Yeah. Abner, I don't know how you're hanging on. Just. Yeah, Ty Taylor, you're right. It's going to be, how far could I have gotten if I didn't have to catch this flight? Well, yeah, what's interesting about it is basically on his first man, if he kill screens again, with his one man, he's killed screen twice, which is hard.
Right. On one man, and does he have to fly to Boston along with, or is that Don? So I'm wondering how long Tim's flight is. I bet his game of Pac-Man, he can make a round-trip flight wherever he's going and still be playing.
Yes.
You know.
We need to just get a portable power source and have the arcade machine go with Tim while he plays and travels with it while he plays.
Yeah. We'll pitch in, buy him a second seat on the plane. He can put the game down on the...
He's got the fever. Yeah, he's going to do 2 kill screens on a single Pac-Man. That's just unheard of. That's just, I mean, that's unheard of. It's just no errors, man. It's hard to do. Don Hayes, saving Zelda right now. For those of you who don't know, Don was the inventor of the Hayes modem, which then established the Hayes compatible standard all through the 80s. So you'd have to get a Hayes modem. If you had a Commodore 64, you definitely had a Hayes modem. And he also founded all of the barnyard animal feeding trends, which of course now you know you feed your animals with hay, all different kinds of hays.
It's late.
A little known fact about Abner Ashman is that he has invented several abdominal exercise products. You know, the ab blaster, the ab crunch. Yeah, that's why his name is Abner. If you see ab in front of anything, you just should know that that was his idea and part of the Abner Corporation. Oh, look at that. He got to the second kill screen. Holy Jesus. Tim. Tim has exorcised the demons.
Is there more garbage on the screen, or is it just me?
Oh, I don't know. Is
There's
it
shit
different?
on the screen.
Is the kill screen different? Tim, is the kill screen different? Doesn't it?
Yeah, right? It looks like there's more garbage.
The kill screen looks different. This second kill screen looks different than the first one. Okay, audience, screen capture this kill screen. We're thinking that this kill screen looks different than the first one. This is
Hypothetically, we don't know if we can get past this.
that's true. Hypothetically, we do not know if we can get past this because this is a second kill screen on the same game. Can someone check this kill screen against the other one to see if it's different? It looks different, right? Those two green spots.
If something seems
Do you
out of sorts. I don't trust anything I see at this hour, but it does.
Your impression is that there's more stuff on there, right?
Yeah.
I think we all got that same impression. The kill screen looks different. Too bad Dwayne is too busy to. The kill screen looks different than the first one that you got to. There's more stuff on that screen. Do you see a different looking kill screen? Can't tell? It looks like there's more. Is there more? Okay, look. Okay, this is the second kill screen. Is there more stuff on it? It looks.
Same thing.
Is it? Are you sure? It looks that. You sure? It looks like there's more.
It is different.
It's different than the first one.
Yeah, I never know. Yeah, it is different, but there's still only 10 dots.
So we don't know if you can get past it.
Oh no, you will get by it. I've gone through 3 kill screens.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. It's a long fucking ordeal. We've got. You want to get a good picture of all of us together? Someone got a camera that's here can take a picture of us.
I took one.
Where are you at?
Remember in the beginning?
Okay, we got one. You want to
Yeah.
forward to us.
Yeah. I took one. Are you gonna stop? Or are you gonna go to the second one?
I'm gonna keep playing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He might come on top on this.
Well, it's too bad you couldn't stay. Because the thing is, I'm playing against Jeffrey Yee and fucking Les Martin.
Man, Tim, wow. That's amazing. Come here and talk to the peoples. Here. Come sit next to Abner. This is the champion's chair.
Oh.
Here you go. Just pin this to your shirt, and you can read the chat and talk about your experience. Well, you have 6.3 million. And you still could do more.
I know. I gotta get back. I gotta get back. We're getting ready for my nephew's getting married this week. So gotta get back, and we were able to kind of finagle the schedule to allow me to come down, and it was I can't thank everyone enough.
No, where does this game sit relative to all your other games in terms of your performance?
You know, to be honest, I never envisioned myself playing this long. I didn't think I would get to the point where I would actually have to worry about getting a ride to the airport. But I think this is just kind of a unique, event, a unique accomplishment unto itself. It was a blast. At first, I was worried about whether I'd even get to the split screen at all initially, and just to get the 2, it's like I'm unbelievable.
2 on your first guy.
And that's the other thing. That's like, oh my gosh, it's just like, oh, I just can't believe it. 10 million or bust. It's just one more kill screen. Oh, I'd have to explain why I'm not there at the airport at the.
You'd be like, because I'm doing 10 million.
Oh yeah. But no, it's just been it's just been surreal, just to be at this event, and then at the end of it, to been able to do that. I'm speechless.
It's crazy. Your game play has been flawless. It's just been error-free, basically, as far as you can tell.
I had a few slip-ups there, here and there, but I think, I think, it just worked out. It just kind of,
Is this the
fell
longest
together.
you've ever played Pac-Man in
This
one
is
sitting?
absolutely without question. Dwayne had mentioned that I'd played the Xbox 360 to about 5 million points. Yeah, this is without a doubt the longest time I've ever marathoned Pac-Man.
Wow.
Priorities, Tim. Sit the hell back down. Oh gosh, like I said earlier, I mean, I should not have even been here, because Greg was supposed to come out and stuff, and to and unfortunately, but again, just to get a chance to play alongside 3 living legends. There's no words. I'm just completely honored, and just taking it. And this is something I'm going to remember, for a long time.
Well, make sure you take pictures with your phone while you're here if you have that.
I will have to do that. Oh gosh. But yeah, that's as I was gonna say I've got parting gifts before I head out, actually, for the other players.
Oh yeah, perfect.
And for Mr. Jace Hall.
Oh, not you.
And
you
then
gave me a gift.
and also for Jennifer Zhang, who helped put this all together as well. And I just can't thank all of you enough. I actually brought copies of my book.
Oh, great.
And I'm gonna leave those with you guys, and I'll be
signed?
no, they're not. I'll be happy to sign before I leave.
Of course.
And with and one thing I was thinking about, with everyone's permission, I'm trying to work that book into an ebook format for Kindle, maybe Nook. And now I kind of got the idea floating around in my head to maybe add a bonus chapter based on this.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the working title should be "Go West, Old Man." But again, I'm gonna get going. Everyone, I can't thank you enough. It's just been a thrill. It's been a genuine thrill to play alongside these legends, and I have no words.
Well, thank you for coming, and go rest your loins. We'll just leave your kill screen up.
All right. I like that. The Dante Hicks of Pac-Man. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Wow, man. That's great. So, yeah, that's just. So Dwayne is the final frontier.
Last man standing.
He is the last man standing.
You can just go ahead and talk to him and he'll die.
I know he's distracted, but then this is his last live though. This is. I just love the fact that once the pressure got on him,
That's what he's like. That's Dwayne. So.
it's like his focus and his execution just went way up.
Well, thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
What is Dwayne's score? Dwayne is at 4.8 million.
Just about.
Well, I just broke 100K on Miss Pac-Man for the tournament. Abner inspired me. That's what he does. I was infused with Abnerness. Yes, I love the fact that Abner's name is becoming like a noun and a verb and an adverb all at the same time. They'd be like, dude, I just Abnered, which just like instantly means you just dominated the machine. We got to come up with something for Balder Ramos because to play on your first man through 2 kill screens and still could keep going, but like, life's too busy. I just got to go do some other things. So I'm just here. You know what? You can take my game and just go ahead and finish it out. Like it's just, that's the best. This is great. Well, I just like the fact that this was the kill screen challenge and everybody delivered a kill screen. And I think if Dwayne delivers a kill screen on this one man from the last kill screen, that's sort of redemptive for him on this day.
Yeah.
Well, if he does that, then that will mean everybody kill screened on. Well, let's see. Well, everybody's already kill screened. Dwayne used the continue function to get to the kill screen. So that's why he's got to get to the kill screen with this one man. That will provide some balance. And you've had people. Lakeman has been watching this stream since the beginning, so he has been up. See, there's little things you can learn about Lakeman. Number one, look how long he stayed up. Effortlessly. He is just up, alert, from the beginning all the way through the entire marathon to the end. These are the hidden indicators of a champion's demeanor and stamina and constitution. You're starting to see little hints of where that Donkey Kong score came from. If Abner was the mic drop, is Tim the complete shutdown of the basketball court? I think this stream has simply been too much for the audience. This has been too much epicness. Oh, that's great.
You too.
Oh, yeah. If you can put a date on the one that you give me, Tim, because getting this on the day that you did this, that Abner did this, is just like Don, like the whole day must be recorded. Where is the fourth ghost on Tim's kill screen?
It's red, pink, and orange. There's no blue. Red?
It's too red. It's too red.
No, the blue and red are together.
This is 3 of them.
No, that's 4. The blue and red are overlapping perfectly.
No, the other one ran away and is too scared of him.
It's like, that's it.
That's what happened.
Done.
Now, what people really don't know is if you get to the 5th kill screen, Zeke shows up and jumps over Pac-Man.
Just because he can.
Yes. Awesome. Can you switch to this cam for a second so we can show the... Yeah, she's here. I think she might be in her office. Look at that. The Pac-Man transition. Oh, but the wrong... Give us this camera. Oh, 2 Pac-Man transit. See, look at that. Look what Abner's holding. The book. Tim's book. Right here, look. Bam. Signed by Tim himself on the day of epicness. That's great. Except I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to see if I can get Don and Abner to sign my book, too. Will you guys sign it for me? Oh, man, great.
Actually, yeah, I've kind of already done that.
Oh, you did?
It's the blue. No, blue's okay. Mr. Hashman, please make this the most valuable book say something that only you would say.
I'm just signing your book. Man. I'm not one for words and all of that. All right?
There you go.
I just sign your book.
His actions speak for themselves.
There you go.
That's what he's right.
I just signed your book.
Perfect. All right, Don, you got to make up for Abner's silence with some epic statement.
I'm not for words, man.
You gotta make me think. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
It's like 7 o'clock for me.
Yeah, so just say something totally that makes no sense.
Just sign the book.
Apple pie, whatever it is.
Do what I did.
Wait,
Just
what
sign the book.
was the quote? Abnerness?
Oh yeah, what was that quote?
Oh man.
it was Abner inspired or
Good, yeah, I forgot.
Go find it. We gotta put that in.
Oh, he's finding. Oh, look at Abner. He survived.
Beautiful.
Well, what would Donald Hayes say about this event in general? If you had 3 words to describe this event, how you felt about it?
Guys, thank you so much. No more Zoom.
Tim, you're a gentleman and a scholar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats to you next week. Yeah, I will.
All right. He came, kicked ass, and left.
That's it.
Yeah.
The man rides off.
How about this?
Say just sign the book.
How about something?
Right there. Abner said, "Just sign the book."
Just sign the book.
I'm gonna write. That's actually.
Okay, there you go. Abner said, "Just sign the book." So Tim has left the building to go get his plane, while his game sits.
I found the quote. If you want it still.
What was it?
I was infused with Abnerness.
I was infused with Abnerness. With Abnerness. Abnerness. You know what? I should get a T-shirt made that just simply says Abnerness. Abnerness. Of course. You're going to see somebody wearing a T-shirt that says Abnerness playing Miss Pac-Man some day. That's what you're going to say. Thank you, sir. So when Dwayne Richard finishes, that will memorialize the
All I
4.
have to do is go talk to him. He'll be done.
I know, I don't want to mess him up. He's got Dwayne Richard hanging in there, taking the long road.
See, the first 5 hours, you couldn't say run a pattern 5 times in a row to save his life.
I know.
Just freeballing the entire time. I was like, what the hell?
Wow. So was this what you expected when you got out here? I mean, when you know they said, hey, let's go do this thing. Is this what you expected, or is it different in some way? What do you think?
Pretty much what I expected.
Is it close?
Yeah, pretty much. I knew these guys was gonna pretty much do what they did.
All right. Good. Then everybody be satisfied.
Hope you got a good little show thing, good little show going.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, Twin Galaxies has had its ups and downs, and now it's on that path to be up again. You guys are helping. A lot of people saw this. Obviously, it's been running for 9 hours.
Wayne just said something.
Yeah, you messed up the pattern.
Shouted out something.
That's not his pattern.
Oh, he's got a situation.
That's not his pattern.
Pattern disruption?
Yeah.
Dwayne is in a situation. He's outside of his pattern. This is his last life. Don is in there talking to him. Oh. That's the key.
I need freaking Tim's key for the hotel. I never got it off him. Shit, hopefully it'll charge me for that.
Oh man, so Tim left with the hotel key. You know what though? Wait, I think Jen was with him, right? Or did Jen?
Jen isn't back.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, no, I think he went Uber.
He Ubered it? You better call him. Oh. Well, I don't know. Let's probably give him another one.
Yeah, they can replace it.
Look at that.
Good game, Dwayne.
So Dwayne has ended his, and that I think will conclude. We'll give Dwayne a chance to talk and address.
Tim, you still got the hotel key, eh?
A key killed him, not a ghost.
Look, he's Canadian. He gets concerned about these things. I already posted Abner's Miss Pack. Dwayne is on the phone with Tim. Securing the 10th key to his hotel room. Ross. Well, hey, Dwayne. Abner's saying that if it's a card key, they'll just replace it, no problem. No problem for you.
Well, it's not about a replacement. They're going to charge me for it.
I don't think so. Not for the plat.
Okay, well, I guess they say they're not going to charge me.
You should be all right.
Too much income here in the United States. Okay, well, I'll let you go, Tim. Don't worry about it, man.
It'd be like $2 anyways.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I wasn't sure. Like usually in Canada they charge for it.
If they charge you, just give it to me.
Okay. Well, don't worry about it, man. Oh no, don't worry about it, man. It's cost me more in the long distance than anything. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Oh yeah, you got a Canadian phone.
Bang. Shit. Well, anyways,
A valiant effort. All right, wait.
It's a different kill screen though. That's interesting. I never noticed that the second time.
Yeah, that's it. That
And the
could
third
mean
one was
that could
different.
mean
The third one was
something later
different,
down
too.
the road.
Yeah, that's
maybe
what
the
I'm
10th here.
Yeah, actually, yeah, because I wasn't paying attention when I went through it the first time. There's a second.
Is the mic on?
Yeah, the mic's on. There's that kill screen's different, eh? And but the dots are in the same spot from what but they're invisible. They're he never because he ate the dots. Yeah, that's the he ate some of the dots. He ate some of the dots. Yeah. So yeah, no, he actually ate all the dots that were the 10 dots. I bet you. They're not there because the one single one there, the one under the F, the red ones are gone. So he ate them on the ones on the other side. He just wanted to make sure his score was even, and after that was it. Fuck. Yeah, no, but so I guess it shows it can be done, and that was his first man. Like he actually had the right strategy.
It's possible, since this screen is different than the first one, that maybe after 10 kill screens, it becomes impossible to clear.
I don't know. It's hard to say
because it's changing.
As long as there's dots on
that side, as long as because they'll keep regenerating, so you'll be able to get by it.
Yeah. So, but what if there aren't any? Like at some point, the garbage moves enough to where there's just no dots.
Yeah, that.
More screen corruption. You can't see anything eventually.
That'd be interesting. That would mean there would be some hard upper limit, like on the 15th kill screen.
You can't actually ever get by it. Yeah, no, you never know.
Someone's gonna
never noticed that.
and
I never.
figure it out.
Well, yeah, because the thing is, like, I went through 3 of them, but like I parked it and went to sleep, and after work played. Like it took me forever to freaking go. Like it was just. It's because you could see it's a grind, eh?
Oh yeah.
It's a
Alan
it's a
Stahl
grind.
says, "What's up?" He's Muscle and Fitness.
Oh wow, that's Yeah, no, Alan Stahl. Yeah, how you doing, Alan? Yeah, he's one of my favorite people. Him and his brother works at the. Yeah, I say that. I wouldn't say sarcastic, but sardonic. Oh, replay effects.
Hey, Dwayne and Don. Let's hear some trash talk.
Oh,
For the
trash
Kong
talk.
off.
Is that Ross?
Yeah.
Oh, Benziger.
Yeah, Ross.
Oh no, yeah, Ross is a good guy. I like Ross. He's
Who does
let's
number
look
2 work
for. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I can't even. Well, we'll have to see what happens. Like, I actually the most interesting thing I'm looking forward to see if what's going to happen to McAllister if he loses somewhere in the elimination round and doesn't finish first. Like he usually just can't handle it. It's funny.
Well, I will be there.
Yeah, no, I'll be there too. So we'll see what happens.
To just show support and watch. That's what I'll be there doing.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's too bad. Well, thanks a lot, Jace. Like, I really appreciate you doing this for us and making this happen. Like, you guys worked hard, and I thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. No, listen, I'm glad you guys made it, and you guys did all this work. The real work was on the screen. And hopefully the whole audience appreciated what you guys did, and now we should we can shut it down and everybody can relax. Does anybody have any final questions in the chat as we decide to bring this event to a close? Let's see. It's 5. It's a 12. Basically, it's almost been 12 hours.
Oh wow, Robbie, it's still up, man.
Yeah, Robbie has been with us from the beginning.
Oh yeah, well that's not surprising. He's young. He has energy. Yeah, no shit. It's too bad I got distracted, man.
Oh yeah.
That's all right.
You were working that last life.
Yeah, no, I was.
Before that, I was joking with him and said, oh, "Just go in and talk to him. He'll die."
Yeah.
Then I heard you say something. I went in to put the book in my bag, and it's you're like, did Tim leave? And I said, yeah. And you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, that's all right though. Yeah, no, see that's that whole time when I was farting around, I was trying to figure out alternative endings when because the joystick wasn't responding that great, so I figured out 5 or 6 different endings, and that's why I was able to keep it going so long. I just I'd adopted and made 5 or 6 different continuous forward motion patterns just to beat Donald Hayes. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just there's certain things in the universe have to be they just have to be a certain way. I don't mind losing, but as long as Donald doesn't beat me, everything's okay. I can go to sleep at night.
Just wait until Pittsburgh.
Oh, we'll see what happens. See what happens.
All right. Well, we are going to shut down this broadcast. Thank you again, everybody. And just remember, Abnerness. You can be inspired. Abnerness can be infused into your body. Abnerness. All right. We're out of here. Take us out, Doc.
Twin Galaxies.